The Perfect Supreme Chapter 5292 to Chapter 5345. Fight? Ba, ants like you. The skinny old monk shook his head in disdain. He put his palms together and chanted. Behind him, all the Buddhas from the 3 divine sects of White Mountain put their palms together and chanted deafening Buddhist chants. The Buddhist light shone in all directions, and it was as if countless Buddhas appeared in the sky and on the ground. The scene was magnificent. The Buddhist light gathered and formed a huge Buddhist bell. It floated in the sky and covered the ground. All the gods on the ground were within its attack range. The people from the 3 societies and 9 temples sensed the huge pressure on them. It was difficult for them to move. The 3 divine sects of White Mountain, you want to kill them all? The leaders of the 9 temples reacted. They gritted their teeth and shouted angrily. These bald donkeys were killing people for the sake of the mine, *T bald donkeys. The great Buddha of White Mountain said that anyone who goes against the 3 divine sects of White Mountain is going against the universe. We want to enter hell and kill all the demons who go against the universe. The skinny old monk emitted a sacred and inviolable Buddhist light. His voice was majestic and ancient. *T. The gods all cursed. Otherwise, we would have been able to notify even more gods to come here. Number 3 said in a low voice. In the 9 temples, a white-haired old man who seemed to be the most senior frowned. The 3 societies and 9 temples were actually an alliance of all the independent gods. They had the power to command hundreds of people. After all, the 6th level was led by the gods. It was too difficult for independent cultivators. They could be killed at any time. Therefore, they formed an alliance. And, moreover, these alliances were very strong. They had many of the top 100 on the 6th level. Only however, there were not many independent cultivators gathered here. It's too late. Let's break that Buddhist bell. Another man with a black dog said calmly. His body was full of fighting spirit. He wanted to soar into the sky and kill all the Buddhas in the sky. It's too late. Let's prepare for a big battle. The other leaders nodded. They all burst out with divine power, causing the universe to appear. The sun, the moon, and the stars changed. The scene was extremely vast. None of the gods who could reach the 6th level were weak. When they joined forces, their strength was not to be underestimated. Kill. A banner appeared in the old man's hand, and he waved it as if he was summoning divine soldiers and generals to battle. A universe appeared around him, and from the universe, countless gods clad in armor rushed out. Kill. One of the leaders spread open his arms. What was terrifying was that he actually summoned 9 suns. These suns were like cannonballs that shot into the sky. Boom rumble. Many gods made their moves and attacked the Buddhist bell in the sky. Their goal was to break free from the restraints. After a series of explosions, cracks appeared on the Buddhist light and the Buddhist bell kept swaying. No, however, the many Buddhas in the sky remained indifferent. The skinny old man said faintly, Ba, the Dharma of Buddhism is boundless. Under his lead, even more enormous Buddhist light and Buddhist chants struck the ground. Behind him, the numerous Buddhist gods sat down cross-legged as if they'd transformed into golden Buddhas, and they emanated even more powerful Buddhist energy. When this power combined and fused with the golden Buddhist light, it actually restored the cracked Buddhist light. The swaying Buddhist bell also regained its calmness and remained motionless. Damn it, these bald donkeys have combined many universes. The gods on the ground raised their heads. They could see how powerful the 3 divine gates of White Mountain were. Although they knew that the gods who could come to the 6th level all had their own universes, but very few could combine them. After all, every universe was different, and combining them would cause a conflict. However, the universes of these Buddhist gods were all related to Buddhism. Combining them not only did not cause a conflict, but it also multiplied their power. This was also the reason why they couldn't break the Buddhist light. If this continues, we'll definitely die. We couldn't combine them from the beginning. Dear man, it's all your fault. Why didn't you remind us? What does it have to do with me? Who knew that these bald donkeys would be so shameless? They really want to kill us all. Many gods were frustrated and kept attacking the sky. However, they could only watch as the Buddhist light continued to suppress them. It made them feel as if they were carrying a huge Buddhist bell. Looks like we're all going to die here. The god with the highest score couldn't help but sigh. He also felt a little dispirited. No, at this moment, a sword light came from afar, then, the sword slashed down viciously on one of the Buddha gods, killing him instantly. Moreover, this was only the beginning. More and more Buddhist gods were killed. It was as if a god of death had suddenly joined the endless world of Buddhism. After the Buddhist gods were killed one after another, the Buddhist light and the Buddhist bell were obviously affected. Ba. Your Excellency, why do you have to do this? The skinny old monk's expression changed slightly. Then, he said in a benevolent voice, these people are demons. If we don't get rid of them today, it will be the people in the universe who will die. Your actions are going against the universe and harming countless people. His voice seemed to be persuading the person who came, but he also pushed himself to the moral high ground. Shameless! The gods on the ground all cursed. Unfortunately, their voices couldn't be heard, so they were a little worried that the person who suddenly came would really be persuaded. But, unfortunately, they were thinking too much. In the sky, Buddhist gods fell one after another. Golden Buddha blood sprinkled on the ground like rain, accompanied by a large number of corpses. Your Excellency, why are you interfering in the affairs of the three divine sects of White Mountain? A powerful Buddhist god spoke. He looked calm on the surface, but in fact, he was extremely anxious. Previously, they had spoken softly, hoping to move him emotionally. Now that they saw that it was useless, they had to use force. They reported their origins, hoping that the person who came would be afraid. Unfortunately, the answer they received was a cold sword. With one sword, a Buddhist god fell. More Buddhist gods were killed. Then, a few of the strongest Buddhist gods narrowed their eyes. They could no longer hold back. After all, if this continued, the trap they had set up previously would be for naught. Your Excellency, where it's possible to make mistakes, one should be merciful. The skinny old monk said again. Spare your ass, I'm Lin Ling. Finally, an impatient voice floated out from among the Buddhist gods, causing the expressions of many Buddhist gods to change drastically. Lin Ling. The skinny old monk kept repeating this sentence. Of course, he knew who Lin Ling was. He was the #1 enemy of the three divine sects of White Mountain. It could be said that they would fight to the death. No wonder the other party didn't give them any face. Lin Ling, you evil creature. He was trembling with anger. So it was the #1 enemy. Damn it, this enemy didn't come at any other time, but at this time, one had to know that if they had held on a little longer, they would have succeeded. Evil creature is not someone you can scold. A figure appeared in front of the great Buddha. He had white hair and held an incomparably dazzling long sword. The moment he appeared, there was no doubt that the great Buddha trembled in fear. Lin Ling, I've heard of him. He's the leader of the Yellow Emperor's side. He's Lin Ling? Why would he help us? On the other hand, the gods on the ground were astonished and moved. Although they didn't know why Lin Ling helped them, if not for Lin Ling's appearance, they would have died here today. They would never forget this kindness. Again looking at the Buddha facing Lin Ling, his eyes trembled. Lin Ling appeared so quickly? Speak, why aren't you speaking? Lin Ling held his sword. With his innate talent fusion and the power of the world's will, he didn't fear this Buddha god at all. Actually, if he was suppressed by the Buddha bell, it wouldn't be easy for him to break free. However, the Buddha bell only attacked from the inside. It was a different story if it attacked from the outside. Moreover, these Buddha gods were targeting the gods on the ground, making it much easier for Lin Ling to break them one by one. Lin Ling, your sin of killing is too heavy. You will be destroyed by the universe sooner or later. This Buddha god put his palms together and said frankly. But before that, you will die before me. This means that your sin of killing is heavier than mine. Lin Ling said disdainfully. He felt disgusted. These bald donkeys, when others killed, they killed on behalf of the heavens. Did they still have any sense of shame? After that, Lin Ling slashed with his sword and split that Buddha god into two. Boom, rumble. Buddha without the support of a large number of Buddha gods, the Buddha light became dimmer. The chance is here. Everyone, do your best. On the ground, all the gods unleashed their power and rushed toward the sky. Cracks started to appear on the Buddha light and gradually shattered. The first big hole appeared, and more holes appeared. Finally, the Buddha light was like a broken glass roof, sprinkling down from the sky. It's broken, it's broken. All the gods were overjoyed. They felt as if they had escaped from the netherworld. They rushed toward the sky like a swarm of bees, overflowing with killing intent. Amitabha, the great calamity of the universe. Seeing this, the Buddha gods in the sky sighed and closed their eyes. They didn't resist anymore because they knew that it was useless to resist now. Kill. The gods who rushed out were filled with killing intent. Naturally, they wouldn't leave any face. After all, they had almost died just now. Rumble, bang bang bang. They attacked again and again, attacking the Buddha gods in the sky. Large amounts of golden blood splattered down. The Buddha gods that were previously unparalleled in the world, controlling the life and death of others, died one after another. We are carrying this sin for the sake of the universe. Amitabha. The Buddhas and gods were still clasping their palms together in a righteous manner. Your whole family. When they saw this, the gods became even more furious, and they began to slaughter them crazily. Damn it, these bald donkeys killed them to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. They killed the bald donkeys, but the bald donkeys found a good excuse for themselves. For the sake of the universe, since you think so highly of yourself, then go to hell. Where do you think you're going? While everyone was in a frenzy, Lin Ling took a step forward and appeared in front of a skinny old monk. This old monk was the leader of the Buddhist gods, and at this moment, he actually wanted to escape. He was different from the other Buddhas and gods. Not only was he more afraid of death, but he also knew that after he died, the so-called great Tao of the universe would also be fleeting. Lin Ling, you've ruined the plans of the 3 divine sects of White Mountain. The old monk glared angrily at Lin Ling, so angry that his whole body trembled. If not for Lin Ling's appearance, they would have already obtained the mine. How could they have died? And now, even if he wanted to escape, it was because Lin Ling had suddenly stopped him. Trying to run? At this moment, the gods also reacted. A large number of experts surrounded the old monk, leaving him impenetrable. Divine abilities covered the surroundings. Not to mention escaping, even the void and the universe were controlled. Bald donkey, aren't you all unafraid of death? Why are you running? Tempting some of your subordinates to die, and then running away yourself. You're really shameless. An old man sneered at the old monk. The old monk's expression was uncertain, but he said indifferently, I'm not running away. I'm shouldering the mission of the universe, and I don't want to die here. All of this is for the sake of the universe. So noble. Alright, I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and beg for mercy, and I'll spare your life. The old man laughed mockingly. Of course, you can think that I'm lying to you, but you have no choice now. Either you die, or you take that 1% chance of survival and kneel down and beg for mercy. I'll give you 3 breaths of time to consider. 1. 2. The sound kept drifting out, and the old monk snorted coldly. My heart yearns for eternal life, and I'm concerned about the lives of the universe. How can I kneel down and beg for mercy? 3. The old man finally finished counting, and everyone revealed their killing intent. They wanted to kill the old monk on the spot. For the sake of the universe, for the sake of justice in the hearts of the people, if I don't go to hell, who will? At the critical moment, the old monk actually knelt down. Although he put on a hat again before kneeling down, who would believe it at this moment? Ha ha ha. A large number of mocking voices drifted out. The old man looked at the Buddhas who were still alive and said, Do you see that? This is your elder. While you are fearless of death, he has already knelt down and begged for mercy. The old monk's body trembled. He was humiliated beyond recognition, but for that 1% chance of survival, he chose to go all out. Bang. Bang. Bang, he cowed out 3 times, then looked up and said, Your Excellency, I've already done as you said. You won't go back on your word, right? If that's the case, your 3 associations and 9 temples will no longer have any rules. I, the dear man, am not as shameless as you. I'll do as I say. The old man snorted disdainfully and moved aside. Killing a dog like you will only dirty my hands. Scram. Thank you for not killing me. The skinny old monk was delighted. He put his palms together and hurriedly left. However, just as he entered the encirclement, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. They agreed to let you go, but that doesn't mean I agreed. I'm not from the 3 associations and 9 temples. The person in front of the old monk was Lin Ling. Lin Ling, you. The old monk's heart felt like it had been split into 7 or 8 pieces. He had knelt down in humiliation. He thought he could live, but there was still Lin Ling. This meant that he had knelt for nothing. Even more, he had greatly embarrassed the 3 divine sects of White Mountain. I really don't have anything to say to people like you. Perhaps only when you die will the universe have its principles. Only then will the universe be clear. Lin Feng said. Lin Ling slashed out, and the power of the worlds will sever the old monk's neck. A head flew off, and even the old monk's soul was severed by Lin Ling. Seeing the skinny old monk die, the gods felt incomparably carefree. It was even better than breaking through themselves. Previously, they didn't want to let the old monk go, but they didn't want to go back on their word. They could only watch the ugly old monk escape. Fortunately, there was still Lin Ling. Ba. The Buddha god who didn't die sighed and shook his head. He closed his eyes and chose to die. But, they didn't know why, but they also felt carefree. Lin Ling, thank you. Led by the deer man, the experts gathered in front of Lin Ling and bowed slightly. Yes, Lin Ling, they had naturally heard of him, but they did not expect that this legendary figure would actually save them. It's just a small matter. Lin Ling waved his hand indifferently and said, by the way, are you people from the 3 associations and 9 temples? That's right, the 3 associations and 9 temples have gathered all the rogue cultivators on the 6th floor. The deer man nodded proudly. Lin Ling suddenly thought of something and suggested, why don't we form an alliance? Alliance? Everyone was shocked. They had never thought of this idea. That's right. With my power and your strength combined, we will no longer have to fear the god race on the 6th floor. Lin Ling nodded and said with anticipation, moreover, in addition to the Yellow Emperor and the others, my forces also include the Sun God race, the Wunfeng race, the Mountain Push Party, and the Fengxue race. Let us consider this. The deer man immediately walked towards the leaders of the group and began to discuss. Lin Ling was not in a hurry. Things like an alliance depended on mutual consent and could not be forced. However, Lin Ling was actually looking forward to an alliance. After all, there were many top 100 experts in the 3 associations and 9 temples. If they formed an alliance, it would be beneficial for both sides. Lin Ling, we have decided to form an alliance with you. Originally, some of us had enmity with the Wunfeng race and the Mountain Push Party. However, we believe in you, Lin Ling. Your reputation is very good. The deer man and the other leaders had all made a decision. Yes, although they were not familiar with Lin Ling, they had heard many legends. It was said that this person was ruthless to his enemies, but he was very good to his own people. He was an extremely principled person. And Lin Ling's side was strong, and the alliance was good to both sides. In addition, Lin Ling had saved their lives before. That's great. Lin Ling without a doubt, Ling was very happy. From now on, we are allies. Yes. Deer Man and the others were also very happy. Although this was the first time they had met, because Lin Ling had saved their lives, they felt that Lin Ling was very familiar with him. Oh right, do you have any news about the Wunfeng clan and the Sun God clan? Lin Ling asked. We know where the super young divine race is. If we follow this direction, we will be able to find them. That person asked the other gods and then said, don't worry. That's great. After Ling received the news, he bid farewell to Deer Man and the others and wanted to find the super young divine race and the others. Lin Ling, the Sun God race and the others are probably not far from us. If there's anything, you can inform us and we will definitely help. Deer Man told Lin Ling thank you, brother. Lin Ling politely bowed and took his leave. I heard that Lin Ling is a righteous person, so I wanted to pay him a visit a long time ago. I just thought that he was a famous person and probably wouldn't take a fancy to us, but I didn't expect Lin Ling to be so easy to talk to. Haha, to form an alliance with a leader like Lin Ling, if word gets out, others will be envious. Of course they will be envious. Lin Ling is now the top god of this era. Countless people yearn for him. Looking at Lin Ling's back, Dear Man and the others said excitedly. At this moment, Lin Ling was heading in a certain direction. Whether it was the Mountain Push Gang or the 3 societies and 9 temples, they were all talking about the same direction. This made Lin Ling certain that the super young divine race and the others should be there. As he continued forward, he encountered several waves of killing. There were even some blind people who came to kill Lin Ling. But, in the end, they were all killed by Lin Ling. With Lin Ling's current strength, although he was not the overlord of the 6th floor, he was still ranked among the top. And, moreover, Lin Ling also encountered the gods of the 3 societies and 9 temples. At first, there was a conflict, but after figuring out Lin Ling's background, they all bowed to Lin Ling. Obviously, however, they also knew about the alliance between the 3 societies and 9 temples and Lin Ling. Lin Ling did not care about their previous rudeness. Instead, he asked about the super young divine race and found out that not long ago, they had encountered the super young divine race and the one-tooth race. The 2 great god races had indeed formed an alliance. They were guarding a huge mine that produced 12th grade dragon stones and the rare 15th grade dragon stones. However, these 2 great god races were also targeted by the leaders of the various god races. They did not gain any advantage over them even after several clashes. And, moreover, the ones besieging the 2 great god races were the strongest leaders of the various god races. Immediately inform Dear Man that I, Lin Ling, have something to ask them for help with. After Lin Ling received the news, he knew that the battle over there was probably even more intense. After all, that was where the true leaders of the various god races on the 6th floor were. All right. Those gods hurriedly left. Lin Ling continued forward. After pondering for a while, he informed Yellow Emperor and the others to leave some people behind to guard the mine. The rest of them should immediately rush over. At the same time, Lin Ling also informed the Mountain Push Party and the Ceiling Cave race, since they wanted to fight, then let's fight big. It was time for him, Lin Ling, to completely rise up in the 6th floor and not fear any god race. Thinking like this, Lin Ling quickly moved forward. After a long time, he saw a huge ancient city in the distance. He saw that the ancient city was leaning against a majestic mountain. That mountain was like a divine dragon coiling on the ground. After a brief inspection, he could feel a dense spiritual energy pervading the air. It seemed to be a vast mine. According to Lin Ling's estimation, that mine could easily support the 2 celestial races, and even the Yellow Emperor and other gods. This was a huge mine. In such a short period of time, they actually built a huge city. It must be the work of the one-tooth race. Ling stared at the huge city and realized that it could be used to attack and defend. It should be the work of the one-tooth race because they were the best at forging. Lin Ling even saw many divine cannons on the walls of the giant city. They were awe-inspiring. That sun should be set up by the sun god race. Lin Ling looked at the huge city. There was a huge sun hanging there, and its sunlight covered the entire city. It was as if countless eyes of the sun were watching every corner. Boom! As the battle erupted, Lin Ling could feel that the solar energy had unleashed a powerful force. It seems that they have indeed fought many battles. Otherwise, the defense would not be so tight. Ling muttered to himself as he walked. Soon, he arrived at the huge city. Who are you? Before Lin Ling arrived, some gods had already noticed Lin Ling. And at such a crucial moment, the arrival of anyone would attract the attention of the entire city. Lin Ling. Lin Ling had his hands behind his back as he looked at the majestic city walls. The city walls were slightly silent, as if they were very surprised by the name Lin Ling. You really are Lin Ling. Let me go and inform him. A moment later, a dignified voice sounded. Following that, a large number of heads appeared on the city walls. There were Sun God race and One-Tooth race. They were all looking at Lin Ling curiously. He is the legendary Lin Ling? Isn't Lin Ling white-haired? It could be seen that these people were all in awe of Lin Ling. Lin Ling. Suddenly, a cry of surprise sounded. A young man appeared on the city walls. It was windless. "Brother Lin Ling, you are here." Following that, more voices sounded. One of the beautiful girls was the most excited as she shouted, "Quick, open the city gates." This young girl was Senior Toothless' daughter, Wu Yuner. Back then, she had entered the dragon tomb with Lin Ling. Later on, Lin Ling met another holder of the Four Directions prison, causing Lin Ling to be separated from them. "Eldest miss, this door can't be casually opened." Many experts were shaking their heads, afraid that they would be fooled. Although, of course, they also felt that it was Lin Ling, but they still had to be cautious. "You all have eyes but fail to recognize Mount Tai," Wu Yuner said angrily. "I heard that Lord Lin Ling is here. Where is he?" At this time, many familiar faces appeared on the city wall. The first to arrive was Xianxia. After seeing him, Lin Ling was finally relieved. Next was senior sister Qing Zhu. "Open the door." Zhu's seniority was obviously very high. After she anxiously shouted, the ancient city gate finally opened. "Junior brother, you're back." Zhu happily welcomed him, and behind her, the leaders of the Sun God race and Yi race had finally arrived. This was the first time Lin Ling had seen the leader of the Sun God race here, but among them, he saw the 12-winged Sun God. Until the leader of the Yi race was Senior Toothless. "Haha, we finally have a fierce general." Senior Toothless and the leader of the Sun God race hurriedly welcomed Lin Ling into the city. After entering the city, Ling discovered that the city was filled with powerful divine cannons, and there were barriers and divine arrays everywhere. The defense was even more terrifying than he had imagined. Looking at the Dragon Mountain in the distance, a huge mine appeared there, and there were mining carts going in and out, excavating a large amount of dragon stones. No wonder the two great god races were unwilling to leave this place. The harvest of the mines here was much more than he had imagined. "Lin Ling, where did you go? I heard from my daughter that you met a strong enemy. I was worried to death." Senior Toothless brought Lin Ling into the hall and asked after sitting down. Lin Ling made it short, then looked at the leader of the Sun God race. "Lin Ling, it's an honor to meet you. I am Fei Yi." The leader of the Super Yang divine race cupped his hands and bowed. He looked to be around 40 years old, and his eyes were golden in color. However, he treated people amiably, without the slightest bit of arrogance. "Greetings, Mr. Fei." Lin Ling also politely returned the greeting and asked, "Did you run into the alliance of the major divine races?" "That's right, it's already been a long time, because our mine is one of the core mines of the Dragon Tomb, and there's even the essence of the ancestral dragon inside, so all the major god races are eyeing it covetously, and the first to discover the mine was our Sun God race, but with just our race, we can't resist the plundering of all the god races." Mr. Fei smiled and said, "Fortunately, after the One Fong clan heard the news, they immediately came to help. Our two clans worked together and blocked their waves of attacks." As he spoke, he looked at Senior Toothless with gratitude in his eyes. "Hee, I was entrusted with this by Lin Ling. He told me a long time ago that the Sun God race is our ally." Senior Toothless pushed the credit to Lin Ling. "We should thank His Excellency Lin Ling. His Excellency Lin Ling has a lot of connections, and we gods can't compare to him." Mr. Fei bowed to Lin Ling again. Even though he was in charge of all the Sun God race on the 6th floor, Lin Ling's fame was so great that even he had to be half a head lower than him. "How are those god races now?" Ling Bai shook his head and asked again. 10 days ago, they launched an attack and crazily attacked the city, but we blocked it with great difficulty. Now, they seem to be gathering even more experts." Senior Toothless said, "We have the mine behind us, and endless dragon stones. If it's a protracted battle, we have nothing to fear. However, I'm afraid that it will be troublesome for them to gather all their experts. From what I know, other than the Silvermoon race, the Decaying race, the Myriad Oceanic race, and the Nine Conch race, they have also invited the White Mountain 3 divine gates and a group of great demons. With our current strength, it will be difficult for us to face so many experts working together." Mr. Fei sighed. "Their combined strength is probably at the level of a sovereign. The limit of our city's resistance is at the sovereign level. Don't worry. Since I'm here, I'll make sure they return empty-handed," Ling Bai said with a smile after hearing the general situation. Senior Toothless and Mr. Fei Yi's eyes widened. Although they knew that Lin Ling controlled the Yellow Emperor's powerful force, that force alone couldn't stop the Silvermoon race and the others working together. Lin Ling, this. Senior Toothless couldn't help but ask. After all, this was a serious matter. Ling Bai smiled and didn't hide anything. I've already called the Yellow Emperor and the others here. Other than them, there's also the Xianxia race and the Mountain Push gang. What? Mr. Fei exclaimed. The Xianxia race and the Mountain Push gang were also two divine races. If they could get their help, they would have 4 divine races working together. They wouldn't be afraid of the Silvermoon race at all, and their numbers wouldn't be any weaker than the Silvermoon race. Moreover, I've already formed an alliance with the 3 guilds and 10 temples. They've agreed to come here as soon as possible. Lin Ling said. Chi. Senior Toothless sucked in a breath of cold air and stared at Lin Ling as if he was looking at a monster. 3 guilds. The 3 guilds and 10 temples were the Independent Cultivators Alliance on the 6th floor. They were powerful and weren't weaker than any other alliance. Moreover, the Independent Cultivators Alliance had always been hostile to the divine races. Usually, when they saw the divine races, it was inevitable that they would fight, let alone form an alliance. Lin Ling, your connections are so wide. Mr. Fei exclaimed, his whole body trembling with excitement. When he saw Lin Ling come alone, he appeared to be polite and grateful to Lin Ling, but in reality, he was a little disappointed. After all, what could one person do to help? But, he didn't expect Lin Ling to be so powerful and have so many experts behind him. Their minds were protected, and from now on, they didn't have to fear any divine races on the 6th floor. Our 2 divine races, together with Lin Ling's forces, the Mountain Push Party's 2 divine races, and the 3 guilds and 9 temples. This time, even if the Silvermoon race comes, we won't be afraid, ha ha ha. After Senior Toothless finished his analysis, his face turned red. The worries that had been hanging in his heart all this time could finally be resolved today. Tonight, we won't do anything. Let's have a feast to welcome leader Lin Ling. Following that, the 2 leaders stood up and happily ordered their men to prepare the food. Lin Ling. Only then did Bamboo and the others gather around and ask about everything. They were extremely excited. Lin Ling also told them about the others. After hearing that the Yellow Emperor and the rest were fine, Saint Guy finally relaxed. Clang, at night, the city was bustling with noise and excitement, and the cheers were even louder. Thousands of miles away from the city, a large number of gods had gathered. What happened to the Sun Divine race? Could it be that they got some great treasure? Otherwise, why are they so happy? The silver-haired old man frowned. He was the leader of the Silvermoon race on the 6th floor. He probably obtained some precious treasure. Unfortunately, all of this belongs to us. A sharp voice drifted out. An old woman sat on a shell and smiled. She was the leader of the 9 conch race. Looking around, there were many experts gathered. They were all the top experts that the 4 races had left on the 6th floor. Well, they were waiting for an expert who could dominate everything to arrive. At that time, they could directly attack the Sun Divine race. To be honest, who are we waiting for? With the current state of the Sun God race and the One-Tooth race, they won't be able to withstand any more of our attacks. After a moment of silence, the leader of the Myriad Sea race, Wan Haoda, frowned. This person was in charge of all the Myriad Sea race on the 6th level. He was cruel and was an ocean king. As long as one offended him, they would be killed no matter where they were, and they would die extremely miserably. Wan Haoda was also famous for being cruel and murderous. Everyone was afraid of him. That's right, Old Een. Don't keep us in suspense. Tell us who that ruler is. Jiu Leo, the leader of the 9 conch race, also spoke. He was a thin man. On the surface, he looked no different from an ordinary god, but those who knew him knew that this great god was also a cruel and merciless person. Back then, for the sake of cultivation, he had betrayed his master, framed his senior brother, and even killed billions of people from a certain god race. In short, this Jiu Leo was also a giant. Good. When people looked over, the leader of the Silvermoon race smiled faintly. His silver hair blossomed with the color of moonlight. When it danced in the wind, it dazzled people, as if they had come to the starry sky and moonlight. He was the leader of the Silvermoon race on the 6th level, Xianxia. This person was an ordinary existence in the Silvermoon race, but the Silvermoon race knew this person. The main reason was that this person was very strong. He was an invincible existence among the god-level universe gods. The reason why this person was unknown was that he had a peaceful temperament and never advocated killing. The reason why he led the Silvermoon race this time was because of Lin Ling. One of the Silvermoon race people that Lin Ling had killed in the Ocean Saint City was his brother. Once his brother died, Xianxia, who had always cultivated his heart and few desires, resurfaced. Killing Lin Ling was his life's goal. He volunteered to stay on the 6th level and wait for Lin Ling's arrival. If we continue to attack the Sun God race, with their numbers and great boundary array, more than half of our people will die. This is my main consideration. Compared to the other leaders of the god races, he was clearly calmer. Brother Silver, you're right. The leader of the Rot race, who had been silent, nodded. Silver Zimo continued, in order to ensure that nothing goes wrong, I've been summoning experts of Dragon Tomb and even invited a mighty figure. Once this person arrives, this battle will definitely end. This must be the great god that Brother Silver spoke of, right? May I know his background? Jiao Liu immediately asked. Behind him, the elites of the 4 great godly clans and the top 100 also revealed curious expressions. Xianxia did not hide anything anymore and said calmly, this person came from Kunlun's Jade Pure Land and is one of the disciples of Heavenly Lord Yuancher. The 8 great gods. The god clan leaders exclaimed in unison. The experts of the 8 great deities' generations have finally entered? The most mysterious leader of the rotten race also had a dignified voice. 8 The great god generation represented the most ancient primal chaos realm, as well as the most ancient gods in the universe. It could be said that the Tao pagodas and Tao realm gods all cultivated Tao systems, divine abilities, and magic arts from the 8 great god generations. It was just that the 8 god generations had to guard the primal chaos realm. Coupled with the restrictions of the universe, it was difficult for them to enter the Tao pagoda. Such as today, they were finally going to encroach on the Tao pagoda. It seems that the rumor is true. Wan Hada suddenly sighed, shook his head, and said, according to the rumor, the order of the Tao pagoda is actually the order of the primal chaos realm. In the future, the Tao pagoda will actually belong to the 8 great god generations. No matter how hard we try, in the end, we will still be under their jurisdiction. Yes, now that the 8 great god generations have begun to enter the Tao pagoda, their goal must be to control the Tao pagoda. Of course, we don't have to belittle ourselves. Now, there are very few gods who can reach the last level. Who can guarantee who will control the Tao pagoda and who will control the entire new universe? There was no doubt that the appearance of the experts of the 8 great god generations affected the mood of the gods. The Tao pagoda has existed for so many years, but who has reached the peak of the Tao pagoda? It is too early to think about this problem. Xianxia suddenly said indifferently, for now, we should focus on the matter at hand and eradicate the Silvermoon clan and the Tooth clan. I have received news that Lin Ling has returned and is currently in the Dragon's Tomb. We must eradicate the Silvermoon clan before he returns and give him a heavy blow. Without the 2 great wings of the Silvermoon clan and the Tooth clan, Lin Ling can't fly. In the end, Xianxia couldn't help but laugh. His laughter was very satisfied. Just a mere Lin Ling. However, the leaders of the other god clans disdainfully laughed. They didn't understand why Xianxia would treat Lin Ling as a great enemy. He was just a newcomer who barely managed to stand firm on the 6th level. How could he fight against these veteran gods? In their view, the Sun God clan and the Tooth clan were the main enemies. If they could eliminate them, then this Dragon's Tomb's mine would belong to them. Even if Lin Ling rushed over now, he would only be cannon fodder. Hee, in front of us late-stage cosmos giant gods, any cosmos giant god isn't enough. Wanhao laughed. His words seemed calm, but they carried a domineering aura. Xianxia smiled and didn't say anything. However, he knew that this group of people were looking down on Lin Ling. Lin Ling was able to reach the 6th level step by step from the 1st level of the Tao pagoda. He even became one of the leaders of the 6th level in a short 100 years. These people were looking down on Lin Ling, but they didn't expect that after so many years, there were so many people who wanted to kill Lin Ling. But in the end, Lin Ling didn't die. Instead, he became stronger and stronger. This kind of person was the most terrifying. He was a great calamity. Everyone is here. At this moment, a clear voice could be heard among the crowd. Everyone was shocked. Everyone's expression changed. They even exploded with an aura that soared to the sky. They stared vigilantly at the figure that suddenly appeared. This person actually appeared suddenly, and they didn't sense it at all. If this person wanted to kill them, they would have suffered a calamity. And what entered their eyes was a mysterious person wearing a purple cloak. However, she had slender legs at the side of the cloak. It could be said that she was a woman. "Your Excellency, you're finally here." Xianxia's heart trembled as he hurriedly bowed. With this bow, everyone knew that they were waiting for this woman. Furthermore, this woman was a disciple of one of the 8 great deities in the Kunlun Jade Clear realm. However, this woman, what did she rely on to make them revere her? After all, they could sense that this woman seemed to be a late-stage cosmos giant god, the same realm as them. "Have you found the location of the Sun God clan and the One Feng clan?" The robed woman ignored everyone and looked at Xianxia. "We've found them. We're just waiting for your excellency to arrive so that we can annihilate these 2 god clans together." Xianxia smiled and nodded. He was even a little excited because he knew that after this woman came, no matter what big changes there were, the Sun God clan and the others were doomed. The woman nodded and asked again, "Is there any news about Lin Ling?" "This, for the time being, there isn't. However, we've received news that Lin Ling has already appeared in Dragon Tomb. If I'm not wrong, he should be rushing over here," Xianxia said. "Lin Ling. Purple." The robed woman squinted her eyes, a cold glint flickering in them. Previously, Lin Ling had been taken away by the energy formed by the square prison. Who would have thought that Lin Ling would actually not die and even return to the Dragon Tomb? This Lin Ling was truly lucky. But it was even better that he did not die. She could take back the square prison from him. Prepare to attack the Sun God race. At this point, the purple-robed woman looked at everyone and said. Xianxia, Wanhada, Jiu Leo, and the other leaders were delighted. They had been waiting for this moment for a long time. "With you leading us, the Sun God race and the One-Tooth race will definitely die," Wanhada said excitedly. He had long wanted to set off, but because of the purple-robed woman, he had been waiting patiently. "Set off." Xianxia waved his hand. Under his command, the entire Silvermoon race on the 6th level moved out. "My race obeys, set off." Wanhada also shouted heroically. The surrounding mountains let out rumbling sounds, and dust flew up. Many enormous sea beasts flew out. There were huge leviathans, white whales, cuttlefish, crocodile, and many other ancient beasts. 1. At this time, the world shook. A terrifying power soared into the sky. It was as though the strongest power on the 6th level had moved. The weakest here was a middle-stage deity universe giant god. Most of them were late-stage deity universe giant gods. A terrifying power could easily sweep through the entire 6th level. Unless the other party could also make several great deity races form an alliance, but forming an alliance was easier said than done. Otherwise, the deity races on the 6th level would not have formed their own camps. The reason why the Silvermoon race and the other great deity races could form an alliance was not because they had a good relationship, but because they had the same enemy. What a huge power! Dominating the universe, controlling life and death. It is as easy as flipping a hand. To be able to lead such a huge army in my lifetime, I have no regrets. Xianxia and the rest looked at the power that could shake the world. Their emotions inexplicably became excited. That feeling was as though they were invincible and unstoppable. "Let's wait and see the Sun God race kneel down and beg for mercy." Jiu Leo had already taken the lead. Victory at the start, victory at the start. The countless powerhouses behind him roared in unison, their voices shaking the heavens and the earth. This large army rushed towards the direction of the mines, attracting the attention of countless people. In the eyes of the passers-by, the world in front of them was churning violently. Space continued to shatter, and countless divine beasts soared into the sky. The god of war and the god of slaughter arrived on clouds. They're finally making their move. This time, the sun god race and the Wanfang race probably won't be able to hold on. All the passers-by here knew about the battle between the sun god race and the silver moon race. After all, not long ago, the silver moon race and several other god races had allied and attacked the sun god race several times. The previous few times, the sun god race and the others had to risk their lives to block it. This time, their mine will definitely not be able to be protected. However, the gathering of the strongest gods on the 6th level makes one's blood boil. I really hope that I can join them. You? Dream on. You're not even a member of the god race. What qualifications do you have? Whispers drifted out from every corner of the world. People were pacing back and forth in the distance, wanting to witness the shocking battle. Moments later, they arrived at the Orvane. At the peak of the Orvane, a gigantic sun was blooming, and its golden light illuminated the entire city. While the huge city was silent, as if it was a steel divine beast lying on the ground. We're here. Howda and the other leaders stopped in their tracks and stared at the huge divine city in the distance. There's not a single person. Could it be that they ran away? Jioleo laughed. It's very possible. However, are they willing to give up such a mine? The leader of the rotten race was somewhat doubtful. They definitely didn't run away. It's just that they're so scared that they're hiding. They're hoping that they can rely on the divine city to block our attacks again. Zimo interrupted. He seemed to have noticed something. Haha, hiding in a turtle shell? The dignified sun god race and Wanfang race are actually so embarrassing. Their ancestor's face has been completely lost by them. The crowd immediately mocked. In the previous few battles, the sun god race and the others had already been exhausted. How could they block the final battle this time? Therefore, hiding in a turtle shell was indeed the most appropriate description. I'll challenge them. Wanhao knew that the epic moment had arrived, so he naturally wanted to be the first to challenge them. Zimo cautiously looked at the purple-robed woman who had been silent all this while. The purple-robed woman didn't say anything. Her eyes flickered as she stared at the huge city in the distance. Although she was powerful, she didn't sense any terrifying aura in the city. She immediately nodded and let Wanhao go and challenge them without worry. Wanhao immediately laughed loudly and flew out. He stopped not far from the huge divine city and looked down at it. Toothless, Fei Yi, get out here. I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and beg for mercy, and I'll spare your lives. His deep voice transmitted to the huge divine city, but it was still silent. Toothless, Fei Yi, you two trash, get out here. Howda was even more proud. He crossed his arms and shouted in contempt. Ha ha ha, trash. Behind him, the endless army of the god race also laughed loudly. Senior Toothless of the Wanfang race, the leader of the entire 6th floor's Wanfang race, Fei Yi, the leader of the entire 6th floor sun god race, is being stepped on like this. The honor of their race has been lost. They are indeed trash. The people on the side secretly shook their heads, their eyes filled with disdain. If you come out, you'll die. In front of death, what's that little bit of backbone? However, someone objected. Toothless and the rest didn't come out because they saw that the opponent was too strong, so they hid. Although this was very embarrassing, it was obvious that their lives were more important. Trash, you really don't want to come out? Wanhao had to continue to challenge. In fact, he was also venting his anger. He and Toothless and the rest were old rivals. Usually, they were evenly matched, and no one could do anything to the other. But this time, Wanhao, finally had a chance. He naturally wanted to step on Toothless, and he also guessed that Toothless didn't dare to come out. Whoosh! But at this moment, two figures rushed out. It was Toothless and Fei Yi. Toothless burst out with a powerful divine body, and endless golden wings appeared behind Fei Yi. They attacked Wanhao from the left and right. What? Wanhao was clearly shocked. He guessed that Toothless and the rest wouldn't dare to come out. Toothless and the rest seemed arrogant, but as leaders, they would also endure humiliation. For the sake of their backbone, the two great god race armies might be wiped out. Even if they knelt and begged for mercy, they would be killed. Therefore, Toothless and the rest would definitely not do that, but Toothless and the rest came out. Their way of doing things was surprising. Whoosh. Just at this moment, a blinding light sword arrived. Borrowing the pincer attack of Toothless and Fei Yi, it slashed at Wanhao from the middle. This sword was very fast and blinding. It also had a fatal killing intent. Wanhao's eyes focused. He discovered that the person wielding the sword was a white-haired man. His expression was cold, and his eyes had a hint of mockery. Lin Ling. At the same time, the purple-robed woman's expression changed drastically. In front of everyone's eyes, 3 figures surrounded Wanhao and attacked him with lightning speed. Among them, a white-haired man was the most conspicuous. The sword in his hand was too dazzling and had a power that made people's hearts palpitate. Even with the naked eye, all the gods could sense that the sword had the power to cut through everything. Lin Ling, he is Lin Ling? Zimo felt numb in his heart. The main thing was that he had finally seen the great enemy of the Silvermoon clan. He did not expect him to look like this. Why is Lin Ling here? Jiu Yu asked. Lu Yu suddenly asked suspiciously. According to their guess, Lin Ling should be in the first half of the dragon tomb. As soon as he said this, everyone was very suspicious. Damn it, Wanhao is in danger. At this moment, the gods of the Rotten clan reacted. However, they were too far away and could not save him even if they wanted to. At this moment, Wanhao was being suppressed by Toothless and could only watch as the sword slashed down. Lin Ling, you dare to kill me. Wanhao let out a sharp roar and mobilized all his strength to resist the sword slashing down. However, it was obvious that he could not block it at all. After all, he was now fighting against 3 great experts by himself. The sword slashed down from the middle of his head. There was no pain, but it was as if it had cut something. Wanhao felt his whole body tremble. Then, his body was cut in half. The strongest leader of the 6th floor's Myriad Sea clan had fallen here. Seeing this scene, the gods who were watching the battle from afar all trembled. Wanhao had died just like that. They felt like they were in a dream. After all, as long as the gods had explored the 6th floor, they knew what kind of person Wanhao was. He was a vicious, merciless, cruel, and merciless lord who possessed remarkable abilities and monstrous strength. No, some people thought that he would die, and some even thought that Wanhao could reach the 9th floor. However, Wanhao's path forward was cut off, and he had fallen on the 6th floor. Leader. On the other side, the Myriad Sea clan let out angry roars. Grief and indignation flowed on their faces, and they were all trembling with anger. Today heavens, they were here to exterminate the Silver Moon race and the Tooth race, but in the end, not a single one of them died. Instead, the first to die was their leader. Wanhao is dead. Zimo and the other leaders' faces also became serious. In this opening battle, one of their leaders had already died. This was a huge blow to their morale. However, they hadn't thought that the Silver Moon clan would go all out. Did they really want to be exterminated? Lin Ling, you're all dead. Everyone, don't be sad. The Silver Moon clan is fighting with their lives on the line. Since they want to be wiped out, let's fulfill their wish. Kill. Leave no one alive. Zimo roared, raising everyone's morale. Avenge Lord Wan. The gods of the Myriad Ocean race seemed to have ignited their divine essence as they prepared for a bitter battle. The 6th level's pinnacle battle is on the verge of breaking out. The expressions of the spectating gods changed drastically. They were excited and expectant, but they were also implicated. Come out. At this time, Lin Ling also shouted, calling for the experts of the Sun God race and God race to move out. Swoosh swoosh, swoosh. A large number of figures suddenly surged out of the originally silent divine city and shot into the sky. The experts of the Sun God race and God race had appeared. Experts such as Lei Gong and Longyang had also appeared in Lin Ling's tomb. More there was Qing Zhu. From this perspective, Lin Ling's forces weren't weak at all. If they weren't fighting against the joint forces of several god races, no one in the entire 6th level would be able to stop them. Lin Ling, I didn't expect you to summon 2 god races alone. In addition to your tomb, you really can't be underestimated. But with your little strength, you can't fight against the alliance of the various god races. Zimo's eyes were red, and he wanted to kill Lin Ling as quickly as possible. He sneered and shouted. Nine Lu Yu and the other leaders sneered. Although Wan Haoda was dead, it didn't affect them much. Instead, it angered the myriad ocean race and sped up Lin Ling's death. He had roughly calculated that Lin Ling had more than 100 million experts on his side, but they would all die here in the end, and this battle would definitely be recorded in the Dao Pagoda's history. Your alliance of several god races is indeed very powerful, but do you think we only have these people? Lin Mo asked. He could see countless experts, and the weakest was a middle-stage deity universe giant god. Most of them were late-stage deity universe giant gods. But yes, Lin Ling was already prepared. In the entire 6th level, other than these people, who else do you have? Haha, don't tease me. Zimo didn't believe Lin Ling's words at all. After all, who knew better than him what kind of experts there were on the 6th level and how strong they were? Hong, rumble, and at this moment, rolling clouds swept over from afar. Their aura was monstrous, and they flew over at a speed visible to the naked eye. Looking carefully, there were quite a few people in this group. Although their overall strength was ordinary, they were still a huge threat when there were so many of them. Yellow Emperor. Jiao Luyu's eyes were sharp, and he immediately saw who those people were. This Lin Ling actually managed to summon Yellow Emperor and the others. Silver said. Zimo frowned slightly, then sneered. Just these few people? It's not enough for us to swallow. Your Excellency Lin Ling, we're here. However, just as Zimo's voice fell, another earth-shattering shout sounded from the other side. And this time, the aura of the arrival was clearly extraordinary. Most terrifying, what was terrifying was that this wasn't just a large group. There were more coming from other directions. Mountain Push Party? That's the Ceiling Cave clan over there. Why are they here? Are they here to help us? Something's not right. Previously, they said Your Excellency Lin Ling, we're here. It seems like they're here for Lin Ling. Jiao Luyu said. Luyu, the leader of the Rot clan, and the others were all discussing. The expression of being in control of everything had quietly disappeared. Their brows were tightly knitted, as though they had heard wrongly. Although the Mountain Push Party didn't have any great enmity with Lin Ling and the others, they didn't see eye to eye with each other. How could they help Lin Ling and the others? Don't be impatient. Let's wait and see. Zimo said. Zimo originally wanted to call on everyone to kill Lin Ling, but at this moment, he had to be cautious. That's right, they were 2 god clans. Adding the Sun God clan and the others, that was a total of 4 god clans. They couldn't help but be cautious. They stood quietly and watched the 2 waves of experts fly over. Then, Zimo shouted, Mountain Push Party, Ceiling Cave Clan, we are the Silvermoon Clan. May I know what business we have here? Yes, the other party ignored him and flew directly to Lin Ling's side. Then, 2 leaders appeared and bowed slightly to Lin Ling. Your Excellency Lin Ling, we're late. When this voice came out, Zimo and the others' faces completely changed. The Mountain Push Party had really come to help Lin Ling. Your Excellency Lin Ling, we're late too. However, the earth-shattering scene wasn't over. Another large wave of experts arrived. Moreover, this wave of experts was even more terrifying. Not only were they powerful, but their numbers also exceeded the total number of the Mountain Push Party's 3 major forces. This was the 3 associations and 9 temples, the 3 associations and 9 temples, the entire 6th level's alliance of itinerant god clans. They seemed to be scattered, but when they gathered together, even the god clans wouldn't dare to go head-to-head with them. It could be said that the 3 associations and 9 temples were larger than any god clan. While now, they were all summoned by Lin Ling. In front of God City, the atmosphere was extremely stifling, regardless of whether it was Zimo and the others or the gods watching from afar. All of them were looking at God City, their expressions were changing drastically, and their hearts felt as though they had been shattered into thousands of pieces. Lin Ling had actually summoned the 2 great god clans, and even the 3 temples and 9 societies to come. For example, today, Lin Ling had the 4 great god clans and the 3 temples and 9 societies. How could Zimo and the others fight? Even if they died, Lin Ling's side wouldn't suffer much loss. It could be said that half of the 6th level was under Lin Ling's control. he could summon the era. Alright, my men are here. Are my men enough for you to devour? At the same time, Lin Ling looked at Zimo, his voice filled with ridicule. Previously, Zimo and the others were so bold, saying that Lin Ling's men were not enough for them to swallow. Now, let's see if they still dared to say so. Silver Zimo and the others fell silent, their faces gloomy. How could they swallow? They stared at the experts around Lin Ling, as though they were afraid that this was an illusion and that they had been deceived, but everything was real, waves of powerful energy, waves of aura that could crush one's soul, everything was real. This made their hearts tremble, and they were filled with intense fear. After all, they knew that if they were to continue fighting, they would be completely wiped out. Because Zimo and the others were clear that the mountain push party had the 2 great god clans and the 3 temples and 9 societies, and there were even more deity realm giant gods. Why aren't you speaking? Do you think it's not enough for you to swallow? Lin Ling suddenly sneered. Silver Zimo and the others remained silent. Lin Ling's sneer turned into disdain, and he said again, all of you have come all this way. How impressive, how domineering, but are you here just to watch a show? Lin Ling, we have underestimated you. Zimo finally opened his mouth to speak, but Lin Ling's words pierced right into their bones. They were indeed very happy and excited, thinking that this battle would be recorded in the history of the Dao Pagoda, but in the end, they didn't even dare to fart. The gods of the Myriad Sea tribe had previously declared that they would avenge Wan Hao, but now, all of them lowered their heads. They were deeply afraid that if they shouted too loudly, they would be obliterated. Let me. Suddenly, a clear and melodious voice resounded, and then the violet-robed woman walked out slowly. Your Excellency. Zimo and the rest were shocked. This lady was from the Kunlun Jade Pure Realm. In terms of strength and background, she was stronger than anyone present. It was very suitable for her to step forward. Please, Your Excellency. However, Zimo and the others didn't know what the violet-robed woman wanted to do, but they knew that since the violet-robed woman dared to come out when facing so many people, she definitely had her own trump card. Lin Ling, I feel the same as them. I think we've underestimated you. After the robed woman walked out, the first thing she said was praise for Lin Ling. While Lin Ling looked at him coldly. Thinking back to the past, when this man had suddenly appeared and tried to take his 4-directional prison and kill him, Lin Ling's heart was filled with killing intent. What do you want to say? Lin Ling asked. You have a 4-directional prison, and so do I. As the supervisor of the prison, we should settle this once and for all. The violet-robed woman didn't say anything. Instead, she transmitted her voice to Lin Ling. It seemed like she didn't want the secret of the 4-directional prison to be exposed. That's what I'm thinking. Lin Ling nodded. So, what do you want to do? You and I are the leaders of both sides. Why don't you and I fight to decide the 6th level? This time, the violet-robed woman didn't transmit her voice. Instead, she said it out loud for everyone to hear. What a joke. Soon, the Yellow Emperor mocked. Now, we have more experts on our side. What makes you think you can fight with Lin Ling to decide the 6th level? After that, he looked at Lin Ling and advised, Lin Ling, don't be fooled by them. They must have seen that it's difficult to win, so they're using this method to provoke you. That's right, Lin Ling, ignore them. We'll kill our way over. It'll only take 2 hours to end the battle. Elder also advised. Why wait for 2 hours? We have more experts than the other side by half. In an hour, the other side won't leave anyone alive. One of the leaders of the Miaojiu Union suddenly laughed. They were obviously unhappy with the Silvermoon race and couldn't wait to use this opportunity to kill them all. Lin Ling. Everyone looked at Lin Ling, waiting for Lin Ling to give the order. Lin Ling's gaze swept across everyone. He could see the burning desire in their eyes. Then, he retracted his gaze and looked at the violet-robed woman in the distance. He noticed that she was as calm as ever. She was wearing a cloak and looked very mysterious. Right, Fang Jiao seemed to know what Lin Ling was thinking. She wasn't afraid that Lin Ling would reject her. I have to say, you have the same idea as me. Lin Ling sighed in his heart and said slowly, all right, I accept your challenge. Lin Ling. When they heard Lin Ling's decision, the Yellow Emperor and the others' expressions changed drastically. What? Zimo and the others were in disbelief. After all, they also thought that Lin Ling would reject her. Only a fool would make such a decision. But, only Lin Ling knew why he made such a decision. Because, he had the same idea as the violet-robed woman. He wanted to obtain the square prison. If Lin Ling called on all the experts to fight, the violet-robed woman would definitely leave if she felt that she couldn't win. With her powerful means, no one would be able to stop her if she wanted to leave. Well, the next time the violet-robed woman appeared, it would probably be when Lin Ling was at his weakest. Since that was the case, it was better to end it here. Well, that was one of the reasons. The other reason was that the violet-robed woman killed Lin Ling last time. Lin Ling also wanted revenge. Forget it, Lin Ling, we respect your choice. Before you win, we won't attack. The Yellow Emperor and the others sighed. In the end, they didn't stop Lin Ling. Before the winner is decided, we won't run away either. Seeing the Yellow Emperor and the others make their promises, Zimo and the others also spoke up. The main reason was that Zimo and the others felt that the violet-robed woman would definitely win. So, why should they leave? Although Lin Ling was also very powerful, in their opinion, Lin Ling was even weaker than them. How could he fight the violet-robed woman? Lin Ling, I admire your courage. You really aren't afraid of death. The violet-robed woman took a step and flew into the distance. She obviously didn't want the square prison to be exposed, so she didn't want to fight here. I also admire your courage. After failing to kill me, you still dare to appear in front of me. Lin Ling followed her calmly. While the meaning of his words was very clear. He, Lin Ling, became a god through martial arts and fought countless experts and gods. He had experienced many life and death situations. However, every time he returned, he would kill his enemies with his own hands. This was something that all the enemies who died in Lin Ling's hands knew. While this violet-robed woman was obviously going to die like those enemies. While she knew that she would die, but she still dared to come. She still dared to covet Lin Ling's square prison. This courage was indeed extraordinary. Two figures, one in front and one behind, flew towards the depths of the dragon mausoleum. Their speed wasn't fast, as if they were roaming the dragon mausoleum. Lin Ling followed behind the violet-robed woman, his eyes flickering slightly. He already knew where this woman came from. She was a disciple of the Kunlun Jade Clear Territory, one of the 8 deities, and behind her was the primeval celestial master. Her background was huge. Most importantly, this woman had the strength of a late-stage deity giant cosmos god, and her deity energy should be terrifying. In the previous confrontation, this woman controlled 2 square prisons, forcing Lin Ling to be defeated and almost killed. This time, Lin Ling already controlled 2 square prisons. This was his hidden trump card. In terms of other methods, this mysterious woman only makes me afraid of her deity energy, but her trump card is the square prison. I wonder what her status is in the Kunlun Jade Clear Territory. If I kill her, what will happen to the Kunlun Jade Clear Territory? Lin Ling thought quickly. The 8 deities were the strongest existences in the primal chaos realm, so he couldn't be careless, but then he remembered that he was also a disciple of Patriarch Subhuti, and his master was also one of the 8 deities. What was there to be afraid of? This woman didn't care about Patriarch Subhuti's face and still dared to kill him, so why should he give her face? Putting away his thoughts, Lin Ling's killing intent became even stronger. He looked ahead and found that the mysterious woman was still moving forward, as if she wanted to find a quiet place to fight. While, along the way, the number of deities he saw became fewer and fewer. In the end, he didn't see a single one. It seemed that he had entered the depths of the dragon mausoleum. Furthermore, along the way, Lin Ling saw 1 or 2 mines that weren't inferior to those of the solar deity race. There were very few people here, and no one wanted such mines. Lin Ling hurriedly memorized the location and left a soul imprint around the mines. Also, after an unknown period of time, the mysterious woman finally stopped and looked indifferently at Lin Ling. Many jade-like ribbons appeared on her body and revolved around her. Almost at the same time, her deity energy crazily increased. In the blink of an eye, it reached 500 trillion, and it didn't stop. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. This was a late-stage deity realm giant god from one of the 8 great deity generations. This deity energy clearly surpassed that of ordinary deities. Lin Ling, let me ask you, is the square prison on you? God? The mysterious woman suddenly said. In the past, Lin Ling had been brought to a mysterious place because of the collision in the square prison. No one knew if he was dead or alive. She was naturally curious if the square prison was with Lin Ling. Yes. Lin. Let me ask you a question too. Do you really want to kill me? If I don't kill you, how am I supposed to get my hands on the quadrilateral penitentiary? From ancient times until now, there has only ever been one god of the quadrilateral penitentiary. Furthermore, the reason I brought you here is because I can sense that this place is free from the control of the 8 god generations. The mysterious woman said indifferently. She slowly removed her cloak, revealing a beautiful face that could topple cities. She suddenly smiled, and her smile was like 100 flowers dimming. I really didn't expect that in the Dao Pagoda, someone would be able to survive under my hands. Lin Ling, oh Lin Ling, you are truly worthy of glory. I know that you are Patriarch Subhudi's disciple. That's why I brought you here. At the critical moment, Patriarch Subhudi won't be able to help you. Now, let me ask you another question. You once disappeared, so where did you go? The mysterious woman smiled faintly. For some reason, Lin Ling felt that she was less mysterious and more ambitious. She was also more lofty and high above everyone else. Just like that, it was as if Lin Ling came from the Dao Pagoda, and this mysterious woman came from the primal chaos world. No matter how one looked at it, Lin Ling was just an ant to her. You came from the Kunlun Jade Pure territory. Are you really that powerful? Lin Ling couldn't help but ask with a smile. Naturally, the Kunlun Jade Pure territory is not something that the Dao Pagoda god can compare to. God? The mysterious woman nodded. Since you are so powerful, why are you still asking me where I disappeared? Aren't you omnipotent? Lin Ling asked. The mysterious woman's face instantly sank. She didn't expect Lin Ling to dare to question her. I can tell you that I was taken away and entered a mysterious space. There are a large number of mortals there, but there are also countless ancient myths and legends. Lin Ling sneered and didn't hide anything. He told her about Huaxia. Myths and legends. The mysterious woman's face changed. Could it be that the rumors are true? When the 4 prisons collide, can we find the birthplace of God? The birthplace of God? Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He had learned a piece of news. Although he had left a soul imprint of Huaxia in the Lin Ling universe, and he could use that soul imprint to return to Huaxia again. However, this was just Lin Ling's wishful thinking. Whether this was the truth or not, Lin Ling himself didn't know. But, now, when the 4 prisons collided, he could find Huaxia. Lin Ling felt that he had received a piece of great news. After all, although Huaxia was mostly made up of mortals, it also had endless myths and legends and a large number of hidden treasures. Let me ask you one last question. What did you see in the birthplace of God? The mysterious woman was obviously very excited. She couldn't wait to swallow all the news. It could be seen that she was very confident, as if she could get everything on Lin Ling, so she wanted to know everything. If you want to know, then defeat me. Lin Ling sneered. Naturally, he wouldn't tell her what he had gained in Huaxia. This was his ultimate trump card. Alright, let's fight. The mysterious woman shot over with endless jade ribbons. It was magnificent. Before you die, remember my name. My name is Gong Yulin. I am the 32nd generation disciple of the primeval Lord of Heaven. Gong Yulin's voice was domineering. She didn't sound like a woman at all, but more like the founder of a great Tao. Gong Yulin was, of course, confident. Last time, Lin Ling had almost died in her hands. If it weren't for the ancient whirlpool that took away Lin Ling, she would have already gotten everything on Lin Ling. This time, the outcome wouldn't change. She had deliberately chosen this place to prevent accidents from happening. Boom. Rumble. A terrifying pressure came. Gong Yulin's godly energy continued to rise until it reached 8 trillion. The jade ribbons around her were like the great Tao of the universe. They revolved around her, changing the space and time around her. Such power. Among the late-stage deity giant cosmos gods, there would be few who could be her match. Lin Ling's full strength erupted. His innate talents fused, the Sword of Worlds will appeared, and Pangu's true body used the universe's three extremes destruction. Even Quafu's boots appeared on his feet. Facing this peak late-stage deity giant cosmos god, Lin Ling had no choice but to treat her seriously. Dang! When Gong Yulin arrived in front of Lin Ling, her godly energy finally reached its peak, 1 quadrillion. Rumble! The entire dragon tomb shook. The powerful godly energy forced Lin Ling to use his full speed to avoid the attack. Hua! La la! The jadeite ribbons around Gong Yulin were like tentacles, cutting randomly in all directions, forming a forbidden zone. Any deity or late-stage cosmos giant god who stepped into it would only end up dead. You're really fast. But how long can you escape for? Gong Yulin. Gong Yulin sneered and chased after Lin Ling again. Break for me. Lin. He slashed out with his sword. The worlds will transformed into a sword light that slashed towards a jade ribbon. The jadeite ribbon was beautiful. It looked soft and gentle, but it contained the supreme power of the universe. When Lin Ling slashed out with his sword, it was blocked by the jadeite ribbon. It was extremely tough. Bang, break! Bang, Lin Ling shouted and used all his strength. He could tell that this jadeite ribbon looked the same as the others, but it was extremely crucial. If he did not break it, he would be sealed in a space. Bang, bang. Bang, the tough jadeite ribbon let out an ear-piercing sound. Then, with a bang, it broke, a figure leaped from it and disappeared. As expected of Lin Ling. You have some skills. Gong Yulin's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. She sensed Lin Ling's actions. So, he wanted to break through her large-scale attack. Her divine power was much stronger than Lin Ling's. As a result, Lin Ling did not dare to meet force with force. Once he was forced into a dead end, Lin Ling would definitely suffer. But, Gong Yulin did not expect Lin Ling to see through her plan and break the seal one step earlier. Where are you going? Gong Yulin took a step and disappeared. The ribbons that filled the sky were like cosmic rays. They blocked Lin Ling again. This time, she blocked all angles again. Her goal was to trap Lin Ling. Universe 3 Extreme Break. Gong, seeing Gong Yulin coming at him, Lin Ling had no choice but to treat it seriously. For example, today, his Lin Ling universe could block 500 trillion divine power. Total, combined with the power of his physical body, he had about 400 trillion power of divinity. But because of the power of his physical body, he could probably fight against a god with 600 trillion power of divinity. However, Gong Yulin was 1 quadrillion. He really could not meet force with force. A terrifying soul attack surged out and turned into crisscrossing rays, attacking Gong Yulin. Great divine fetus. Palace. Yulin shouted and waved her jade-like hands. The emerald ribbons were like snakes under her control. They coiled in front of her and turned into a huge ball of ribbons. She used this to block Lin Ling's 3 extremes of the universe. Bang bang bang. Lin Ling immediately saw that when his cosmic ray attack hit the ribbon ball, it actually produced a loud boom. Spirit his soul power was also blocked. Break. Pangu pointed. Lin Ling no longer paid attention to Gong Yulin. Instead, he crazily attacked one of the corners, Pa. Lin after a few more attacks, one of the jadeite ribbons broke, and Lin Ling once again rushed out of the encirclement. At this time, Gong Yulin had just blocked Lin Ling's 3 extreme breaks of the universe, and when she saw Lin Ling disappear from her attack range, her face became gloomy. To now, she was even more certain that Lin Ling really didn't dare to fight her head-on. He was just stalling for time. Of course, there was another possibility. That was, he was also wasting her energy. He was even using this opportunity to find her weakness and deal a fatal blow. Lin Ling, are you a man? Yes. Gong Yulin said coldly. To Li. In a battle between gods, was there any rule that stated that one had to fight head-on? To Li, Lin Ling shook his head in disdain. Since you want to fight head-on, why didn't you dare to take my soul power attack head-on? Instead, you relied on your godly energy to block it. To Li. You. To Li Gong Yulin was speechless. To Lin, what Ling said was right. She was mocking Lin Ling for not daring to fight head-on and only daring to dodge. But she was the same. Since that was the case, what qualifications did she have to criticize Lin Ling? Let's see how long you can be stubborn. Gong. Yu Lin was furious and crazily attacked. Hong. Long, the entire sky and earth seemed to be flipped over. Space and time continued to shatter. Even the Dao Pagoda universe was slightly affected. Gong. Yu Lin was an outstanding late-stage deity giant god. Her strength was too strong, second only to rulers. Then. Even the various leaders of the 6th level did not dare to fight head-on with her. They could only follow her lead. Li. This crazy woman. Gong. Lin Ling squinted his eyes. He was constantly searching for the weakness of Gong Yulin's jadeite ribbons. He was the first to break them, and every time, he narrowly avoided danger, and this made Gong Yulin realize that Lin Ling's strength had increased by more than 10 times compared to the previous time. If this continued, it could only be a protracted battle, but Gong Yulin controlled the Four Corners prison, and this secret was not known by too many people. She had to end this battle quickly. Gong. Yulin's eyes flashed. She pondered for a moment and did not intend to hide any more techniques. Come out. Gong. She waved her right hand, and the Four Corners prison finally appeared. A four-sided stone tablet floated out and became bigger. It became an ancient pagoda, suppressing the earth. 1. Rays of light bloomed from the bottom of the Four Corners prison. Following that, someone appeared. It was an ancient deity at the late-stage deity giant god level. Guya, kill him. Gong. Yulin bellowed at that person. Yes, master. Then. The ancient deity was obviously a prisoner. Naturally, he had to listen to Gong Yulin. Master. Gong. Following that, another powerful deity appeared. Shen Gongbao, kill him. Gong. Yulin kept giving out orders, causing the powerful deities to stare at Lin Ling with murderous intent. Most of these deities had not experienced the great calamity of the world will. Their strength was also the most ancient, and they were much stronger than many deities today. Lin Ling. Gong. At the same time, as if sensing the ancient aura, Lin Ling's voice rose in his heart. It was Guangqingzi's voice. Lin Ling immediately nodded. He used all his strength to control the Four Corners prison, and it also appeared on the ground. Come out. Lin Ling was also releasing his prisoners. It was as if he had opened the door of time and released the endless deities from the desolate era. Gong. Lin Ling, your Four Corners prison will belong to me sooner or later. Gong. Seeing Lin Ling release the Four Corners prison, Gong Yulin was a little excited. She licked her lips, and her eyes were burning with passion. In fact, she was not sure if she could open the path to the origin of deities after obtaining the Four Corners prison, but she was sure that after obtaining the Four Corners prison, she would definitely control an incomparably powerful force. Taking a step back, just by relying on the powerful prisoners in the prison, she would have the most ancient deity army. Boom. Boom. 2. The powerful deities in the prison fought, causing the sky to fall and the earth to crack, and the sun and moon to lose their light. While the masters of the prison looked at each other from afar. There were also a large number of deities around them protecting them, making them seem like the masters of the universe. Gong Yulin had been watching the battle of the deities in the prison. She realized that if this continued, she would not be able to gain any advantage. In fact, she seemed to be at a disadvantage. Master. If the number of prisoners in the two prisons was about the same, Lin Ling's side had two top fighters. One was Guangqingzi, and the other was the giant king ape. While Gong Yulin knew that Guangqingzi was one of the most ancient deities. As for the giant king ape, she was the great sage equal to heaven whose name had shaken the investiture of gods. The heavens are really unfair. His prison is obviously a little stronger than mine. If Lin Ling's strength was still the same as before, I would not be afraid of that little gap. But now, Lin Ling is not the same as when I was chasing him. Palace. Yulin was a little angry. She knew that if she wanted to end this quickly, she had to use her full strength. Lin Ling, I really underestimated you. Last time, I should have risked my life to kill you and seize your Four Corners prison. But now, I'm letting the tiger return to the mountain palace. Yulin said coldly. But this time I won't give you another chance. Come out. Palace. She released the second Four Corners prison to determine the winner of this battle. Rumble. Woo, a strong gale erupted from Gong Yulin's body. Her long robe fluttered slightly, and a stream of light shot out and landed heavily on the ground. The earth shook, and a four-sided stone pillar appeared. It grew larger as if a door of time had been opened, and a large number of ancient gods flew out. Boom, the momentum was earth-shattering. Gong Yulin, on the other hand, had a sneer on his face. Lin Ling's square prison was a bit stronger than hers, but she had 2 square prisons. 3, I will have 3 square prisons. I didn't expect this Dao Pagoda to be a place of opportunity for me. When I go back, I want my brothers to respect and worship me. Master will also pass down the great Dao to me. I will be famous in the universe and control a region. Yulin was very ambitious. She did not tell anyone about the square prison, including her master. Because the square prison was no small matter. She was afraid that her master would seize the square prison. Because of this, she lured Lin Ling here. As long as she seized Lin Ling's square prison, no one would know. Bao including Lin Ling's master, Patriarch Subhoodie, and as long as she got the 4 square prisons, she was confident that she would control a powerful force. When the universe changed, she would seize merit and become the master of the universe, and she knew that Lin Ling was the host of the world's will. Although the gods did not pay attention to the world's will because of the Dao Pagoda, the world's will was still a hidden danger, and she killed Lin Ling, which was also a great merit. This era is my era. Gong Yulin exclaimed. The more Yulin thought about it, the happier she was. She opened her arms as if hugging the universe. Her eyes and face were full of ambition. Bang, but at this moment, there was a sudden roar, and the earth shook. It was as if time and space had been opened, and countless gods rushed out. This god was also very ancient, like an army of gods. Then looking at the earth, there were 4 square prisons sitting there, constantly releasing powerful gods. 4 supreme? Gong Yulin's pupils constricted. Was she seeing things? She quickly looked carefully and realized that there were indeed 4 square prisons. This meant that the 4 square prisons had reached perfection. This what was going on. Difficult was this an opportunity given to her by the heavens, allowing her to find 4 prisons at once. If she could obtain these 4 prisons, her strength would not be much weaker than the 8 deities. Cause in ancient myths, the square prison was the most powerful treasure in the universe. It had existed before the universe was born. It represented evil, the opposite of everything in the universe. While the square prison was created by the Creator, in myths and legends, the Creator of the universe created the square prison not to imprison the evil gods of the universe, but for himself. For release the evil thoughts that imprisoned him. While this evil thought was rumored to be the will of the world, however, for some unknown reason, the 4-way prison didn't succeed, and the Creator of the universe died in battle. The will of the world swept through the universe and annihilated one era after another. In the current era, only the 8 great gods were able to resist the will of the world. Although Gong Yulin did not know why the Creator of the universe did not succeed, this did not stop her from obtaining the square prison and controlling the supreme power of the universe. Ha ha ha, looks like I, Gong Yulin, was born from the fate of the universe. Even the universe wants to help me. Wait, when did the 4th square prison appear? After Gong Yulin was happy, she quickly calmed down. Suddenly, she stared at Lin Ling because she realized that there were many ancient gods around Lin Ling. The number was even more than before. Could it be Lin Ling? She only reacted now. Lord, if it was before, when she thought of the 4 square prisons, she would be extremely happy and forget about Lin Ling for a moment. Lin Ling, you! Gong Yulin exclaimed. Lin Ling had been watching Gong Yulin the entire time, and was also investigating the overall strength of the 4 prisons. He discovered that the prison on his side was even more powerful, and the experts that were sent out were even more ancient, and there were even more of them. Also the most important thing was that Lin Ling was more familiar with the prisoners in the prison. For example, in the prison he controlled, all the gods in the prison were willing to listen to him. On the other hand, Gong Yulin could only control half of the prison. Although a part of it obeyed her orders, it did not come from the heart. It was just for show. And, moreover, Lin Ling could also sense that although he had just gained control of the square prison in Xianxia, most of the gods inside revered him from the bottom of their hearts. Although, Lin Ling did not know why it was like this, but this was the difference between him and Gong Yulin. Lin Ling was confident that he could win. Lin Ling, where did your square prison come from? Gong Yulin gritted his teeth and asked. China, which is also your so-called birthplace of God. Lin Ling said bluntly. Gong Yulin's entire body trembled. The birthplace of God was actually there. Difficult, could it be that Lin Ling really had a great opportunity after going to the birthplace of God? If she was the one who went, thinking of this, Gong Yulin became even more excited. She believed that the opportunity she had obtained in the birthplace of God would definitely be greater than that of Lin Ling. Damn it, why is he the one who entered the birthplace of God? Back then, I should have followed him in. Yulin was envious. Of course, even if she had been allowed to enter, she would not have dared to. After all, at that time, the collision of the square prison formed a powerful whirlpool. It looked extremely dangerous, and she could not guarantee that she would not die. Are you done being happy? Haven't you noticed that my 2 square prisons are better than yours? At this moment, Lin Ling interrupted and controlled the square prison to smash it fiercely. Boom, rumble, after Gong Yulin's square prison was hit, it exploded with a terrifying force. Following that, the 4 square prisons began to rotate, releasing the same huge whirlpool as before. Impossible. Only then did Yulin react. She was surprised that Lin Ling had 2 square prisons, but she did not notice that Lin Ling's control of the square prison had reached perfection. Although she did not know how Lin Ling did it, she finally sensed danger. She had underestimated Lin Ling. This, after Lin Ling returned from the birthplace of God, it was as if he had been reborn. Boom, rumble, at this moment, the cosmic whirlpool was getting bigger and bigger. It enveloped this part of the world and sucked everything into the whirlpool. This whirlpool was the same as the one that brought Lin Ling into China, but it was bigger and more majestic. Gong Yulin, didn't you want to go to the birthplace of God? Back then, it was this whirlpool that brought me there. Now, you have a chance. Linny shouted. He was still controlling the square prison and pushing the whirlpool towards Gong Yulin. Surprisingly, with his control, the square prison seemed to be under his control. The whirlpool slowly enveloped Gong Yulin. The birthplace of God. Gong Yulin was a little tempted, but she quickly calmed down. Although the birthplace of God was very tempting, the whirlpool was too dangerous. It had the power to kill her. If you miss this chance, you will never find the birthplace of God again. Lin Ling could sense Gong Yulin's ambition and he shouted again. Gong Yulin's eyes flickered. Should she take the risk? After entering that mysterious whirlpool, I can reach the origin of God. Moreover, Lin Ling's square prison was also obtained from the origin of God. If it were me, I would definitely obtain treasures that aren't any weaker than his. And before entering, I can bring the square prison along with me. But I can't. The mysterious whirlpool is too strong. It's the mysterious force produced by the collision of the 4 square prisons. With my current strength, I can't block it at all. Yulin was agitated, but she still kept her cool. She was really ambitious. She couldn't wait to become the top god in the universe. Regarding this, she had absolute confidence. She believed that she was born different from the rest. But it was also because of this ambition and pride that she kept thinking about her endless future when she was fighting with Lin Ling. Perhaps in her opinion, Lin Ling had died in her hands once, and it would be the same this time. Not good. It was only at this moment that she reacted. Because she realized that Lin Ling was actually controlling the power of the collision between the 4 prisons, and it swept around her body. While because she was thinking about it previously, she wasn't on guard. Now, she realized it a little too late. Boom, rumble. The rumbling in her ears became louder and louder. The entire sky and even the universe seemed to disappear. There was only an endless whirlpool, and she could see the 4 square prisons moving crazily in the whirlpool. Bang. Bang, bang. Within the whirlpool, everything was rolled into fine powder. It had the power to split heaven and earth. Retreat. Yulin was already at the edge of the whirlpool. She was controlling her body to avoid the tearing of the whirlpool. But she was still too slow. She couldn't control her body at all. Instead, she was constantly being pulled into the whirlpool. Lin Ling, you lied to me. Yulin's forehead was full of cold sweat. She finally reacted. She was really too careless previously. It's better to say that your ambition is lying to you. Lin Ling was far away from the whirlpool. He was controlling his square prisons to collide continuously, causing the 4 square prisons to spin crazily. Until the gods that had been released earlier all hid far away and stared at the huge vortex in horror. The power released by the whirlpool was the same power that imprisoned them in the square prison, so they were very afraid. Kill him, quick. Gong Yulin knew that it would be difficult for her to escape by herself, but if Lin Ling died, the square prison would probably stop, and she would be safe and sound. However, none of the gods around the great maelstrom moved. The main thing was that they felt that Gong Yulin had lost the power to control the 4 directions prison, and was no longer a threat to them. This was the same as Lin Ling. When he was sucked into the maelstrom, he also lost the power to control the square prison. Fortunately, he was in Xianxia and found the square prison again. While other than the fact that they were no longer afraid of Gong Yulin, the reason why the gods did not move was that they did not want to interfere in this matter, because no matter who won this battle, neither side was someone they could afford to offend. It would be best for them to just stand by and let Lin Ling and Lin Feng decide the fate of the square prison. After all, they didn't have any grudges against Lin Ling. If Lin Ling obtained the 4 square prisons, he would be their lord in the future. Clang, however, even if they attacked Lin Ling, they might not be able to kill Lin Ling. Because around Lin Ling, the 2 4-sided prison gods he had were also protecting him at this moment. Because Guan Qingzi and the Great Sage, Heaven's equal, stood on either side, making it difficult for others to get close to Lin Ling. Gong Yulin, you are too arrogant. You come from the Chaos Realm, you come from the 8 great gods, so you think that you will definitely be at the top of the universe in the future. You look down on me, you look down on me, you think that I am just an ant that can be easily dealt with. But you have forgotten that any god can only reach this point. How can they be weak? Although the starting line may be different, the one who reaches the end may not be you. You were hesitating before, thinking of a better future. This is a taboo in battle. Lin Ling's voice floated out, moving along the maelstrom and clearly entering Gong Yulin's ears. I have committed a taboo. I was happy too early. Gong Yulin was able to become the disciple of the primeval Lord of Heaven, so she was not stupid. But, because of her identity as the disciple of the primeval Lord of Heaven, she was arrogant and careless. No, I can't lose here. I was so close to winning. Gong Yulin shouted crazily, controlling a powerful force to fight against the rolling maelstrom. However, with her individual strength, how could she fight against the 4 square prison? Gradually, her body followed the maelstrom and entered the depths of the maelstrom. The result of entering the depths of the maelstrom might be the same as Lin Ling, reaching another universe, but there was also a possibility that she would be turned into ashes. This was a huge gamble, and it could be said that there was only a slim chance of survival. Lin Ling, I will not let you off. I will definitely make a comeback. Yulin's voice became softer and gradually disappeared. I won. Lin Ling looked at the huge maelstrom solemnly. He did not move, allowing the maelstrom to roll. After 2 hours, Lin Ling finally stopped the square prison. Buzz, buzz, the huge maelstrom began to weaken and slow down. The 4 huge stone tablets that were moving around gradually fell to the ground. Bang, bang. Bang, bang. Bang. 4 consecutive explosions sounded, causing the hearts of the gods present to skip a beat. A strong sense of fear appeared in their eyes. It was because of these 4 prisons that they were locked up forever. Unless they were released from prison, they had no means of resisting. But, now, looking at the 4 universes at close range, their hearts were trembling. Resist? No. That was impossible. Perhaps it was because they had been locked up for too long that the gods had lost their will to resist and only wanted to be released from prison. Then, all of them looked at Lin Ling, and the fear in their eyes became even more intense. Gong Yulin's whereabouts were unknown, and she was most likely dead. In that case, the master of the 4 prisons was none other than that man. He controlled the 4 prisons alone. This was also the most glorious time of the square prison. One had to know that in the ancient times, no one had ever controlled 4 prisons. 4 venerated quadrilateral prison. At this moment, Lin Ling was extremely excited. Lin Ling, since you can control 1 square prison, that means you can also control 4 square prisons. Go and give it a try. Guangqingzi, who was beside Lin Ling, was also looking forward to it. Lin Ling nodded, sat down cross-legged, and connected his soul to the 4 square prisons. Of course, he didn't dare to take control immediately. He first took control of his own square prison, and then slowly seeped into the 3rd square prison. The square prison stood on the ground like a divine pillar. It was quiet and motionless. When Lin Ling's soul power and divine energy spread over, it shook slightly. But it did not stop Lin Ling from prying. There's hope. Lin Ling was delighted. He guessed that his soul power and divine energy must have the aura of the square prison. That was why the square prison did not stop him. As long as it did not stop him, it meant that he could completely control the 4 square prisons. The ancient land was filled with dense fog, making one feel as if they had returned to the earliest era of the universe. While around the dense fog, a large number of figures stood there quietly. Their faces were numb, but there was a hint of fear in the depths of their eyes. They were all watching Lin Ling refine the 4-path square prison. While once he succeeded, Lin Ling would also become the lord of all the prisoners. Regarding this, no one had any objections. They had no enmity with Lin Ling, so it was the same no matter who became the lord of the prison. While at this moment, Lin Ling's divine energy and soul force had already rushed into the prison. It was as if they were flowing through the 18 levels of hell, leaving behind Lin Ling's soul mark in each level of hell. After passing through the 18 levels of hell, Lin Ling's soul force arrived at an independent space. It was a vast expanse of white, and only a dazzling light was shining. This light was like the sun. Although it was dazzling, the power was very gentle, giving people a comfortable feeling. Controlling the 4 square prison at the same time, it's actually like this. Ling was a little surprised. At this moment, his soul force and divine energy had been divided into 4 parts, and he was sensing the 4 prisons at the same time. Immediately, he sensed the 4 sun-like lights. In the past, when Lin Ling controlled one of the square prison, he did not have such a feeling at all. Could it be that this is the core of the square prison? Ling muttered. Seeing that the gentle light was not dangerous, he carefully approached it and gradually disappeared. At this moment, Lin Ling knew that he had succeeded. While time passed quietly, suddenly, the 4 prisons on the ground swayed slightly and then burst out with light. At this moment, some powerful gods had a feeling that they were about to enter the prison. That man has succeeded. An ancient god said solemnly. No one knew what would happen if he controlled the 4 square prison at the same time. At the same time, the 4 square prison floated up and flew toward Lin Ling, disappearing into his glabella. While Lin Ling was still sitting there cross-legged, but the wind around him was extremely ancient. He was like the oldest god in the universe, seeing the beginning of the universe, seeing good and evil. You're finally back. An aged voice suddenly sounded in Lin Ling's ears, causing Lin Ling's heart to tremble. Could it be that I really am the reincarnation of the god of creation of the universe? Ling muttered to himself. The reason he dared to comprehend the 4 square prisons at the same time was because he wanted to test if the square prison was something he had left behind. In the past, when Lin Ling was in the Tao realm and in the Tao pagoda, he had seen these marvelous scenes again and again. All of this indicated that in his previous life, Lin Ling's origin was extraordinary. He was most likely the creator god of the universe. While at that time, Lin Ling had a guess, but he wasn't sure. It was only after the 4-sided prison was under his control that he was completely certain of everything. While he, Lin Ling, was the god of creation of the universe, which meant that the world was another god of creation of the universe. It was also a split of Lin Ling. Yes. Lin Ling also found this feeling very strange. It was as if he had suddenly gained a brother. Dang, however, the height of the god of creation of the universe was still a distance away from Lin Ling, so Lin Ling didn't think too much about it. He continued to comprehend the 4-sided prison and completely controlled it. after controlling the four-sided prison, the gods in the four prisons were ordered by Lin Ling to release a batch of them. It would definitely be a powerful god army. In addition to that, the most terrifying thing about the four-sided prison was that when the four prisons collided, it would produce a huge whirlpool that could tear any god to shreds. While in the feedback from the four-sided prison, the huge whirlpool was a method to capture prisoners. It could bring prisoners into the huge whirlpool and into the four-sided prison. Dang, however, if the huge whirlpool was allowed to continue tearing the gods apart, the result would be death. Or, like Lin Ling last time, they would reach another void. However, the probability of reaching another void was only 1 in 10,000. While at this moment, on the other side, in the sky of the ancient god city, a large number of gods were floating there, coldly looking at the opposite side. Right. In front of them were Xianxia, Jiu and other experts. They had cold smiles on their faces. Although their overall strength couldn't be compared to the Yellow Emperor and the others, they were confident that they would win without a doubt. 1. Their confidence came from that mysterious woman. With Lin Ling's strength, how could he be a match for that mysterious woman? Her background was many times greater than Lin Ling's. She was a disciple of one of the 8 great gods. Why are you looking at us so nervously? Are you afraid that we'll escape? Jiu suddenly looked at Lei Gong and smiled. Don't worry, we won't escape. After all, who knows who will win in the end? Jiu, don't be too arrogant. The leader of the mountain push party replied with a frown. Hee, we are being watched. How are we arrogant? I think you're the arrogant ones. Jiu mocked. A large number of mocking laughter came from behind. Their overall strength couldn't be compared to the Yellow Emperor and the others, but they were still calm and didn't look like a defeated army at all. Ignore them. The Yellow Emperor shook his head and said to the leader of the mountain push party. Sigh, we could have won easily, but Lin Ling, the leaders of the 3 societies and 9 temples sighed. They felt that Lin Ling was too confident and had fallen into someone else's trap. They all had a feeling that the mysterious woman was not weak. Lin Ling was probably no match for her. As long as Lin Ling was defeated, it would mean that they had lost the battle as well. All their efforts would naturally be in vain. We've been waiting for a long time. Tell me, how is Lin Ling now? At this moment, Xianxia laughed again. That woman is from one of the 8 great gods and is also a disciple of the primeval Lord of Heaven. What else can Lin Ling do? He's probably defeated. Jiu said with a smile, and he became unbridled. We just have to wait for that woman to return, and the 6th level will be ours. What about them? Someone pointed at the Yellow Emperor and the others. If they're willing to submit, we'll give them a way out. If they're not willing to submit, we'll kill them on the spot. Xianxia's expression turned cold as he said with killing intent. None compared to confidence. After all, as long as the Yellow Emperor and the others all attacked, they wouldn't be able to stop them at all. However, they were discussing the life and death of the Yellow Emperor and the others. Damn it. Gong and the others gritted their teeth, wishing that they could attack immediately. However, they had promised Lin Ling, so they could only endure it. Of course, when they saw that they were defeated by Xianxia and the others in a battle that they were sure to win, one could imagine how they felt. Sorry, I'm late. At this moment, a loud voice floated over from afar. Then, the sky shook and the earth shook as if the sky and earth were collapsing. Oni figure shot over from afar like a shooting star. It's Lin Ling's voice. The Yellow Emperor and the others were delighted. Lin Ling is back? What about her? Xianxia and the others, who were previously smug, had a drastic change in expression as they stared at the majestic figure shooting over from afar. Then, they hurriedly looked behind Lin Ling, wanting to see that mysterious woman. However, there was nothing behind Lin Ling. Only Lin Ling had arrived as if he had swept through the universe. Xianxia shouted. The hearts of Xianxia and the others instantly fell to the bottom of the valley. They felt as if darkness had drowned them all. Could it be that the Lord is dead? Xianxia and the others had an ominous premonition. However, they also felt that it was impossible. After all, with Lin Ling's strength, he probably wouldn't even be able to win against them. How could he win against the disciple of the Heavenly Lord of the primordial beginning? Or did that Lord suddenly leave because of something? Jiao Leo suddenly guessed, his words causing many people to fall silent. People they all agreed with Jiao Leo's opinion. Then what should we do now? Jiao Leo looked at Yin Zimo and asked. The mysterious woman had left, so would they lose or win this battle? Should they leave or fight? Calm down, let's wait and see. Yin Zimo said with a frown. He still had hope in his heart that the mysterious woman would come again. If they left now, they would miss the best opportunity to kill Lin Ling. Lin Ling. At this moment, the Yellow Emperor and the others were all looking at Lin Ling in surprise. Previously, they didn't have much hope, but they didn't expect Lin Ling to actually return. Right. At this moment, they were also suspicious. Could it be that Lin Ling had won against that woman? Or did that woman suddenly leave because she had something to do? Lin Ling, where is she? The Yellow Emperor asked on behalf of everyone. She, Gong Yulin, right? Lin Ling looked at the crowd with a smile, while the Yellow Emperor frowned slightly. Gong Yulin? Could it be that mysterious woman? He immediately nodded. Yeah, where did she go? When this question was asked, everyone looked at Lin Ling curiously, including Yin Zimo and the others. That lord must have left temporarily because of something. Before long, she will definitely return. At that time, Lin Ling will also be dead. Yin Zimo sneered. Even if he was beaten to death, he didn't think that Lin Ling could win against Gong Yulin, so he wasn't afraid at all. She's dead. Lin Ling did not hide anything and said indifferently. Silence, the surroundings were so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Then, this woman was a member of the 8 great divine generations, and her master was the heavenly lord of the primordial beginning. Her strength was so strong that no one present had the confidence to be her opponent. Yet, she was dead? Lin Ling, how did she die? The Yellow Emperor's breathing became heavy as he hurriedly asked. His gaze was also fixated on Lin Ling. Could it be that Lin Ling killed him? However, no matter how fast Lin Ling grew, it was impossible for him to have the strength to kill that woman. One had to know that when he first came to the 6th level, Lin Ling's strength couldn't even be considered in the top 100. I killed him. Ling said again. He wouldn't stop until he was shocked to death. You. The expressions of the experts from the 3 societies and 9 temples, the Mountain Push Party, and the others all changed drastically. Even though they were on the same side as Lin Ling and wanted the woman to die, they didn't believe that it was Lin Ling who killed her. What a joke. Lin Ling, can you brag any better? At this moment, Jiao Leo suddenly laughed mockingly and said, that lord's strength is half a step into the ranks of the rulers. In the entire 6th level, there is probably no one who is her match. You want to kill her? Dream on. That's right. Although you are very strong, you are still weaker than us. How can you kill her? The leader of the rotten race also said coldly. In the end, the one who spoke was Yin Zimo. He shook his head and said, Lin Ling, I know that you want the Yellow Emperor and the others to start a war with us, so you came up with this excuse. However, that lord is only temporarily leaving. When she returns, you will definitely be uprooted. Let me give you a piece of advice. If you leave immediately, you can still live. Don't be fooled by Lin Ling. As soon as he said this, the experts from the 3 societies and 9 temples all frowned. To be honest, they somewhat believed what Yin Zimo said. Hee, I'm lying to you? At this moment, Lin Ling shook his head and smiled. Killing intent quietly appeared in his eyes. I have to say that I admire your imagination. Since you say that I can't kill her, then come and try. After that, he waved his right hand and released a square prison. Kill them all. Lin shouted. Lin Ling released the prisoner of the square prison. But, moreover, he had only released one. After all, with Yin Zimo and the other's strength, one square prison would probably be enough to take their lives. Kill. The square prison floated in the sky, emitting a pressure that could crush one's soul. Big, the door opened at the same time, and immediately, powerful gods rushed out. These gods were the oldest gods, and they had been cultivating in the square prison for many years. Naturally, their strength was unquestionable, the sky shook, and the air seemed to be burning. Silver Zmo and the others sensed that they seemed to be in a universe, and all their strength was suppressed. The experts in front of them gave them great pressure, as if they were facing the might of the heavens. "What is this?" they exclaimed in unison, their faces as pale as paper. Hong Long Long. At this moment, more than 10 gods joined forces and surrounded Jiu Leo. Jiu Leo roared and activated his godly body to fight against these mysterious intruders. "Who are you?" Jiu Leo shouted solemnly. Bang! 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 Imitation the footsteps of the Buddha giant arrived. Jiu Leo's body shook continuously, and his godly power was completely shattered. The most terrifying thing was that no one saw what attack it was. It felt as if a giant was stepping on Jiu Leo. Hung! With a final explosion, Jiu Leo's body exploded. He was actually beaten to death. They knew that this was a leader with the strength of a late-stage universe giant. He controlled the universe for thousands of years. But now, he was actually beaten to death in front of everyone's eyes. "Jiu Leo!" Yin Zimo and the others all shouted, trembling in fear. Suddenly, they looked at Lin Ling. Previously, they were questioning Lin Ling's strength, thinking that it was impossible for Lin Ling to kill that lord, but in the blink of an eye, Lin Ling unleashed a powerful army and killed Jiu Leo in an instant. Then, did Lin Ling really not have the strength to kill that lord? Their faces turned even paler because they already had an answer in their hearts. Lin Ling had really killed that lord. "Lin Ling, wait!" Zmo shouted. At this moment, he was incomparably regretful. He shouldn't have trusted that lord. If now that he was surrounded by the Divine Legion, it was a problem whether he could escape alive. Why can't this Lin Ling be killed? Yin Zimo stared at Lin Ling angrily. Ever since Lin Ling killed the Silvermoon clan in the Ocean Holy City, he had been thinking about Lin Ling's death. But yes, he had heard of Lin Ling's countless deeds. No matter what kind of danger Lin Ling encountered, no matter how many experts tried to kill him, he would always be able to escape. Yin Zimo couldn't believe it. Lin Ling wasn't a ruler. Could he really be unkillable? But now he knew that Lin Ling was really unkillable. What is this? At this moment, the people from the 3 associations and 9 temples felt a chill in their hearts. This was too powerful. All of them were deities and late-stage universe giant gods. Most importantly, there were so many of them. Could it be that these deities had always been on Lin Ling? Everyone, don't be in a daze. Kill. At this moment, Yellow Emperor reacted and called for all the experts to kill Yin Zimo and the others. Kill. The experts from the 3 associations and 9 temples all reacted and charged towards Yin Zimo. The heavens want me to die. Yin Zimo's heart was like dead ashes. He knew that he couldn't escape this calamity. Most importantly, they were probably going to be wiped out. Wait a minute. Facing the onslaught of experts that blotted out the sky and covered the earth, Silver Ink's people were all roaring. They wanted to beg for mercy and retreat, because they knew that this was a battle that they could not win. Right. Not only did they have the 4 god tribes, but they also had the 3 societies and 9 temples. And that was secondary. There was also the god army that Lin Ling had summoned from who knows where. The number of people exceeded them by 3 times, and their strength was also much stronger. If we don't retreat, our god tribe will be uprooted on the 6th level. Leader. Seeing that the people on Lin Ling's side were filled with killing intent, they could only look at their leader and the others. Retreat? Where can we retreat to? Jiu Leo and the others sighed. They activated their god power and rushed into the battlefield. They knew that they could not retreat. Lin Ling, the Silvermoon clan will not let you off. Zimo also activated his powerful god power, looking like he wanted to perish together with Lin Ling. You talk big every day, saying that you want to kill me every time, but I, Lin Ling, am still alive. Rise said disdainfully to Yin Zimo. With his current strength, only the strongest experts of the Silvermoon clan could kill him. You're called Yin Zimo, right? I can see that you've always wanted to kill me quickly. Unfortunately, you think too highly of yourself. So what if you take action? You'll still die. Rai summoned the gods in the prison to attack Yin Zimo. The prison that he summoned this time was not the one that Lin Ling usually used. He also wanted to test whether the prisoners in this new prison were loyal and how strong their overall strength was. Rumble, bang bang bang. In the depths of the dragon mausoleum, rumbling sounds continued, as if the heavens were falling and the earth was splitting. Outside the 6th level, one of the 18 dragon mountains was also shaking non-stop, causing everyone in this dragon mausoleum to feel the terrifying fluctuations. I didn't expect the outcome to be like this. In the distance, the surrounding gods all had solemn expressions. Not long ago, they saw Xianxia and the other leaders bring a large number of god tribe experts over. At that time Xianxia and the others were high-spirited and ambitious, but the situation changed again and again. Not only did the so-called massacre not happen, Xianxia and the others did not dare to move. Straight only when Lin Ling returned did the battle officially begin. In the end, Xianxia and the others were completely annihilated. Too powerful. Silver Zimo's side has a large number of deity-level late-stage cosmos giant gods. Generally speaking, the majority of deities with such strength are immortal. But now, in the blink of an eye, more than half of them have died. The fierce battle also broke the logic and understanding of the onlookers. God, the undying legend of a level 1 giant cosmos god had been broken. Their so-called immortality was actually a relative term. When they encountered a group of giant gods that were 10 times or even 100 times more powerful than they were, their so-called immortality would be like paper. Lin Ling, the Yellow Emperor and the others did not attack because there was no need for them to. They all flew towards Lin Ling and looked at Lin Ling in shock. They clearly hadn't expected that Lin Ling would actually have such a divine army. Difficult. No wonder Lin Ling wasn't afraid of Xianxia and the others at all. It turned out that he was already prepared. Unfortunately, they had wronged Lin Ling. Before, Lin Ling only had 2 square prisons. He didn't have 100% confidence in winning the battle with Gong Yulan. It was only after he snatched Gong Yulan's square prison that he gained the right to control this battle. There are 3 ruler-level experts in this prison. Lin Ling sensed the prison that he had released and sensed the strongest person within it. 3. A ruler-level expert. A ruler-level expert was a giant god that surpassed the giant gods of the universe and was also a universe overlord. Since the beginning of the universe, there weren't many such deities, definitely not more than 100 of them, and these 100 rulers were also born at the beginning of the universe. They occupied the universe's powerful origin, merits, treasures, and other advantages, controlling several god eras. According to this, each square prison has 3 ruler-level experts. For ruler-level experts means there are 12 of them. Lin Ling was somewhat excited. In his previous square prison, the 3 ruler-level experts were Guanqingzi, Monkey Bro, and that green-robed Taoist. And these 3 had helped Lin Ling many times and had the ability to reach the heavens. For example, now, he had 12 ruler-level deities. Then, on the 6th level, no one could control Lin Ling's life and death. Of course, it wasn't easy for the ruler-level deities to help him. This time was an exception. Perhaps they were just giving Lin Ling face. Lin Ling. The leaders of the Mountain Push Party, the Ceiling Cave Clan, and the 3 guilds and 9 temples also gathered and looked at Lin Ling with reverence. Now, they finally knew how terrifying Lin Ling was, because they witnessed the battle in front of them. Not to mention the deity legion released by Lin Ling, just the 3 most mysterious people among them could probably sweep through the 6th level. They couldn't help but secretly feel lucky. Fortunately, they stood in line. Otherwise, they would also be uprooted. And Lin Ling nodded at them and didn't say anything. He continued to watch the battle. The air in front of him was scorching hot, violent, and fierce. A dazzling battle of deities erupted everywhere. It lasted for a full half an incense stick's time before everything ended. Silver Zmo, Jiu Leo, and the other leaders of the deity race had all fallen. The deity race experts they brought had all died here. The world quietly became quiet. Lin Ling felt his heart relax, as if a huge rock pressing down on his body had suddenly disappeared. And he could really do whatever he wanted on the 6th level. I know a few places with huge ore veins. I'll arrange for you to go and collect them later. After that, Lin Ling looked at everyone and said, there are about 9 ore veins. It's just right that everyone has one. Moreover, there are probably more ore veins in the depths of the dragon's tomb. Let's share it fairly. Lin Ling, that's not good. You contributed more, so you should take the bigger share. In the 9 temples, a leader smiled and said. He knew that with Lin Ling's current strength and power, there was no need for him to share anything with them. We've agreed on an alliance, so we'll definitely share it fairly. Alright, let's stop talking and do as I decided. Lin Ling smiled and shook his head. The leaders didn't say anything else. Clean up the battlefield and let people search for veins. After that, Lin Ling arranged for the leaders. The leaders also obeyed Lin Ling's orders and began to search the depths of the dragon's tomb. And moreover, there was no need to be afraid of this kind of search. After all, their forces were so strong, who could stop them? And Lin Ling didn't have time to care about these trivial matters. He allowed the deity race to collect veins. Of course, as the biggest leader, he also got the most dragon stones. The 4 Directions Prison. Lin Ling, on the other hand, was investigating the 4 Directions Prison. He often went in and out of the prison to talk with the prisoners and strengthen his relationship with them. Not to mention the 12 sovereigns, Lin Ling knew that in the future, when he entered the 7th level of the Dao Tower, they would also become the best helpers. Time quietly passed, and the trip to the dragon's tomb gradually came to an end. The gods who entered here either died or reaped a great harvest. They also began to leave one after another to cultivate in seclusion. This allowed the 6th level, which was in full swing, to finally have a short period of peace. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. After leaving the dragon's tomb, Lin Ling and the others set up camp at the 18 Dragon Mountains. Lin Ling now had a large number of dragon stones. He estimated that it was enough for him to break through to the next realm. This also made Lin Ling sigh secretly. This trip to the dragon's tomb was really fruitful. Lin Ling, have you found the way to enter the 7th level? When he was free, the 12-winged young god would often come to Lin Ling. They all wanted to enter the 7th level. As the leader of the forces on the 6th level, Lin Ling's information network was undoubtedly the most advanced. As long as there was news about the Yellow Emperor, the Mountain Push Gang, and the 3 guilds and 9 temples, they would immediately inform Lin Ling. Not yet. Oh, then we can only continue to stay here. Fortunately, we found a lot of dragon stones. This time, we can slowly cultivate. Don't worry, if there is news, I will definitely tell you. After putting away the voice transmission talisman, Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. He had really stayed on the 6th level for a long time. Then, he looked at the towering and extraordinary 18 Dragon Mountains in the distance with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. The opening of the dragon's tomb was just one of the Dragon Mountains. How many secrets were hidden in these mysterious 18 Dragon Mountains? If he excavated all of them, he wondered what he could get. Sigh, the opening of the dragon's tomb is extremely dependent on luck. I guess if I leave the 6th level, the other Dragon Mountains may not be able to open. However, I can go and take a look at the top of the Dragon Mountains. Then, Lin Ling's heart was filled with anticipation. He immediately flew toward one of the Dragon Mountains. The Dragon Mountains were sacred and magnificent, towering into the clouds. There was an endless wind on the mountain, preventing people from reaching the top. Last time, Lin Ling had wanted to go to the top of the Dragon Mountains to explore, but in the end, he failed and was stopped halfway up the mountain. This time, Lin Ling's strength was extraordinary. He hoped to reach the top. After a long time, Lin Ling appeared alone at the foot of the Dragon Mountains. He looked up at the endless mountain that looked like a dragon lying on the ground. The Dragon Mountains are the largest forbidden area on the 6th level. Lin Ling muttered to himself. With a single step, he ascended the Dragon Mountain. At the same time, a huge force enveloped Lin Ling's body. However, with Lin Ling's current strength, this gravity had no effect on him. Lin Ling's speed was not fast. He moved forward slowly, his step steady. Gradually, he reached a third of the height. At the same time, a terrifying wind began to blow. These winds were clearly different. Even though Lin Ling's body was extremely powerful, he still felt as if he would be torn apart. Fortunately, Lin Ling's recovery ability was also extremely strong. Pengu's true body was incomparably powerful. Lin Ling continued forward, but he also felt some pressure, which caused his speed to slow down. Rumble. In Lin Ling's ears, the wind howled like thunder, rumbling unceasingly. Looking up into the distance, it was as if he could see the entire 6th level. It was lonely at such a high place, but in the distance, it was grand and tranquil, as if it was a completely different world from the mountain. Lin Ling's footsteps never stopped. He continued to move forward and gradually arrived at the place where he had been last time. This was Lin Ling's limit last time. This time, although it gave Lin Ling pressure, it obviously could not stop Lin Ling from moving forward. After all, now that Lin Ling had broken through and obtained the 4 square prisons, his strength was no longer the same as it was before. Looking at the height, Lin Ling could not help but smile. He continued to move forward. Although he seemed to be climbing the mountain like an ordinary person, he knew that this also showed the difference in strength between the 2 times. It also showed that his strength had greatly increased on the 6th level. As he continued to move forward, the sound of the wind became louder. It was as if the endless power of the gods wanted to tear Lin Ling apart. This time, Lin Ling also forced his talent to fuse together. He even used the 3 extreme breaks of the universe to envelop his body and protect everything. He took a step forward, but it was as heavy as 1,000 pounds. A mysterious force of the universe prevented him from taking this step. "Your Excellency, that's enough." In the wind, there seemed to be someone wailing and someone warning Lin Ling. Lin Ling did not know whether it was an illusion or not. When he listened carefully, he could only hear the roar of the wind. It was extremely strange. The pressure is great. Not only is there a strong gravity, but there is also the mountain wind formed by the force of the universe, increasing the pressure by 100 times. Lin Ling knew that the seemingly short step was actually thousands of times greater. This meant that with every step Lin Ling took, the pressure would increase by thousands of times. After taking 3 steps, Lin Ling's speed stopped. He looked back and found that he was only a dozen meters away from where he had been last time. Is this the only improvement? Lin Ling shook his head and stepped forward again. All the strength in his body erupted. Pangu's real body, Pangu's finger, 3 extreme breaks of the universe, Lin Ling's universe, the power of the world's will, talent fusion. All kinds of powerful methods were released to resist the wind from the mountain top. Lin Ling turned his head and looked into the distance. He found that this place was even higher. It was so high that he could overlook the entire 6th level. It made him feel as if he had entered the 6th level sky. Looking around again, the place parallel to the mountain was full of clouds. It was all grand mist energy. Interesting. Lin Ling had a strange feeling in his heart. It was as if he had touched the peak of the Tao Pagoda. His heart, mind, memory, and experience had all improved by leaps and bounds. However, when he sensed it carefully, he did not know what the improvement was. He only knew that this trip to Dragon Mountain would be of great help to him. When Lin Ling took another step, a terrible gravity arrived. It was as if the universe of the 9 worlds was suppressing Lin Ling's body. Lin Ling's bones, flesh, and meridians were all under unprecedented pressure. This pressure was gravity. One had to know that Lin Ling had fought until now. He had seen gods with powerful divine power and also fought against them. However, this was the first time he had encountered someone who attacked him with supergravity. Under such circumstances, Lin Ling's Pangu's real body was also stimulated to the limit. His body was constantly changing. It was as if the cells in his body had turned into a universe. The universe collapsed and then reformed. The newly born universe was more condensed and magnificent. Unknowingly, Lin Ling's physical strength was also increasing crazily. Gradually, it reached 60 trillion. This shocked Lin Ling. This dragon mountain could temper one's physical strength. Lin Ling could not help but be interested. This was an extremely rare place to temper one's physical body. Immediately, he summoned the square prison. Now, with his own strength, he had reached his limit. He had only reached 2/3 of the height of Dragon Mountain. If he wanted to continue, he could only rely on the protection of the square prison. In the square prison, there was a mysterious force that could form a super strong whirlpool that could suck any god into it. Lin Ling could only fully control this mysterious force after he obtained the square prison. Bang! 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 One by one, the square prison appeared and turned into stone tablets. They circled around Lin Ling's body so that Lin Ling could face the strong wind blowing down from the mountain. However, the gravity was still on Lin Ling's body. This also allowed Lin Ling's Pangu's real body to continue to improve. 70 trillion fleshly body power, 80 trillion physical strength, 900,000. Even Lin Ling did not expect his physical strength to increase so much on Dragon Mountain. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The gale came, tearing apart the universe. Lin Ling continued to take slow steps. It seemed like a simple step, but it took Lin Ling quite a bit of time. His panga body had been tempered by the gale and gravity, and it gradually stopped at 9 trillion, and its speed of improvement slowed down. Lin Ling also realized that his fleshly body was reaching its limit, but when Lin Ling raised his head, the mountain peak was already in sight. The mountain peak was surrounded by dense mist, and it was magnificent and mysterious. Let's go up and take a look. Lin Ling felt a sense of anticipation. It was as though he had come in vain if he did not reach the mountain peak. He continued to move forward with steady steps. In the second half of the mountain, his body was not tall, and he was even skinny. But it gave people the illusion that he was a giant. The closer he got to the mountain peak, the greater the pressure. The crazy gale tore apart Lin Ling's ears. His whole world disappeared, and only the whistling of the gale remained. Lin Ling knew that his body had been torn apart countless times under the enormous pressure, but Panga's body had heaven-defying defense, and it could recover in an instant. This made Lin Ling feel that even if a late-stage deity giant god's attack could injure him, Lin Ling could also recover quickly. When he was only a step away from the mountain peak, Lin Ling stopped. He felt that he was blocked by a huge door. The mountain peak had a powerful pressure that prevented people from approaching, as though it was another world. The pressure of the ancestral dragon. Lin Ling guessed something, but he only paused for a moment before continuing to move forward. After he stretched out his left leg, his flesh and blood instantly disappeared, turning into white bones, which were destroyed by the final gale. Then, cracks appeared on the white bones, and they collapsed, turning into fine powder, but Lin Ling did not stop, and his body continued to move forward. A terrifying thing happened. When he stepped onto the mountain peak, the flesh and blood of his left hand disappeared, turning into white bones. Then, the white bones cracked, collapsed, and disappeared. Next, it was his chest, and then his body. Lin Ling's entire body was changing, from white bones to shattered bones, but what was shocking was that when his body turned into fine powder, he had also stepped onto the mountain peak. Countless fine powder lingered, and gradually, Lin Ling's body turned back to normal. This was the power of the Panga's body. Lin Ling also appeared on the mountain peak. The mountain peak was not big, and it was only a dozen meters or so, but there was no gale. There was only the warm spring wind, standing there, not to mention the sixth level. Even the greatest heavenly secrets of the sixth level seemed to be visible. Looking along the parallel lines, there was a beautiful sea of clouds. White clouds drifted leisurely, as thick as cotton. However, in the rolling clouds, several vortexes appeared and swept towards the ground. Could those whirlpools be the way out of the sixth level? Lin Ling's eyes lit up, and he revealed an excited smile. It seemed that he had accidentally walked to the top of Dragon Mountain, but he had found the way to the next level. But now, it seemed that those whirlpools would take some time to form. Lin Ling memorized those directions, and then he sensed his body. Only then did he realize that his Panga's body had stepped into 10 trillion units of strength, and he had become a 7-star Pangu. 7 stars appeared on Lin Ling's forehead, and they were extremely ancient, but they quickly disappeared. Panga's body, the universe's #1 physical body. Lin Ling smiled, closed his eyes, and enjoyed the comfortable wind on the mountain peak. Young friend. But at this moment, a smile came to Lin Ling's ears, and Lin Ling opened his eyes, which were filled with surprise. This was the top of the mountain, and there was someone here. Young friend, you're the first person I saw on the 6th level to reach the top of Dragon Mountain. The kind voice came again. Senior, where are you? Yi Han immediately replied with a smile. I'm at the top of Dragon Mountain in the southeast. The other party smiled. It turned out that he was also someone who had reached the top of Dragon Mountain like Lin Ling. Lin Ling's interest was piqued. There was actually someone on the 6th level who was as curious as him about the top of Dragon Mountain. However, if the other party could reach the top of Dragon Mountain, his physical body must be extremely powerful. Lin Ling already knew that if he wanted to reach the top of Dragon Mountain, he could not rely on the power of a god. You are? At this moment, the kind voice came again. Lin Ling. Lin Ling did not hide it. Hee, I'm Ju Chuan. The two of them had a short conversation, and they knew each other. Moreover, although they had not met each other before, because they had both reached the top of Dragon Mountain, they had a sense of mutual understanding. After a long time, Lin Ling left the top of Dragon Mountain. Because Panga's body had been upgraded, it was much easier to go down. Lin Ling, where did you go? Why can't I contact you? Just as he walked down Dragon Mountain, and Yuer's voice came with a hint of anxiety. What's wrong? Lin Ling was a little puzzled. He did not expect that at the top of Dragon Mountain, there would be a sound barrier. We found Yu. And Yuer said happily, she's the Feng Moyang you mentioned. Last time, Lin Ling had told everyone his guess, and everyone agreed that Feng Moyang was Yu. However, after entering Dragon Tomb, Feng Moyang disappeared. Wait, I'll go find you immediately. Lin Ling was overjoyed. Yu's disappearance had always been his sore point. Then, his figure disappeared and reappeared in a hall. There were many people gathered here, including Yuer, Lei Gong, the Yellow Emperor, Sakura, and others. After seeing Lin Ling, everyone smiled in unison. Yu is with the Giant God clan. And Yuer ran over and explained, I heard that someone is proposing marriage and wants Yu to marry him. This is the news that the people of the 3 societies and 9 temples found out. The Giant God clan? Lin Ling's expression changed slightly. The Giant God clan was one of the 12 God clans, and their origins were extremely mysterious. When Lin Ling was on the 6th level, he had never seen this clan. How did Yu know someone from the Giant God clan? Moreover, someone was proposing marriage. Lin Ling couldn't help but recall Yu's identity in the Chaos Realm. She came from one of the 8 great God clans and seemed to have a considerable background. Lin Ling, you must bring Yu back. And Yuer said again, her voice filled with anxiety. She and Yu were like sisters. After not seeing each other for so many years, she was naturally very worried. Don't worry, I'll definitely bring her back. Lin Ling nodded and looked at the Yellow Emperor. Old brother Yellow Emperor, do you know where the Giant God clan is? Also, it won't be easy to bring Yu back this time. When the time comes, I'll have to trouble you to help me. You're too kind. The Yellow Emperor and the others shook their heads. Lin Ling was too polite. Lin Ling nodded. The other party was with the Giant God clan, and the Giant God clan was one of the most mysterious of the 12 God clans. Thus, he had made some preparations. Lin Ling, I've found it. The Giant God clan is east of the 6th level. At the same time, the Yellow Emperor looked at the token in his hand. They had people all over the 6th level, so it would be easy for them to find the Giant God clan's whereabouts. Alright, I'll go take a look first. You guys come after me. Lin Ling was also somewhat anxious and hurriedly left. In the east, he had left the 18 Dragon Mountains region. Speaking of which, this was the first time Lin Ling left the 18 Dragon Mountains after entering the 6th level. He vaguely remembered that when he first arrived at the 6th level, Lin Ling met many enemies. These enemies worked together to kill Lin Ling, forcing Lin Ling to hide in the 18 Dragon Mountains. And, unknowingly, Lin Ling had grown up in the 18 Dragon Mountains and eventually became the overlord of the 6th level. Walking along the dense forest, it didn't take long for the view in front to widen, and plains appeared. But at this time, several figures flew over from afar, landing not far away from Lin Ling. When they saw Lin Ling, they were obviously surprised. Sir. Sir. As you wish. Afterwards, these people strolled over with arrogance on their faces. They could see that Lin Ling was merely an initial stage deity realm universe giant god, but some of them were middle stage deity realm universe giant gods. Lin Ling was surprised, but he stopped and smiled at these people. Sir. Sir, are you from the 18 Dragon Mountains? Sir. One of the men asked indifferently. Senior brother, I don't think he knows. He isn't very strong and should be a passerby in the 18 Dragon Mountains. Sir. Beside the man, a girl said with disdain. The youth in front of her was merely an initial stage deity realm universe giant god. This strength was weak even in the 6th level, let alone in the 18 Dragon Mountains. Because, they knew that the 18 Dragon Mountains had quietly become the core ground of the 6th level. Because, this was where most of the experts gathered. It's fine. After all, this is our first time coming to the 18 Dragon Mountains. Sir. That man did not mind and continued to look at Lin Ling. And, Lin Ling shook his head inwardly. He did not understand where these people got their confidence from. But he did not mind. He wanted to see what they wanted to ask. Do you know where the strongest overlord of the 18 Dragon Mountains is? That man asked. Sir. The strongest overlord? Lin Ling frowned. Sir. I guessed it right. He doesn't know. Sir. Seeing Lin Ling's suspicious look, the girl who disdained Lin Ling shook her head. Indeed, they had asked for nothing. Sigh, aren't you from the 18 Dragon Mountains? How could he not know this? Well then. The man grumbled, thinking that he had asked for nothing. We're here to join the strongest overlord. I heard that the strongest overlord is the strongest in the 6th level. If we join them, we can do whatever we want in the 6th level, and we'll even have the chance to follow them to the 7th level. In the end, you actually didn't know. It seems that your trip to the 18 Dragon Mountains was also a waste. Nonsense. After that, the man wanted to lead everyone away. Young man, with your strength, you shouldn't wander around the 18 Dragon Mountains for now. Go somewhere else. I know why you don't know who the strongest overlord is. It's because you're too weak, and they don't even want to know you. The woman said condescendingly as she left with the man. Lin Ling pursed his lips. Throughout the entire process, it was these few people who were talking. He couldn't even get a word in. While moreover, the strongest overlord of the 18 Dragon Mountains? Why didn't he know about it? Perhaps, he had stayed in the Dragon Tomb for too long and did not know what had happened to the 18 Dragon Mountains. Wait, what is the strongest overlord you speak of? Lin Ling looked at the few people who had left and finally asked. Then the man paused and looked at Lin Ling with disdain. He smiled and said, seeing that you are not a bad person and are not arrogant, I will tell you. That person is called Lin Ling, and he is the overlord of the 6th floor. In the entire 6th floor, only the giant god clan can be as famous as him, and he is also the strongest king of the 18 Dragon Mountains. Your luck is not good. You actually did not meet his people in the 18 Dragon Mountains and missed the opportunity. What a pity. After saying this, the man led everyone away, and a light laughter drifted over. It was as if Lin Ling was not qualified to be valued by that overlord, but they were. Lin Ling, it was actually Lin Ling. Lin Ling stood in place and shook his head helplessly. He had thought that there was some kind of strongest overlord, but it turned out that it was himself. Only yes, how did he become so famous? So many people in the 18 Dragon Mountains knew his name. Lazy, ignoring them, Lin Ling continued to head east. The 6th floor. The 6th floor was very large, like a vast universe. Few people had ever gone to the eastern limit, however, the great gods of the 6th floor all knew that the eastern limit was the territory of an ancient race. Their origins were mysterious, and they had endless years of history. They were also the existences that could not be provoked. Because they were the giants of the gods. Also known as the giant god clan of the 12 god clans, Lin Ling continued forward, passing through the scorching desert and the bone-chilling frozen earth. After a long time, he finally reached the eastern limit. Fung at a glance, there were very few gods here, and few people. In front of him was a huge and ancient forest. The mountains were like Mount Tai, and the trees were like giant cities. In the dense forest, the terrifying cries of monsters could be heard. In the depths of the forest, there was a mountain that reached into the clouds. At the top of the mountain was a huge palace. The giant god clan was located there. Because the mountain was too tall, one had to walk to the top. After all, there was too much primordial energy at the top of the sky. This primordial energy was something that no god dared to face. Boom, rumble, Lin Ling stood at the outermost edge of the forest. It was as if he was looking at a divine beast with its mouth wide open, waiting to devour him. However, at this moment, there was a rumble in the air. He saw an island flying toward the forest. Its speed was incomparably fast, and it was as agile as a butterfly. It avoided the towering ancient trees. Roar! The cries of beasts came from the depths of the forest. Next, huge trees collapsed. A divine mammoth that was thousands of miles tall and covered in long hair galloped over. Universe divine mammoth. Roar! Seeing the mammoth divine elephant, Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He knew that this divine elephant was extremely terrifying. It could survive in the universe's starry skies and sweep through the various universes. When its giant legs stomped down, not many universes could withstand it. Most importantly, these divine mammoths had very strong defenses. Their fur could resist large amounts of divine power. Unless it was physical strength, it was very difficult to injure them. Roar, it was targeting the island. Roar, then, Lin Ling saw something. Fruit, however, the gigantic mammoth swept its trunk and smashed towards the island in anger. Buzz, buzz. Island suddenly, a divine light bloomed from the island, illuminating the sky. When the huge trunk landed on the island, it only caused the island to sink a little. Boom, at the same time, a powerful sword intent exploded from the island. It was like the fury of the sky, furiously slashing at the divine mammoth. Lin Ling clearly saw a white-robed male standing at the edge of the island. He held a broken sword and slashed at the sky. This sword's power was extremely terrifying. The void was cut open, and the entire ancient forest was affected, swaying non-stop. What a powerful divine power! Lin Ling said. Ling's eyes narrowed slightly. He knew that the white-robed male was very strong. He should be an invincible existence among the late-stage deity realm giant gods, Kacha. Boom, at the same time, one of the divine mammoth's tusks was cut off and fell to the ground with a rumble. It's just a universe divine mammoth. Its immunity against divine power is beyond imagination. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Young Master Heaven Hater, someone actually came to Little Sky Forest. This person is definitely not an invited guest. After all, the invited guest used the giant god tribe's teleportation array to reach the palace. A beautiful woman appeared next to the white-robed man and bowed slightly to him. She wore a gauze dress as thin as a silkworm's wing. Whether it was her looks or her figure, she was top-notch. Moreover, there were many beauties like her. At this moment, they were walking out of the island one after another. As these women looked at the white-robed man, their gazes were filled with worship and longing. I know. The white-robed man smiled confidently and looked off into the distance with disdain. His eyes landed on the man in the blue and white robe. Not everyone can pass through Little Sky Forest. Based on his strength, he'll most likely die here. He probably came here because of the reputation. Too bad he can't see himself clearly. Young Master Heaven Hater, not everyone is like you, daring to be late to the giant god tribe's invitation and entering the palace through Little Sky Forest. The beautiful woman in the white dress said with a smile. Her eyes imitated young Master Heaven Hater's as she stared into the distance. Her gaze landed on the man in the blue and white robe. There are so many men in the world, but not all of them are young Master Heaven Hater. Hearing this, the white-robed man shook his head and strolled into the forest. The women followed quietly, as if they were following the sun, the stars, and life in their hearts. After all, young Master Heaven Hater was the only sun in their hearts. Rumble. At the same time, terrifying monsters rushed out from the ancient forest once again. However, the island was extremely fast, emitting circles of ripples as if it had disappeared into the void. It avoided the attacks of the monsters and gradually disappeared into the distance. This island seemed to have a spirit. It was not an inanimate object. Interesting. At this moment, Lin Ling was still standing in the outermost area of Little Sky Forest. With his strength, he could naturally hear the conversation of the people on the island. He had not expected that the white-robed man was young Master Heaven Hater, the one who wanted to marry Yu. Moreover, this person also thought highly of himself. The number of goddesses following him was beyond imagination. This person wants to marry Yu, so he must have a motive. However, he is very confident, as if no woman in the world can escape from his grasp. Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. If it were any other woman, he wouldn't care at all. Even if young Master Heaven Hater had many wives and concubines, he wouldn't have the time to care. However, the person that heaven-hating young master wanted was Yu, and she was Lin Ling's wife. How could Lin Ling ignore it? So there are other ways to enter the palace. I wonder if Brother Yellow Emperor and the others have gotten the invitation. Looks like I was too impatient and took the long way instead. Moreover, there's a strange power in young Master Henshin's body. It's very strong, and it's very similar to the power of Zhongjian, the Taoist child, and Ming Qingxin. I reckon that he should also be one of the 9 stars of the universe. The 9 stars of the universe are the nemesis of the will of the world. Their power can restrain the power of the will of the world. Therefore, if you want to win against the 9 stars of the universe, you have to rely on your own power. Lin Ling muttered to himself. As he slowly walked into the pitch-black little sky forest. At this moment, in the forest that was as thick as a giant city, the universal sacred elephant that had its tusks cut off was still there. It let out an angry roar, as if its prey had escaped. It was extremely unhappy, however, at this moment, it sensed a faintly discernible aura approaching. This caused its huge ears to twitch slightly. Finally, it sensed that aura, bang bang bang, it galloped on all fours, looking at that aura. Its red eyes were filled with wild madness. In the forest that was as big as a city, a tiny figure was moving forward. This figure was wearing a blue and white robe. Compared to the huge trees around him, he seemed out of place. This person was like a tiny person who had arrived in the world of giants. It was also like a mortal who had entered the realm of legends. Bang bang bang, the earth continued to shake. After a moment, a huge elephant appeared in front of that person. Compared to the two, this person was even smaller than the elephant's eyes. Roar. The universal sacred elephant let out a thunderous roar. A violent wind blew, and the bridge-like grass on the ground was uprooted. The universal sacred elephant seemed to be furious. This was because it had let its prey escape. Fortunately, another ignorant human had arrived. It was just the right time for it to vent its anger. Are you looking for trouble with me? At this moment, that tiny human raised his head and said with slight dissatisfaction. He was naturally Lin Ling. He also knew that the universal sacred elephant in front of him was the one that had battled with young Master Heaven Hater. Unfortunately, young Master Heaven Hater had cut off one of its tusks. You can't catch up with young Master Heaven Hater, so you're venting your anger on me? Do you think that I'm not as good as young Master Heaven Hater, and that I'm easier to provoke than him? Lin Ling said again. His eyes narrowed, and there was helplessness and dissatisfaction. Roar. The universal giant elephant clearly had spiritual energy. It could understand Lin Ling's words. It let out another roar, and then its huge palms ruthlessly stomped down. This stomp could break the universe. It was so terrifying. Previously, young Master Heaven Hater had blocked this pair of palms with a sword, rumble. However, Lin Ling only raised his left hand slightly. His seemingly thin and weak palm exploded with a powerful force, making it difficult for the pair of palms in the sky to stomp down. At the same time, 7 stars appeared on Lin Ling's forehead, representing the 7-star Panga body. At this moment, the universal giant elephant was obviously stunned. It didn't expect this tiny human to be able to block its palms. Moreover, compared to the previous man, this human in front of it seemed to be even more terrifying. This was because it couldn't detect any divine power on this human. It seemed that he relied on a powerful physical body. It suddenly looked at Lin Ling's eyes and realized that Lin Ling's eyes were cold and emotionless. That gaze quietly made its huge elephant body break out in a cold sweat. The universal sacred elephant was able to survive until now. In addition to its terrifying power, it also had the innate ability to understand the universe's Tao. It was also because of this that it detected a terrifying danger from Lin Ling. However, this detection undoubtedly came too late. Scram. At this moment, Lin Ling indifferently spat out a word. His right hand, which was behind his back, suddenly punched out. It was as if a gust of violent wind blasting out a powerful universe's origin. Under that violent wind, the universal sacred elephant let out a violent roar. Its eyes were filled with panic, and there was even a human-like plea for mercy, but everything was too late. The punch of the powerful physical body was like a panga splitting heaven and earth. The long hair on the universal sacred elephant's body was shattered, its flesh and blood dissolved, and its bones shattered. Finally, everything turned into fine powder, walala, and that ferocious punch didn't stop. It landed in the forest in the distance, causing a large number of giant city-like trees to collapse. Only a tiny figure continued to move forward. Previously, young Master Heaven Hater's sword had cut off the universal giant elephant's tusks, but Lin Ling's punch had turned it into fine powder. Rumble. Next. Rumbling sounds continuously came from the forest. As long as it was a divine beast in front of Lin Ling, the universe ape, the universe black bear, and everything else would be turned into fine powder by his punch, he strolled forward like this and ascended the ancient sacred mountain. Gradually, the palace came into view. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Lin Ling didn't stop and enter the palace. Surprisingly, it was quite lively inside. A large number of gods were gathered there, eating, drinking, and chatting merrily. The strength of the gods here was clearly extraordinary. Most of them were late-stage giant universe gods, and their origins were extremely ancient. However, Lin Ling didn't recognize most of the people here. He walked along the tables and chairs, ignoring the people around him. The gods chatting merrily around him also ignored him. The main reason was that the gods here all had great backgrounds and were from all walks of life. Most of them didn't know each other, so naturally, no one paid any attention to Lin Ling. After that, Lin Ling found an empty table and sat down. He glanced around and saw that there was a special divine wine on the table. He didn't act pretentious and picked it up to eat and drink. He looked around the hall and found that the decorations here were ancient. Whether it was the pillars or the tables and chairs, they were all larger than usual. I don't see Yu. How did Yu get to know someone from the giant god clan? Lin Ling frowned and pondered as he drank. Soon after, he saw young Master Heaven Hater in white robe sitting at a table on the left. This person was surrounded by beautiful women, and they served him as if he was an emperor. Moreover, many people were greeting him. These people all knew young Master Heaven Hater. Lin Ling could vaguely hear that these people were from the primal chaos realm. This meant that young Master Heaven Hater was also from the primal chaos realm, so these people were giving him face. Everyone here probably knows that young Master Heaven Hater wants to marry Yu. Why doesn't Yu leave? Could it be that she's been captured by the giant god clan? Are they using this to threaten Yu? Lin Ling pondered. He didn't know much about Feng Moyang's origins, but since Feng Moyang was from the primal chaos realm, he probably knew young Master Heaven Hater. Moreover, he remembered that when he first met Feng Moyang in the primal chaos realm, he had a snake tail. If he guessed correctly, the most famous characteristic of a snake tail in the primal chaos realm was the Nuwa clan. Could it be that Feng Moyang was from the Nuwa clan? Although Lin Ling wasn't too familiar with the primal chaos realm, he had heard about the 8 great gods from his senior sister Qingzhu. If Yu was truly a member of Nuwa clan, it would also explain why Lin Ling couldn't sense her. Why was that feeling so effective? It seems that young Master Henshin's intention to marry Yu is not sincere. He has some other purpose. However, to have designs on my wife, young Master Henshin's guts are really not small. Lin Ling coldly snorted in his heart. Yu was no longer his fiancée, but his real wife. If it was any other man here, they would have taken action. Young Master, look. While Lin Ling was drinking alone, heaven-hating young Master was also drinking with the big shots of the primal chaos realm. However, a woman beside him reminded him in a low voice. There were many beauties around Heaven Hentian, and they looked left and right. Naturally, someone noticed Lin Ling. Heaven Hentian didn't care at first, but after a casual glance, his pupils constricted subconsciously. Wasn't this the youth he saw in the sky forest? One had to know that all the gods present had come from the teleportation array in the palace. Only Heaven Hentian had come from the sky forest. This meant that his strength and identity were different from the rest. After all, he was also from the 10,000 Years Mountain in the primal chaos realm, and he was also the disciple of one of the 8 great earth immortal ancestors. He should have been so glorious, but who knew that there was another person present who had come from the sky forest? Although he was the only one who knew this, he was still extremely displeased. Interesting. There are many divine beasts in the sky forest. They were brought here by the giant god clan in the primal chaos era. Someone who can walk through the sky forest must have extraordinary strength. Although Heaven Hentian was displeased, he still smiled calmly on the surface. Young Master Hentian, that brat is so hateful. What qualifications does he have to be on the same level as you? The beauty next to him objected, feeling unconvinced on behalf of Heaven Hentian. Don't be too stingy. If someone can walk through the sky forest, it means that there are still experts in the Dao Pagoda. Come, let's go greet them. Young Master Heaven Hater said with a smile. He stepped forward and walked towards Lin Ling. behind him was a group of beauties, but those beauties looked at Lin Ling with disdain. This brat's luck was pretty good. He could make Heaven Hentian pay a personal visit. Heaven Hentian's departure attracted a lot of attention. Everyone was curious. Who could make Heaven Hentian take the initiative to greet? Many people knew that although today seemed like a gathering, they were actually here to witness Heaven Hentian's marriage proposal. It was said that the giant god clan's Feng Moyang was also a disciple of a sect in the 10,000 Years Mountain, and Heaven Hentian was also a disciple of the 10,000 Years Mountain. The two had a long history. This little friend is so elegant. Are you drinking alone? Heaven Hentian arrived in front of Lin Ling's table and lightly smiled. Everyone looked at Lin Ling in surprise. To be able to come to this palace, they were all highly respected individuals, but none of them had ever seen Lin Ling before. Lin Ling was also a bit surprised. This Heaven Hentian actually took the initiative to look for him? Can't I drink alone? Lin Ling lightly replied, not giving Heaven Hentian any face. This person is so rude. The women behind Heaven Hentian were angered. Heaven Hentian was a famous person in the chaos world. All the old seniors present gave him face, but this strange youth was actually so arrogant. Haha, of course you can. Heaven Hentian didn't seem to be angry. He continued to smile and said, I should have seen you before. Since we've met, then it must be fate. How about a drink? I'm not free. Lin Ling still didn't give him any face and coldly replied. Heaven Hentian was stunned. He didn't expect this young man to not give him any face. For a moment, he was a bit embarrassed. Perhaps because he was too famous in the chaos world, no one didn't give him some face. This was his first time being humiliated, so he couldn't react in time. Do you know any etiquette? On the contrary, the beauties behind Heaven Hentian couldn't hold back anymore. What etiquette? He asked me to drink, so I have to drink? Lin Ling indifferently looked at the beauties and said, Excuse me, do I know him? Excuse me, have I seen him before? Excuse me, do you know my name? Those beauties couldn't refute Lin Ling. After all, they really didn't know Lin Ling. They didn't even know what Lin Ling's name was. Since you don't know anything, then you're a stranger. Why should I drink with a stranger? Lin Ling saw their dumbfounded expressions and shook his head with a smile. He's Heaven Hentian. Finally, one of the beauties said unwillingly. Is that so? Then, do I know Heaven Hentian? Lin Ling sneered and asked again. His words made the beauty speechless. Interesting. It seems that I was reckless. At this time, Heaven Hentian faintly smiled and dispelled the awkward atmosphere. However, he was furious. If it weren't for the fact that there were too many big shots present and that today was the day of his marriage proposal, he would have attacked. For the sake of his demeanor and face, he finally endured it. At this time, a figure walked out from another door of the palace. It was a young man. Obviously, he didn't come from the Sky Forest. Instead, he came from the teleportation device. This person was obviously extraordinary, causing Heaven Hentian to look at him solemnly. Then, he smiled and said, So it's Xianxia. I didn't expect that you would also come to the 6th level. That's right, this person was Xianxia, one of the 9 stars of the universe. As one of the 9 universe stars, Xianxia's origin was a mystery, and not many people knew about him. Only young Master Heaven Hater knew about him. This was because a long time ago, the 9 universe stars had a gathering, and everyone had a brief acquaintance. At the same time, Lin Ling was also staring at the young man who had suddenly arrived. His eyes flashed slightly. It was actually him, of course. Lin Ling recognized Xianxia. Back on the 5th floor, he had once lost to Lin Ling. Lin Ling remembered that Xianxia had not killed him. Instead, he had allowed Xianxia to become stronger before fighting him. Unexpectedly, this guy had also come to the 6th floor. Xianxia, you're actually here too. At this moment, young Master Heaven Hater shouted indifferently. Who is this person? How can young Master Heaven Hater recognize him? With this shout, the expressions of everyone present changed slightly. Young Master Heaven Hater came from the Chaos Realm and was not very familiar with the gods of the Dao Tower. However, for young Master Heaven Hater to personally greet this person, this undoubtedly meant something. This person must be an extremely famous figure in the Dao Tower. Otherwise, young Master Heaven Hater would not recognize him at all. What, I can't come? Zhang Jian's expression was as arrogant as before. His eyes looked at young Master Heaven Hater, and there was a slight fighting spirit on his face. He, Zhang Jian, was a rising star among the 9 universe stars and had always been unconvinced by these seniors. However, he had luckily obtained an opportunity and his strength had greatly increased. Naturally, he wanted to challenge these seniors. Sure. Ordinary people are not qualified to attend the Giant God Clan's banquet, but how can you, Zhang Jian, not be qualified? Young Master Heaven Hater smiled faintly. Although Zhang Jian's strength was inferior to his, because they were both from the 9 universe stars, his potential was extraordinary, causing young Master Heaven Hater to give him some respect. However, he was an outstanding figure among the 9 universe stars. Respect was respect, but he would not lower his head. You came from the Giant God Clan's teleportation array, right? I came from Little Sky Forest. Young Master Heaven Hater suddenly laughed. His words caused Zhang Jian's eyes to widen. He naturally knew what Little Sky Forest represented. It was said to be the backyard of the divine beasts raised by the Giant God Clan. Ordinary people did not dare to approach it. However, young Master Heaven Hater dared to do so, and he even passed through Little Sky Forest to reach the palace. This was undoubtedly a level higher than Zhang Jian. Young Master Heaven Hater had been staring at Zhang Jian. When he saw the latter's expression freeze, he instantly knew that the other party was displeased. All of a sudden, a thought arose in his mind, and he laughed. Of course, I'm not the only one. There's another person who also came from the small sky forest. I'm afraid that his reputation isn't inferior to mine. He's also the second person here. He deliberately raised that person up to arouse Zhang Jian's jealousy. Is that so? As expected, Zhang Jian's voice became low, and he was even more displeased. The fact that young Master Heaven Hater had surpassed him was something that he could not accept at all. However, the other party had quite the background after all. Yet, there was someone else who could surpass him as well. How could he swallow this anger? Also, this person looks to be about your age. Heaven-hating young master said again. It sounded like he was praising him, but in fact, it was a disaster. I'd like to see what kind of person he is. Zhang Jian narrowed his eyes, and the raging flames of war burned in his eyes. Young Master Heaven Hater, you're so bad. The beauties behind young Master Heaven Hater were very puzzled at first, but on second thought, they understood. Young Master Heaven Hater was putting the potential of war on that young man. Zhang Jian was a rising star, but he had an unruly personality. He could not tolerate a grain of sand in his eyes, so he would definitely attack that person. There's a good show to watch. That man named Zhang Jian was personally named by young Master Heaven Hater, which means that his strength is not bad. The person who is targeted by him will definitely be unlucky. Many people quietly looked at Lin Ling. They also knew who young Master Heaven Hater was targeting. In fact, I'm not too sure about who he is, but he's on the field. You can ask him yourself. Seeing that the time was about right, young Master Heaven Hater sat down and picked up his wine glass to drink. At the same time, he looked indifferently at Lin Ling. That young man had refused a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. He probably did not know how powerful young Master Heaven Hater was. Now, he would let him suffer Zhang Jian's anger. Young Master Heaven Hater knew very well that Zhang Jian's burial universe was extremely powerful. It's him? Not much. Zhang Jian's gaze swept over and landed on Lin Ling. At first, he snorted coldly in disdain, but soon, his pupils trembled fiercely. Isn't this Lin Ling? His body trembled quietly as he walked step by step toward Lin Ling. The battle in the past seemed to have happened yesterday. Every move, bit by bit, flowed into his mind. He knew Lin Ling's origin. He was Qing Zhu's junior brother, and his master was Patriarch Subhuti. His origin could be said to be a thunderous existence. The most terrifying thing was that Lin Ling's world willpower had reached the ancient level and had once crushed him. Even when Zhang Jian thought that Lin Ling was going to kill him, Lin Ling let him go. Zhang Jian even asked him to challenge Lin Ling after he became stronger. Zhang Jian came from a small world. Because of his ordinary background, many gods did not approve of him. If he did not possess the power of the stars of the universe, he would not even have the qualifications to enter the Tao Pagoda. And Lin Ling was the only person who respected him. He was not arrogant after defeating him. Interesting. Zhang Jian is actually so excited. Maybe he can kill that young man. Young Master Heaven Hater stared at Zhang Jian and then laughed mockingly. Young Master, you're so bad. The beauties next to him also covered their mouths and laughed, but one of them shook her head in disdain and said, that young man is not qualified to make you attack him. Zhang Jian has a higher status than him. Your Excellency. Just when everyone thought that a fierce battle was about to begin, Zhang Jian suddenly bowed to Lin Ling. What? Everyone was dumbfounded. Young Master Heaven Hater even forgot to drink, and his pupils widened. You've also come to the 6th floor. Lin Ling smiled faintly and said, your strength has improved. This 6th floor can't accommodate you at all. It's better to go to the 7th floor. Your Excellency is right. I was just casually looking around, but I didn't expect you to be here. It's my honor. Zhang Jian respected Lin Ling very much. Putting everything else aside, Lin Ling had defeated him and did not kill him. Zhang Jian already owed Lin Ling his life. Don't talk about honor. If you know each other, you're friends. Come, sit down and drink. Lin Ling's personality was that he was fierce to his enemies and good to his friends. Since Zhang Jian was a friend, he was naturally very polite. Okay, I can't ask for more than a drink with you. Let me pour the wine. Zhang Jian was delighted. He poured Lin Ling a glass of wine and shouted, is there anyone, bring another pot of wine. Seeing the two of them talking politely and Zhang Jian personally pouring wine, everyone was stunned. Weren't they going to fight? How did it become a gathering of friends? Moreover, this was the arrogant and unruly Zhang Jian from before. This Zhang Jian really has no backbone. Among the crowd, young Master Heaven Hater was undoubtedly the most puzzled. He had always been calm, but at this moment, his face was somewhat dark. Zhang Jian's attitude towards him was also arrogant. Why was he so polite to that young man? Could it be that young Master Heaven Hater was even inferior to that young man? Thank you for giving me face. However, at this moment, a large number of people arrived. Among them, Feng Moyang was also in the group, following with a cold face, smiley face, translator, Endless Fantasy Translation editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. These people who had suddenly arrived were all tall and sturdy. Their long hair fell to their shoulders, and they had a wild aura. Their muscles were extremely solid, and their skin was the color of wheat. They were like the first batch of humans after the creation of the universe. They were from the Giant God clan. The Giant God clan was the most ancient existence among the 12 God clans. According to legend, they were the ancestors of humanity and the descendants of Pangu. They were different from the other gods. They did not like to interact with the outside world and hid in a corner of the universe, living a peaceful life. If not for the arrival of the great calamity of the world's will, this most ancient clan would probably still be unknown. Moreover, there were rumors that the place where they lived was actually the origin of the universe. That was also the place where the creation of the universe began. Therefore, the gods of the entire universe treated this mysterious clan with great respect and even a hint of fear. This was because this clan's combat strength was very strong, and their physical bodies were comparable to the universe. I'm Jeshan. The man in the lead said in a low voice as he looked at everyone present. So it's Your Excellency Jeshan. Seeing this, everyone cupped their hands and bowed. In fact, this was the first time they had seen Jeshan. However, this person's prestige was not low. He was probably the leader of the 6th layer's Giant God clan. Jeshan nodded and looked at young Master Heaven Hater. You must be young Master Heaven Hater. I heard my father mention you. You're here on behalf of the ancestor of the Earth Immortals to marry Feng Moyang, right? That's right, it's me. Young Master Heaven Hater stood up and nodded. Although the Giant God clan's name shook the universe, his backing was not weak either. He was one of the 8 great gods and the disciple of the ancestor of the Earth Immortals. Therefore, he did not fear the Giant God clan. Your courage is not bad. Jeshan smiled when he saw that young Master Heaven Hater was neither arrogant nor humble. This was the first time he had smiled since he arrived. Everyone, take a seat. Jeshan led his people to sit down. Someone poured a large bowl of wine, and Jeshan and the others drank in large mouthfuls, looking very forthright. The giant god clan's way of doing things is just like the legends. If I hadn't followed young Master Heaven Hater here, I probably wouldn't have seen the god clan in my life. Their strength is deep and immeasurable, their bodies condensed like the cosmos, not fearing any divine force. Everyone accompanied Jeshan and the others as they drank. But in their hearts, they were secretly grumbling. But after sensing how strong the giant god race was, they felt that this trip hadn't been in vain. Heaven-hating young master, the earthly immortal ancestor has already transmitted a message to us, saying that Fenglor's mother has agreed to this marriage, right? Jeshan drank 3 bowls of wine in a row before he said indifferently. At the same time, he glanced at Feng Moyang and sighed inwardly. He knew that this was the intention of the old man behind Feng Moyang, so the giant god clan could not interfere. However, he also knew that Feng Moyang did not want to marry this so-called Heaven Hater. Not bad. Young Master Heaven Hater nodded. If that's the case, then let's see if Feng Lass agrees or not. If she agrees, then she'll go with you. Ju Shan said as he looked at Feng Moyang. Heaven Hater frowned slightly. The people behind them had already agreed to this matter, so the giant god clan could just obediently hand over the girl. Now, they still had to ask for Feng Moyang's opinion. What if Feng Moyang didn't agree? Brother Jeshan, I'm only here on Master's orders, so I have the right to protect Feng Moyang. If that's the case, then let Feng Moyang come back with me. Heaven Hater said indifferently. Haha, when it comes to matters between men and women, not only do we have to look at the parents' words, we also have to look at the other party's opinion, right? Jeshan seemed careless, but his thoughts were extremely meticulous. Feng Moyang is a friend of our giant god clan, so we have the right to protect her. If she leaves with someone and something happens to her, our giant god clan will also be responsible. With that, he looked at Feng Moyang and smiled. Feng Lass, what do you think? Feng Moyang had been silent this entire time, but when she saw Jeshan speaking up for her, she was secretly grateful. Indeed, and she knew that her mother and the earthly immortal ancestor had both agreed to this matter, so it would be very difficult to refuse. But when her eyes subconsciously swept over the crowd, she suddenly saw a familiar face. It's him. Feng Moyang was shocked. Why was he here? Hope suddenly rose in her heart, because Lin Ling had helped her many times. This time, could it be that Lin Ling had come to save her? But after thinking about it, Feng Moyang felt a little guilty. Ever since Lin Ling had helped her for the first time, she had misunderstood Lin Ling and had never had the chance to explain. On the contrary, later on, Lin Ling had helped her a few more times. She, Feng Moyang, also wanted face. How could she have the nerve to ask Lin Ling for help every time? She secretly shook her head, not daring to look at Lin Ling again, but she suddenly realized that Lin Ling was smiling at her, and then nodding. What did that mean? Feng Moyang's eyes widened. Could it be that Lin Ling had come to help her this time? Thinking of this, Feng Moyang's heart inexplicably became excited, and there was a sweet feeling as if she had eaten honey. Then, she raised her head and looked at young Master Heaven Hater. At this moment, young Master Heaven Hater was also looking at her. Young Master Heaven Hater knew that Ju Shan actually wanted to help Feng Moyang, but that excuse was a little far-fetched. Therefore, young Master Heaven Hater did not put him in his eyes. However, this was also the first time he had seen Feng Moyang, and he discovered that Feng Moyang's temperament was extremely good. Although Feng Moyang's beauty was different from the woman behind him, Feng Moyang had the most primitive kind of beauty. It was as pure as the blue sky, extremely attractive. That lord's descendant is indeed outstanding, much better than ordinary girls. Young Master Heaven Hater secretly muttered. He coughed slightly and elegantly wanted to speak. However, Feng Moyang was even faster than him. Sorry, young Master Heaven Hater, I already have a husband. Feng Moyang stood up and looked at the crowd. Feng Moyang has a husband? Everyone was shocked. They had never heard of such a thing. Everyone could not help but look at young Master Heaven Hater, knowing that he must be very embarrassed at this moment. However, young Master Heaven Hater frowned. His face was somewhat gloomy. he was very confident in his charm. Behind him were countless beauties, but none of these beauties wanted to leave him. They were proud to be able to follow him for life. He believed that as long as it was a woman, she would be attracted to him. That was because his status was very high, and his background was extraordinary. In addition to his outstanding strength and unforgettable appearance, these advantages would make any beautiful woman linger on him. And this time, he personally came to marry Feng Moyang, giving Feng Moyang enough face. But in the end, Feng Moyang rejected him, not to mention that she already has a husband. "Miss Feng, you must be joking." But soon, young Master Heaven Hater also laughed, thinking that Feng Moyang is probably looking for an excuse. "I am not joking. In fact, when I was in the Chaos Realm, I was already married. Everyone in my sect can testify." Feng Moyang shook her head, looked at Lin Ling and said, "And today, my husband is also here, it is him." When she pointed, everyone looked at Lin Ling, the shock in their hearts became even stronger. Young Master Heaven Hater also stared at Lin Ling, his expression constantly changed. Why is it him again? It was the perfect supreme being. Hee, Feng Moyang really likes to joke. After being angry, Heaven Hater young master suddenly calms down. He feels that this is an excuse that Feng Moyang is deliberately finding. After all, this young man is not from the primal chaos realm. How can he know Feng Moyang? Taking a step back, Feng Moyang's background is not small. She is extremely famous in the primal chaos realm. How can this young man have the qualifications to marry Feng Moyang? Even if Feng Moyang agrees, those almighty beings in the primal chaos realm will not agree. That's true. Just based on that kid? The beauties behind Heaven Hater young master also have a look of disdain. It is not that they are looking down on Lin Ling, but Lin Ling's background is even more amazing. At best, he is only a little famous in the 6th level, and their Heaven Hater young master is the descendant of the 8 god generations. Just based on this identity, that overestimating youth cannot be compared to him. Who says she is joking? At this moment, Lin Ling spoke as well. He naturally couldn't allow Feng Moyang to bear all of this by herself. Not to mention that he'd come here for Feng Moyang. She is indeed my wife. After Lin Ling finished speaking, he walks towards Feng Moyang and then under everyone's gaze, he holds her hand. Feng Moyang's body trembles and tightens like a zither string. She clearly did not expect that Lin Ling would actually take the initiative to hold her hand. One must know that in the primal chaos realm, she had misunderstood Lin Ling. Shouldn't Lin Ling hate her? Moyang, don't you think so? Lin Ling gently looks at Feng Moyang as if he is looking at Yu, his wife. Feng Moyang's mood is complicated. But what is strange is that she does not dislike Lin Ling's way of addressing her. Instead, she feels a long-lost and warm feeling. One must know that when they were in the primal chaos realm, they faked their marriage and lived in a small courtyard every day. Let alone holding hands, they did not even talk much. Perhaps it is because Lin Ling has helped her too much, or perhaps she feels that she owes Lin Ling. Now, Feng Moyang can only console herself like this. Sir Lin Ling. Looking at Feng Moyang's generous admission, Zhang Jian secretly admired him. As expected of His Excellency Lin Ling, he had also heard of Feng Moyang's origins. It was said that she was the daughter of one of the ancient rulers of the 8 great god generations. Because of this, many people in the primal chaos realm wanted to become the son-in-law of that ruler. Moreover, there were even rumors that Feng Moyang's body contained the most ancient energy of the human race that could mend the heavens. Anyone who could mate with her would definitely become a ruler. This was also the reason why young Master Heaven Hater pursued Feng Moyang. However, Zhang Jian did not expect that the goddess that countless men in the chaos realm dreamed of was actually obtained by Lin Ling. Young Master Heaven Hater's eyes were red as he stared at Lin Ling's hand. This guy was actually holding Feng Moyang's hand. Damn it, he really couldn't understand why the extremely famous Feng Moyang from the primal chaos realm would walk together with this man. Moreover, was this man worthy? Young Master Heaven Hater almost cursed out loud. Get your filthy hands off me. However, he had scruples about his status and demeanor, so he endured it. Feng Moyang, the two of you are playing too seriously. Even if they were holding hands, young Master Heaven Hater did not think that Lin Ling and Feng Moyang would have any relationship. In any case, he only knew that this man was dead for sure. Truly shameless. young master rarely takes the initiative to pursue others. This is the first time he pursued her, and this Feng Moyang actually rejected him. Moreover, she didn't choose a good-looking boy. It should be Feng Moyang who is thinking of a way to reject young master heaven-hater. It's just that the person she found is not that good. The beautiful woman behind young master heaven-hater looked at Feng Moyang in anger. She felt that Feng Moyang was not giving young master heaven-hater any face. We are not playing. We have gone through the wedding ceremony. Many people in the primal chaos realm can testify to this. Feng Moyang said solemnly. Her eyes looked behind her and landed on the several senior and junior sisters. Yes, we can testify to this. Those senior and junior sisters were also in the sect and witnessed this matter with their own eyes. If you still don't believe me, you can ask my master and everyone in the sect. Feng Moyang continued. The more young master heaven-hater listened, the more he frowned. Could it be that Feng Moyang is really married? His teeth quietly grinded as if there is a flame burning between his teeth. He is extremely unwilling. Ha ha ha, it seems that I have misunderstood this matter. Because when my master talked to your mother did not say that you are married. Young master heaven-hater suddenly laughed, trying to alleviate the embarrassment and shame. He looked at Lin Ling with a faint smile and said, This sire, do you know who Feng Moyang is in the primal chaos realm? I don't know. Lin Ling shook his head. He only knows that Feng Moyang is a disciple of a sect. I knew it. Young master heaven-hater's expression is still very calm, but he is furious in his heart. However, this Lin Ling does not know Feng Moyang's origin. This also means that this Lin Ling's origin is very ordinary. She is one of the 8 great god generations, the daughter of Goddess Nuwa. Goddess Nuwa is the ancient ruler who created the laws of the universe at the beginning of the universe. In the entire primal chaos realm, she is the ancestor of all gods. Feng Moyang is her daughter. Her origin, her identity, she is destined to be extraordinary. Tell me, can an ordinary person marry her? Young master heaven-hater continued as he stared at Lin Ling. Since Feng Moyang is already married, he will make this man feel inferior and... Scram. Young master heaven-hater, what do you mean by this? Feng Moyang suddenly guessed young master heaven-hater's intention. He wants to force Lin Ling to not have the face to be together with her. This angered her. She had finally made Lin Ling forgive her with great difficulty, but this young master heaven-hater actually wants to destroy their relationship. Nothing. He's your husband, after all. He can't possibly be unaware of your background. Young master heaven-hater smiled faintly. You are right. An ordinary person can't marry her. Lin Ling nodded. This made young master heaven-hater laugh. This man is not stupid. He can distinguish the situation. Young master heaven-hater wanted to speak, but Lin Ling had already said, when two people are together, identity, origin, and strength are not important. After saying this, Lin Ling looked at Feng Moyang again. Husband and wife are birds of the same forest. When disaster comes, they fly separately. This sentence is said by the ancestors. However, we have experienced so many storms in our lives. We have faced so many life and death situations, so many disasters, but we have never flown separately. So, why would we care about the opinions of ordinary people? I once promised you that I would use your hand to roam the universe. This promise, I still remember. Lin Ling's thoughts seemed to have returned to millions of years ago, to that tiny Guyan sect. Under the illumination of the sun, the young man and the young girl's bridge hand moved forward bit by bit under the sunlight. Young master heaven-hater wanted to make Lin Ling feel inferior. However, he didn't know that Lin Ling and Yu had known each other for so many years and how strong their relationship was. Lin Ling. Looking at the affectionate Lin Ling, Feng Moyang was also moved. She realized that Lin Ling wasn't joking. These were words from the bottom of his heart. Most importantly, she seemed to have heard these words before. Lin Ling, no matter what kind of person you are, since we are husband and wife, then no matter how big the storm is, we will go through it together. Feng Moyang looked at Lin Ling affectionately. After hearing Lin Ling's words, Feng Moyang had a very strange feeling, as if she and Lin Ling had known each other for thousands of years. They were a true husband and wife. Yes, no matter how big the storm is, we will go through it together. Lin Ling nodded at Feng Moyang. In his heart, Feng Moyang was Yu. Back then, the hatred of the Silvermoon clan caused Yu to die. After reincarnating, her whereabouts were unknown. However, didn't Lin Ling find her in the end? Therefore, no matter what kind of storm there was, they would definitely be able to persevere. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Heaven Hater young master laughed loudly. He could no longer maintain his calm expression as he looked at Lin Ling with disdain. What a nice way to put it, but unfortunately, it is only your wishful thinking. With Feng Moyang's background, she is destined to be extraordinary. Even if you two are together today, tomorrow, someone will break you two apart. At that time, when you see your wife being taken away and you are powerless to resist, what will you think? I will remind you one last time. Ordinary people do not have the qualifications to touch Feng Moyang. I hope you can think clearly. At the end, Heaven Hater young master did not hide his disdain for Lin Ling as he suppressed Lin Ling from above. His expression was filled with endless confidence and pride. Let me tell you, I am Heaven Hater young master, the chief disciple of the Earth Immortal Ancestor. I am also a member of the 8 God generations. Not to mention the entire primal chaos realm, even in the Tao Tower, I have supreme authority. Heaven Hater young master spoke with his hands behind his back as he walked. Now, I have reached the 6th floor of the Tao Tower, but which of the big shots in the Tao Tower dare not to give me face? The 3 clubs and 9 temples are the rogue cultivator camp on the 6th floor of the Tao Tower. However, they have a lot of people and their overall strength is not weaker than any of the god race. As for me, I met their 6 leaders not long after I came to the Tao Tower. Mountain Push Party, Sun God Clan, Ceiling Cave God Clan, Iya Clan, I've seen the leaders of these god clans. It was also the 2nd day I came to this floor. When they learned of my arrival, they all came to give me face. In the 6th level, there's basically no one who doesn't give me face. I even have a chance to meet the overlord of the 6th level. The origins of the 8 great deities, the identity of the disciple of the Earth Immortal Ancestor, and the authority that all the overlords of the 6th level would give him face with just a single move. This is not an ordinary person. Compared to me, who do you think is more qualified to obtain Feng Moyang? Young Master Heaven Hater's voice was loud and clear as he scanned the crowd. Wherever he passed by, the faces of the crowd would change slightly. This young Master Heaven Hater hadn't been in this level for long, but he had already made so many magnates give him face, even the rumored overlord of this level would meet him. If it was like this, then young Master Heaven Hater could simply run amok on the 6th floor of the Tao Pagoda. After that, many people looked at Lin Ling. Did this young man have the qualifications to compete with young Master Heaven Hater? Feng Moyang, my young master rarely takes the initiative to ask for help. You are the 2nd person after the Earth Immortal Ancestor, but you didn't choose young Master Heaven Hater and instead chose an ordinary person. I really don't know what you're thinking. The beauties behind young Master Heaven Hater also spoke one after another. They felt that Feng Moyang simply didn't know how lucky he was. So what if he's an ordinary person? I just want to be with him. Hearing this, Feng Moyang frowned and said, no matter how powerful young Master Heaven Hater is, no matter how much status, future, and strength, what does it have to do with me? You. Young Master Heaven Hater said so much. He thought that Feng Moyang would be moved, but he didn't expect that Feng Moyang didn't put it in his eyes at all. This Feng Moyang was so stupid. He didn't know how much help young Master Heaven Hater had to Feng Moyang's future. Sigh, young, you don't think things through. Some of the people present also said regretfully. Young Master Heaven Hater knew that he couldn't change Feng Moyang's mind and could only look at Lin Ling. This guy's skin was really thick. He obviously couldn't give Feng Moyang happiness, but he still pestered her. Sir, what do you think? Young Master Heaven Hater sneered at Lin Ling. Interesting. The people of the giant god race were drinking and watching. Their leader, Zhu Shan, said with interest. I didn't see much. The things you said are just very ordinary things. Lin Ling said indifferently, what's more, I am not an ordinary person. Haha. Everyone laughed. Young Master Heaven Hater's things were actually very ordinary? To think that this young man dared to say it, young Master Heaven Hater kept shaking his head, feeling that Lin Ling had simply not seen the world. Hee hee. The beauty behind young Master Heaven Hater couldn't help but laugh and say, young Master Heaven Hater's identity is the descendant of the 8 great gods, the disciple of the ancestor of the earth immortals. Just based on this, no one in the entire 6th floor is nobler than him. In the Dao Tower, all the big shots in the Dao Tower gave him face. Who could do this? Sir, you said that you are not an ordinary person. May I ask how long have you been in the Dao Tower? How many people know you? How many people give you face? It was not that they looked down on Lin Ling, but that no matter how great Lin Ling's background was, his strongest was only the top 100 of the 6th floor. Compared to young Master Heaven Hater's identity, the difference was like heaven and earth. I have also been in the Dao Tower for a long time, but speaking of people who know me. Lin Ling replied indifferently. He suddenly thought of when he left the 18 Dragon Mountains not long ago. At that time, many people came and wanted to join his force, but they didn't know him. There are not many people who know me. Lin Ling said truthfully, as for how many people give me face, I guess that in the entire 6th floor of the Dao Tower, no one dares to not give me face. The first sentence made everyone nod and feel that it was natural. After all, they didn't know Lin Ling, so he was definitely not a famous person. But the second sentence made everyone want to laugh. This tone was really big, no one dares to not give him face, only he could think of this. Haha, interesting. Even Jeshan, who was on Lin Ling's side in his heart, couldn't help but laugh, because he also felt that Lin Ling's tone was too big. Not to mention others, his giant god clan didn't know Lin Ling. A large amount of mocking laughter came, causing Feng Moyang to secretly stomp her feet. She didn't know why, but she just didn't like everyone laughing at Lin Ling. Lin Ling helplessly shook his head. He didn't care. Lin Ling, don't worry about them. In any case, I will follow you. Feng Moyang was afraid that Lin Ling would be bullied, so she quickly said to Lin Ling, follow me? Lin Ling also smiled and explained, I really didn't take their words to heart. Good. Don't worry, although you are ordinary, your temperament is good. Moreover, if you like someone, how can you look at their background? Feng Moyang's small face turned red and said in a low voice. Seeing this, Lin Ling's heart was filled with joy. It was as if he was looking at Yu. He nodded and said, although I don't care about their opinions, I am not ordinary either. Feng Moyang suddenly froze. She didn't understand why Lin Ling said this, but at this moment, someone arrived at the teleportation array in the palace. Congratulations, my Mountain Push gang is late. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation, The Mountain Push Faction. Everyone's eyes flashed. They knew that this was one of the divine races on the 6th level. Although he was not the strongest overlord on the 6th level, he was still an existence that could not be underestimated. One had to know that the forces that could survive on the 6th level were all very strong, and the Mountain Push gang was one of them. Then, many people subconsciously looked at young Master Heaven Hater. Previously, he had said that he had been on the 6th level for 2 days, and the various divine races had already given him face. Could it be that the Mountain Push faction was here for him? Young Master Heaven Hater's lips curled into a proud smile. How could the Mountain Push faction have the time to care about the giant god clan? Today's sudden visit must have been for him. He could not help but look at Lin Ling. This kid had been stubborn before, but now he would show him his power on the 6th level. He would also show him how many people he knew on the 6th level. All he had to do was say something, and that kid would not be able to survive on the 6th level. He said he's Feng Moyang's husband, but today, is there any place for him to stand? The beauties behind young Master Heaven Hater sneered. The Mountain Push faction and the others strode over. As the host, Jushan's eyes lit up, and he stood up to greet them. However, the Mountain Push faction and the other experts ignored him and continued forward. This also infuriated Jeshan. This palace was the giant god clan's territory, and as a guest, they did not greet them first. Jeshan glanced at young Master Heaven Hater and was secretly annoyed. This kid from the Chaos Realm had such great face that the Mountain Push faction would ignore the giant god clan? But in fact, even young Master Heaven Hater was extremely surprised. But the fact that the Mountain Push gang had given him face made him feel elated. Senior Since young Master Heaven Hater had taken the initiative to greet them, he naturally had to do the same. However, the Mountain Push faction and the other experts ignored him and continued forward. Young Master Heaven Hater had taken the initiative to greet them, only to be rejected. He looked as awkward as he could be. Everyone was also stunned. The group of experts from the Mountain Push faction continued forward and came before the youth. Then, they bowed slightly. Congratulations. Our Mountain Push faction is late. This was what the Mountain Push faction had said when they first arrived. At that time, everyone thought that they were talking to the Giant God clan, or even to young Master Heaven Hater. However, only now did they realize that those words were actually directed at that young man. Translation: Young Master Heaven Hater, the Mountain Push faction, and the Mountain Push translation. Was the Mountain Push faction and the other experts. The Mountain Push faction. Instead, the Mountain Push faction was translation. At that moment, many people were translation because people, but translation God translation 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 is translation 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 is translation 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 feng feng cloud translation feng 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 was feng's feng feng. Be the faction, young, was, master, it, young's, it was, haters. These people must be imposters. Young Master Heaven Hater gritted his teeth in anger, but he could not explain the reason before him. Haha, you're all here? But at that moment, another hearty voice sounded. It was the Solar God clan. Moreover, there were many people accompanying the Solar God clan. Upon closer inspection, they were the Ceiling Cave clan, the Ya clan, and other god clans. It could be said that all the god clans on the 6th level had come. The scene was extremely spectacular. Chi, everyone gasped. Although they were also very famous, they were only famous in terms of reputation. In terms of background and authority, they could not compare to these god clans. Why are they all here? Young Master Heaven Hater's shock came wave after wave. He could not understand why this was happening. Most importantly, he had a huge question in his heart. Were these people here for him? He felt that it was impossible. Although he knew many big shots on the 6th level, he did not know all the god clans. The 3 meetings and 9 temples. But at that moment, more than a dozen experts arrived. They were the 12 leaders of the 3 meetings and 9 temples. They also represented the entire 6th level's independent god clans. In fact, even young Master Heaven Hater, Xianxia, and the others were considered independent god clans and belonged to the 3 meetings and 9 temples. They're here. Young Master Heaven Hater stared at the dozen people. He knew 6 of them. When he had just arrived on the 6th level, those 6 people had become friends with him. Today, the 3 meetings and 9 temples must have come for him. Young Master. The beauties behind young Master Heaven Hater also laughed happily. Young Master Heaven Hater had been neglected before, but now, he could finally turn the tables. That day, when the 3 meetings and 9 temples came to visit, they were also present. They knew how polite these leaders were to young Master Heaven Hater. Most importantly, these leaders were also invited by young Master Heaven Hater to help with today's matter. Everyone, you're really late. Young Master Heaven Hater smiled faintly and took the initiative to walk forward. This was also to sweep away the previous neglect and reverse the situation. He had turned the tables. Young Master Heaven Hater believed that a mere Mountain Push gang could not compare to him at all. Many people also saw young Master Heaven Hater's appearance and immediately looked forward to it. However, when young Master Heaven Hater took the initiative to greet them, the leaders of the 3 meetings and 9 temples acted as if they did not hear him. They walked forward with smiling faces. Most importantly, their eyes were fixed on one person. It was as if everyone in the palace was transparent, and only that person was the most dazzling. It's him again? When people realized that young Master Heaven Hater was staring at the person, they all felt like they were dreaming. Because it was that young man again. We're late, ha ha ha. At this time, the solar god race had already arrived in front of Lin Ling. They cupped their hands and bowed to Lin Ling. Not late, not late. Just in time. Lin Ling smiled and waved his hand. Looking at the way the two sides conversed, it was obvious that they were very familiar with each other. This completely proved that the solar god race had indeed come for Lin Ling. All the major god races on the 6th level are giving face to that young man. Everyone's hearts trembled. Their faces were filled with suspicion, shock, and astonishment. Young Master Heaven Hater's heart felt like it had exploded into 7 or 8 pieces. Endless waves crashed into him one after another, making him feel like he was dreaming. Could it be that the 3 meetings and 9 temples are also here for him? At this time, someone said with uncertainty. That shouldn't be the case. Someone shook their head, feeling that everything was too coincidental. Moreover, who on the 6th level had such charisma? The sun shouldn't have risen from the west. But the truth was that the sun had indeed risen from the west. The 12 leaders of the 3 meetings and 9 temples walked toward Lin Ling. Then, they all bowed in unison. Congratulations, congratulations. With this congratulation, the entire audience fell silent. Even the experts of the giant god clan were completely silent. The major god races, the 3 meetings and 9 temples, forget about the major god races, even the 3 meetings and 9 temples had come for that young man. This was too terrifying. Many people suddenly looked at young Master Heaven Hater. He had said that he knew the 3 meetings and 9 temples, and they had given him enough face. But in the end, they didn't even look at him. Moreover, he had also said that he was not an ordinary person, and that the young man was an ordinary person. He didn't have the right to obtain Feng Moyang. But now, who was the ordinary person? Young Master Heaven Hater's words were equivalent to slapping his own face. Wasn't that the same as personally giving away his fiancée? Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The entire hall was silent, and the only ones talking were the big shots of the 6th floor of the Sun God race. Seeing these heavyweights talking politely with Lin Ling, everyone was filled with curiosity about Lin Ling's identity. Feng Moyang was beside Lin Ling, and she was also curious about Lin Ling's identity. However, back in the primal chaos realm, Lin Ling's origin was indeed very ordinary. Could it be that during his days in the Dao Pagoda, Lin Ling rose step by step and stood firm, and then got to know these heavyweights? But no matter what, the greater Lin Ling's identity was, the more young Master Heaven Hater couldn't take her away. Young Master Heaven Hater's face was ashen, and he couldn't say a word. He didn't know why these people ignored him and gave face to that young man. He really couldn't figure it out. After all, in terms of background, he was the disciple of an Earth immortal ancestor, and in terms of experience, he was one of the 9 stars of the universe. How could that young man compare to him? Young Master, those people are blind. They don't know young Master's true identity. The beauties behind young Master Heaven Hater also felt injustice for him. Young Master Heaven Hater continued to take deep breaths. Suddenly, he laughed and said, "Sire, you have quite the face. You only know some of the seniors on the 6th floor, but that doesn't mean anything. Unless you can gain the approval of all the seniors on the 6th floor. Furthermore, your background is truly worthy of Feng Moyang." Still the same words, Feng Moyang's origin is extraordinary, and she can be called the goddess of the universe. Your status in this tiny place really can't change anything, and the seniors of the primal chaos realm also won't put this advantage in their eyes. Young Master Heaven Hater knew that in terms of connections and face, he really couldn't compare to that young man. However, he still had other advantages, so why should he compare his shortcomings with other strengths? Young Master Heaven Hater, are you done yet? Seeing young Master Heaven Hater chattering on, Feng Moyang couldn't bear it anymore. Feng Moyang, I'm doing this for your own good. If you insist on being with him, your mother will definitely kill him, and he has no backing in the primal chaos realm. At that time, who will save him? Heaven-hating young master was no longer polite to Feng Moyang. Therefore, if you really care about him, you should leave him. Hearing this, Feng Moyang's body trembled and her heart sank. Although she hated young Master Hentian, she couldn't deny that young Master Hentian was right. With her mother's pride, how could she allow her daughter to marry an ordinary god? Perhaps, behind her back, her mother would really kill Lin Ling. It's you. Suddenly, an exclaim of surprise resounded, and then a robust old man with a trembling spirit walked out from the depths of the palace. Father! When he saw the old man, Zhu Shan of the giant god race was the first to stand up, extremely respectful. Leader! The gods of the giant god clan bowed slightly. And when they saw this old man, even the leaders of the solar god race paled. If their guess was correct, this senior should be the true leader of the giant god race on the 6th level. His status was even higher than Zhu Shan's. Moreover, there were rumors that the strongest god on the 6th level was actually this behind-the-scenes leader of the giant god race. It was just that this behind-the-scenes leader rarely cared about matters, so the members of the various god races had never seen him before. Senior Zhu Chuan. Heaven-hating young master had heard of this old man's background and couldn't help but bow slightly. So it's young master Hentian. Good, good, good. The old man smiled and nodded, but he didn't walk toward Heaven Hentian. Instead, he walked toward Lin Ling, revealing an even more polite smile than he had toward Heaven Hentian. Haha, I've heard of you last time. I didn't expect to meet you today. Young friend, you're even younger than I imagined. Lin Ling, you know Uncle Zhu Chuan? Feng Moyang was shocked once more. It was one thing for Lin Ling to know the leaders of the various god races, but he even knew leader Zhu Chuan. She knew that this senior was extremely elusive. Not many people had seen him before. Well, I don't think I know him either. Lin Ling shook his head and looked at the old man. Senior, are you doubting the wrong person? Ha ha ha. The old man laughed and shook his head. How could this old man be mistaken? Do you still remember the summit of the 18 Dragon Mountains? It's you. Lin Ling remembered. Back then, when he had climbed to the summit of the 18 Dragon Mountains, a mysterious person had spoken to him. If he remembered correctly, that person had called himself Zhu Chuan, and Lin Ling had also said his name. He never would have imagined that the mysterious person at the summit of the 18 Dragon Mountains was actually this old man. On the 6th floor, besides this old man, you are the second person to reach the summit. We've hit it off so well. The old man still smiled politely. He didn't treat Lin Ling as a junior, but as an equal. This was because he knew how difficult it was to reach the summit of the 18 Dragon Mountains. Senior, you flatter me. I was just curious at the time. Lin Ling immediately said modestly. Watching Senior Zhu Chuan and Lin Ling talk so politely, heaven-hating young master and the others were completely dumbfounded. If even the leader behind the scenes of the giant god race recognized this youth and was so polite to him, then who on the 6th floor wouldn't recognize this youth? If I remember correctly, the name you gave back then was Lin Ling, right? Haha, the overlord of the 6th floor. Now that I've met you today, I can see that you live up to the title of overlord. Zhu Chuan said to Lin Ling. He seemed to be ignoring the 6th floor's matters, but in truth, he knew exactly what was going on. Father, overlord, this is... Zhu Shan couldn't help but frown, his face full of curiosity. Fool, do you still remember what happened at Dragon's Tomb not long ago? You once said that a god had gathered a group of gods and repelled the alliance of the Silvermoon race. At that time, you were full of admiration. And that person is right in front of you. He is also the strongest leader of the 6th floor, the one who unified the various god races, Lin Ling. Zhu Chuan smiled. Hearing this, Zhu Shan was stunned, staring at Lin Ling in shock. How could he not know of this legendary overlord? He was even filled with worship for this person. He never imagined that this mysterious overlord would actually be this youth. Lin Ling, he's Lin Ling. The faces of the highly respected gods around young Master Heaven Hater changed, even holding their breaths. If one were to talk about Lin Ling's appearance, they really wouldn't recognize him. But if one were to talk about Lin Ling's name, how could they not know? They looked at Lin Ling in fear, finally understanding why the leaders of the god races were giving him face. It turned out that this was the leader of the leaders, the overlord of a region. Who's Lin Ling? Young Master Heaven Hater still hadn't reacted. After all, the time he had spent on the 6th floor was simply too short. Young Master Heaven Hater, didn't you say that you've only been on the 6th floor for 2 days and the various leaders are giving you face? There's even a leader who wants to introduce you to the true overlord, and that overlord is him. Some people couldn't help but remind young Master Heaven Hater when they saw how pitiful he was. It's him. Young Master Heaven Hater felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Previously, he was proud of being able to meet the overlord of the 6th floor, but even if he was beaten to death, he would never have thought that the overlord he was so proud of was actually right in front of him, and it was the young man he looked down on. He had just said that this young man only knew the leaders and wasn't worth mentioning. He had the ability to gain the recognition of all the experts on the 6th floor, in fact, with the identity of the overlord, who on the 6th floor dared to not give him face. At this moment, whether it was young Master Heaven Hater, the beauties behind him, or even the respected seniors from the primal chaos realm, they were all speechless. From the start, they had looked down on Lin Ling and felt that Lin Ling was not worthy of Feng Moyang, but now, they knew that this youth was the overlord of the 6th floor. Not to mention them, even the leader of the giant god race, Zhu Chuan, would have to give face to this youth. It could be said that in the entire 6th floor, the youth was the king. With such a status, young Master Heaven Hater could not compare. Right, you're called young Master Heaven Hater, right? Is your master an earth immortal? At this time, a woman suddenly walked over to young Master Heaven Hater and smiled at him. Yes, you are. Young Master Heaven Hater felt that this woman was somewhat extraordinary, and even somewhat familiar, but he could not remember where he had seen her before. Patriarch Subhudi's disciple, Qing Zhu. The woman smiled and introduced herself. One of the 8 deities, Patriarch Subhudi of Bodhi Immortal Cave. Young Master Heaven Hater's expression changed, and his eyes became more serious. He knew that this woman's background was not small. After all, the 8 deities had many deities, but to be able to become the Patriarch's disciple was no small matter. She was above the deities of the primal chaos realm. It's an honor to meet you. Young Master Heaven Hater had always been proud. Even though Lin Ling was the overlord of the 6th floor, he did not say anything on the surface, but he was still unconvinced in his heart. He firmly believed that it would not be long before he could surpass this youth. However, he did not dare to be too presumptuous toward the descendants of the 8 deities, because the other party's status was not much weaker than his. Thank you. Qingzhu was very polite. After pondering for a moment, she said indifferently, he's my junior brother. After saying this, she walked over to the Yellow Emperor. It's him. Young Master Heaven Hater did not react at first, but a few seconds later, his body trembled because that him was Lin Ling. He suddenly stared at Lin Ling and found that Lin Ling was talking and laughing with the crowd, but no matter how he looked at it, this youth did not look like a descendant of one of the 8 deities. Young Master, it's him. Young Master. The expressions on the beauties' faces were also very complicated. There was shock, confusion, jealousy, and unwillingness. Now, their beloved young Master Hentian really didn't have the capital to be proud in front of that young man. They couldn't help but think about the scene in the forest not long ago. At that time, they were riding the palace and flying high up in the sky while the young men on the ground were like ants that could only look up at them. But now that he thought about it, everything was so ironic, because they didn't have the right. Patriarch Subhudi's disciple. Young Master Heaven Hater was still thinking about those words. He didn't believe them in his heart, but his subconscious told him that Blue Bamboo's words were most likely true. Feng Moyang, come with me, okay? Lin Ling looked at Feng Moyang and said after talking to everyone. Feng Moyang's mood is extremely complicated. The main thing is that everything that happened today is too shocking. One had to know that she had come to the Dao Tower from the primal chaos realm for Lin Ling. However, although they had met several times, they had never been together, but now, Lin Ling had taken the initiative to invite her along. Perhaps the surprise came too suddenly, making her feel like she was dreaming. Is it inconvenient? How about this, I can wait for you to be convenient. Lin Ling saw that Feng Moyang was silent and immediately respected her. Because in his heart, Feng Moyang is Yu. In the past, no matter what he did, he would respect Yu's opinion. I'm willing. Don't leave me behind. Seeing that Lin Ling seems to want to leave alone, Feng Moyang hurriedly shouted, her expression full of anxiety. This also caused Lin Ling to be stunned. Ha ha ha, it seems that Feng girl has found the man she likes. Zhu Chuan is a shrewd person and saw something. Feng Moyang is very famous in the primal chaos realm, causing many descendants of rulers to want to pursue Feng Moyang. However, this kind of marriage has a purpose and Feng Moyang has no right to pursue her own happiness. Now, seeing that Feng Moyang has met the person she likes and that person has the strength to take Feng Moyang away, he is naturally happy for Feng Moyang. Grandpa Zhu Chuan, I hate you, you're laughing at me. After Feng Moyang reacted, she immediately shyly said. Haha, don't worry, I feel that Lin Ling can be trusted. Zhu Chuan laughed loudly and said, those who can reach the peak of the 18 Dragon Mountains all have great perseverance and are people of principle. Whether it is temperament or potential, they will definitely not be below others in the future. Feng Moyang, you are lucky. Grandpa Zhu Chuan, I'm not bad either. Feng Moyang immediately said unconvinced. Yes, Feng girl is not bad either. Zhu Chuan benevolently smiled and looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling, it's rare for you to come here. Why don't you stay for a meal? Okay. Lin Ling nodded. Zhu Chuan was immediately very happy. As he ordered people to prepare the feast, he looked at Heaven Hater and the others. Senior Zhu Chuan, your master has invited me back, so I won't stay. Today, I thank your giant god race for your hospitality. Heaven Hater didn't want to leave, but he didn't have the face to stay here, so he cupped his hands and bid farewell. Haha, please forgive me for my lack of hospitality. Zhu Chuan said politely. Heaven Hater nodded with a smile and left with the beauties. He wasn't stupid. Zhu Chuan was just being polite to him and had no intention of keeping him. However, before he left, he glared fiercely at Lin Ling. He obviously wouldn't let this matter go. Rest, today, this was the giant god race's territory. He endured it. When they met again in the future, he would use his own strength to ruthlessly defeat Lin Ling and reclaim his lost dignity. Senior Zhu Chuan, we also have important matters to attend to, so we'll take our leave. Farewell. The others naturally felt embarrassed to stay and left one after another. Zhang Jian looked at Lin Ling and smiled. He didn't say anything and left with the others. They had come for Heaven Hater, but in the end, Heaven Hater had left in disgrace. Naturally, there was no point in them staying. They had even prepared a congratulatory gift for Heaven Hater, but unfortunately, they couldn't give it away. Zhang Jian followed the others and left through the teleportation array. When he saw Heaven Hater in front of him, he pondered for a moment and chased after him. He smiled and said, Heaven Hater, do you want to know why I respect him so much? Nonsense. If you have something to say, then say it. Nonsense. Heaven Hater was in an extremely bad mood. Moreover, Zhang Jian had helped Lin Ling before, which made him hold a grudge. It's very simple. He once defeated me. Nonsense. Zhang Jian shrugged indifferently. After pondering for a moment, he said, by the way, he's the host of the world's will. He's ranked third, second only to Dipankar Buddha of the 3 divine gates of White Mountain. Nonsense. What? Nonsense. Heaven Hater stopped in his tracks. His heart seemed to have shattered into thousands of pieces. This Lin Ling was actually the host of the world's will, and he was ranked third among the hosts of the world's will. Previously, he still had hope in his heart because of his identity as one of the 9 stars of the universe. But now, that hope was once again shattered. Lin Ling, oh Lin Ling. He suddenly gritted his teeth. With endless grievance, he entered the teleportation array and disappeared without a trace. Lin Ling, come. In the hall, Zhu Chuan and the others raised their wine cups slightly toward Lin Ling. The wine cups in their hands were like huge bowls. The wine inside was not clear and was slightly yellow, but the alcohol content was very high. It was said that it was brewed from rare divine stones. This wine was also called Yellowstone wine. Only the true guests of the giant god clan were qualified to drink it. Thank you for your hospitality, Senior Zhu Chuan. Lin Ling also raised his bowl. The Yellow Emperor and the others did the same. They stared at the wine in their hands with curiosity. They had all heard of Yellowstone wine. It was said that it was absolutely helpful for cultivation, especially for gods who cultivated their physical bodies. This help was even more obvious. They did not expect the legendary Yellowstone wine to be like this. Next, everyone laughed loudly and drank a mouthful of Yellowstone wine. When this mouthful entered their throats, everyone's expression changed drastically. They did not expect the alcohol content of this wine to be so high. Moreover, they were gods. Any wine could be dispelled with divine energy. But this wine, they could not dispel it. Cough, cough. Immediately, many people coughed violently. Haha, this wine really can't be drunk in a hurry, especially for people who drink it for the first time. It's easy to get drunk. Zhu Chuan laughed loudly and drank the wine in his hand in one gulp. There was no lack of drunkards present. They had lived for hundreds of millions of years. What kind of wine had they not drunk? If it was a competition of strength, they admitted that they were no match for Zhu Chuan. But when it came to drinking, they were not afraid of anyone. Senior Zhu Chuan, this Yellowstone wine is said to be very famous. Even gods will get drunk. But when it comes to wine, we are not afraid. How about this? Let's see who collapses first. A white-haired old man with a red nose said with a smile. This old man had a wine gourd hanging from his body. One look and one could tell that he was a wine lover. Haha, good. Zhu Chuan nodded generously. He was also a wine lover. Seeing that someone wanted to compete in drinking, he naturally would not be outdone. Who else wants to join? Let's do it together. Zhu Chuan looked at the crowd and said, this Yellowstone wine is brewed every 10 years. Today, I will risk my life to accompany you. Since Senior Zhu Chuan is so generous, we can't back off. Risking our lives to accompany you, I will also participate. A few more people shouted. The Yellowstone wine was very rare. It could be used to stabilize one's cultivation. Now that Zhu Chuan had brought out as much as he could, how could they not dare to drink it? These guys are crazy. Zhu Shan couldn't help but murmur to himself. He knew how strong the Yellowstone wine was. Even he couldn't drink 3 cups in a row. He would really get drunk. Back in the day, there had been a god who had come because of the giant god clan's reputation, wanting to taste the giant god clan's Yellowstone wine. They had even offered treasures in exchange for it. Zhu Shan's father had also agreed, and allowed that god to drink as much as he wanted. In the end, that god had only drunk 2 cups, and had been drunk for a full 1,800 years. 1,800 years later, when the god woke up, he thought that he had only slept for a short while. When Zhu Chuan reminded him, he was stunned for 3 days and 3 nights. Later on, that god would talk about the Yellowstone wine to everyone he met, saying that this wine was the god of wine. This caused all the gods to be filled with curiosity about the Yellowstone wine of the giant gods. And now, these drunkards actually wanted to drink until they were drunk. Who knew how many years they would be drunk for? Lin Ling, do you want to join us? At this time, Zhu Chuan suddenly looked at Lin Ling. He was in a great mood today, so he wanted to have a drinking competition. As Lin Ling tasted the Yellowstone wine, he gradually discovered the effects of this wine, as well as why it could even intoxicate a god. It turned out that once this wine entered the stomach, it could increase one's physical strength and make one's physical strength more condensed. On the other hand, if one's physical strength wasn't strong enough, then it was especially easy to get drunk. Even if a god's universe was very strong, the Yellowstone wine's power could even make a universe drunk. Lin Ling, don't compete with them in drinking. I've heard my master talk about the giant god clan's Yellowstone wine. This wine is very famous, and it is said that it was created by the first god of the universe, Pangu. It was brewed from the stones of the universe and the water of the sun and moon. Feng Moyang whispered from the side. She was really afraid that Lin Ling would be fooled and then compete with the giant god clan in drinking. The giant god clan was originally Pangu's descendant, and they had always been good at drinking. How could they win against them? Haha, little Feng, you haven't even married yet, but you're already siding with your husband's family? Although Feng Moyang spoke softly, everyone present was agog. How could they not hear her? Zhu Chuan couldn't help but laugh. Hateful, you only know how to laugh at me. Feng Moyang's pretty face also turned red. Lin Ling immediately smiled and shook his head, explaining, the culture of drinking is also a man's culture. Since big brother Zhu Chuan has invited me, if I don't drink, then I'm not giving him face. With that, he looked at Zhu Chuan and said, I, Lin Ling, naturally have to participate in this drinking competition. Today, I won't stop until I'm drunk. Forthright. Zhu Chuan couldn't help but praise loudly. Lin Ling, you won't stop until you're drunk. Once you're drunk, you'll be drunk for thousands of years. Zhu Chuan had some admiration for Lin Ling and immediately reminded him. Drunk for 1,000 years, not bad. Lin Ling didn't care at all. He smiled again and said, "Only Yellowstone can solve my worries. Only Yellowstone can solve my worries. Men, fill up Lin Ling's bowl." Juchuan's spirits were even higher. Then, the gods who had agreed to the drinking competition walked out. There were quite a number of them, about a dozen of them. The main reason was that Yellowstone wine was a rare divine wine. Many of them wanted to drink a few more cups to satisfy their craving. Juchuan and the others immediately filled up the bowls for these people. Then, with Juchuan taking the lead, he picked up the wine bowl and looked at everyone, saying, "Since we're all here on the 6th floor by fate, this cup of wine is for everyone to reach the 7th floor as soon as possible. Come." After that, Juchuan drank the wine bowl in his hand in one gulp. Looking at Juchuan's behavior, the people who had agreed to the drinking competition also drank the wine bowl in their hands in one gulp. "Damn, this wine is so strong. It's like drinking the Milky Way." Someone laughed loudly. His throat was burning and his stomach was surging like a raging river. Why did the sky change? Again. Today, we won't stop until we're drunk. I can't take it anymore. I can't hold my liquor. Sorry. After the first bowl of wine, many people's faces turned red and they started to sway. Those who could hold their liquor were still sober and shook their heads. Those who could not hold their liquor even laughed loudly and wanted to drink 3 more bowls. Unfortunately, their liquor tolerance was like that. After they finished speaking, they fell down with a bang. No matter what kind of strength they had, as long as they could not hold their liquor, they would all faint. Among these people, even Lei Gong was drunk. Yellowstone wine, even gods could not hold their liquor. It really lived up to its name. After Lin Ling drank it in one gulp, he felt his stomach churning. However, there was also a refreshing feeling that was hard to describe. However, Lin Ling also realized that after the wine entered his stomach, it spread throughout his body like a flood. His skin quietly turned red. It was only because his flesh was powerful that his entire body was refining the divine wine. Otherwise, he might have collapsed as well. When he noticed that the refining process of his body was condensing, Lin Chen was overjoyed. This was a rare opportunity. Again. He took the lead and shouted. Equal sign. As soon as Lin Ling's voice fell, everyone present widened their eyes. Being able to drink a cup of such a strong wine like the Yellowstone wine was already considered a master of wine. Lin Ling actually wanted to drink more. When did this brat become so good at drinking? Lei Gong was staring. He was familiar with Lin Ling. In his impression, Lin Ling was not an alcoholic. Leader Lin Ling was in the mood to drink. Good, I'll risk my life to accompany you. Again. A leader of the 3 societies and 9 temples laughed loudly. After that, he placed the big bowl on the table in front of him. Bold, this is what a god should be like. Juchuan couldn't help but laugh. He asked someone to fill the bowl with good wine. Can't hold my liquor. I won't do it. Sorry. Previously, there were dozens of people drinking. After the first cup, many of them shook their heads and waved their hands, completely giving up. There were less than 10 people who still dared to compete in drinking, and these people were worthy of the title of God of Wine. Bang! After the second cup was filled, people continued to drink in big mouthfuls. Then, all kinds of forthright sounds could be heard. This Yellowstone wine was getting more and more right and smoother. They even felt that their cultivation realm and the power of the universe were increasing. That feeling was indescribable. Bang, bang, bang. But soon, 4 people collapsed one after another. They were drunk and fainted. Moreover, it came without any warning. Come, I can still drink. Among those who fainted, someone was shouting in a low voice. But in the end, he still fell asleep. At this time, there were less than 5 people left. Carefree. Suddenly, a loud roar was heard. It was Lin Ling. His face was red, and his whole body was filled with dense fog formed by thick alcohol clouds. Haha, Lin Ling, you're really good at drinking. Can you still drink? Looking at Juchuan, he was about the same as Lin Ling. His face was red, and his whole body was filled with thick alcohol clouds. Of course, old brother Juchuan, I'm risking my life to accompany you. Lin Ling laughed heartily and licked his lips. He could feel that after drinking the second cup of Yellowstone wine, his body was like a furnace. A mysterious energy was rushing through his body, and it was as if something had been activated in his body. He actually felt a sense of joy. Lin Ling knew that the Yellowstone wine was further stimulating his physical strength. That's good. Jeshan, pour the wine. Juchuan was a god of the giant god race. His corporeal body was incredibly strong, and his tolerance for Yellowstone wine far surpassed that of others. However, he was different from Lin Ling in that he drank Yellowstone wine all year round. His body had long since been tempered, and his adaptability was much better. What about you guys? Can you still hold on? Juchuan looked at the other gods and said. Yes. Half a cup, at most half a cup. The more I drink, the more it suits my appetite. As expected of the Yellowstone wine, I can still drink it. The remaining few people had their own opinions, but it was obvious that they were already a little drunk. Moreover, they did not have the heavy smell of alcohol that Lin Ling and Juchuan had. This meant that they had to endure the extremely strong alcohol strength of the Yellowstone wine. Full. Juchuan immediately roared. They were all crazy. This was the third cup. Jeshan trembled as he filled everyone's cups with Yellowstone wine. His face was pale because one could not drink more than 3 cups of Yellowstone wine. Otherwise, they would end up sleeping for 1,000 years. It had been many years since he had seen someone drink Yellowstone wine so crazily. When the wine was filled, the remaining gods looked at the big bowls of wine. A few of them licked their lips, feeling like they could not drink anymore. Bottoms up first. Juchuan was the first to finish the wine in his hand. Then, he felt a little dizzy. Even if he was a giant god and had already drunk Yellowstone wine, 3 cups in a row was still too much for him. Of course, he had only just gotten excited from drinking. He was not drunk yet. Drink. When the remaining gods saw this, they roared. As gods of wine, how could they be at a disadvantage? They all raised their bowls and drank in big mouthfuls. Pooh. Someone drank halfway and fainted. He could not drink anymore. Someone had just finished drinking and vomited on the spot. Then, he fainted with a bang. 3 cups, this was clearly their limit. Bang bang bang. In the end, only Lin Ling and Juchuan were left drinking. Lin Ling drank 3 cups and felt his body burning up. His mind was heavy but he was very spirited. The more he drank, the more he wanted to drink. He could also feel the power of his fleshly body increasing at a crazy rate. It was as if his body had transformed into a vast universe that was erupting with power. His fleshly body power, which was originally 1 trillion units, had broken through the limit and rushed into a new domain. Lin Ling, are you all right? Seeing Lin Ling's body reeking of alcohol, Feng Moyang was shocked. Now, anyone who approached Lin Ling would probably be drunk by the smell of alcohol on Lin Ling's body. I'm fine. Lin Ling smiled at Feng Moyang. Lin Ling, you're good. Juchuan laughed. He did not expect Lin Ling's alcohol tolerance to be so good. However, he understood after thinking about it. Lin Ling could climb the 18 Dragon Mountains. This meant that his physical strength was extraordinary. Could he still drink? Juchuan also felt a sense of superiority. He had not met such an opponent in a long time. Of course. Lin Ling laughed. Full. Juchuan immediately waved his hand. Seeing the two of them rushing toward the 4th cup, everyone present was shocked, especially Jushan and the other gods of the giant god clan. They knew what drinking 4 cups of Yellowstone wine in a row meant. Juchuan was the true leader of the giant god clan and the owner of the Yellowstone wine. It was normal for him to be able to drink, but Lin Ling could also drink so much. I'm very curious. How much can they drink? Keep watching and you'll find out. Everyone was curious. Then, they watched as Lin Ling and Juchuan drank the 4th cup in one gulp. Terrifying. Many people shuddered. It was already the 4th cup, but they still drank it in one gulp. They were convinced. Not to mention drinking, just looking at it was terrifying. Again. This time, Lin Ling was the first to shout. Full. Zhu Chuan immediately waved his hand. The two of them drank the fifth cup at the same time. Again. Gradually, the sixth cup went down their stomachs. Lin Ling was starting to get a little drunk. The band that held his long hair together snapped, and his long hair danced wildly, looking wild and unruly. Bang! 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 Zhu Chuan took 3 steps back, and the wine bowl in his hand fell to the ground and shattered. However, the two of them looked at each other and laughed heartily, as if they wanted the other to drink first. Then, with a wave of their right hand, the wine jugs flew toward them. They looked at each other and bumped into each other in the air. Then, they abruptly grabbed the wine jugs and gulped them down. They were crazy. Everyone present retreated far away. The Yellowstone wine was too strong. Even the smell of the wine was enough to intoxicate people. Naturally, they had to stay far away. Watching Lin Ling and Zhu Chuan gulping down wine and using wine jugs, everyone was full of admiration. They were convinced. Lin Ling was the only one in the entire universe who dared to drink with their father like this. Zhu Shan almost knelt down. He really couldn't understand how Lin Ling could resist the strength of the Yellowstone wine. Boom! 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 The more Lin Ling and Zhu Chuan drank, the more excited they became. Their bodies suddenly grew, and they turned into giants. The entire palace was pierced by them. From afar, one could only see the two giants drinking and chatting happily. The air was filled with the smell of alcohol, forming rolling clouds of alcohol. These clouds scattered along the sky, and the scary thing was that any living thing that encountered them would be drunk. Not far from the palace, in the little sky forest, a large number of divine beasts were roaring towards the sky. However, their roars were cheerful, as if they were in the mood for alcohol. They ran around everywhere, and when they were drunk, they crashed down. And in the palace's garden, those insects, rats, ants, and other creatures were also drunk under the alcohol clouds, and did not wake up. However, if one carefully sensed, they would discover that these creatures were also transforming. Yellowstone wine was after all a divine wine. Other than being able to get people drunk, it also had many benefits. Leader Lin Ling really has a good alcohol tolerance. He actually drank with Senior Zhu Chuan for so long. I see that they are all indomitable true men. Seeing them drinking so boldly, I also want to join in. With your alcohol tolerance, smelling is more like it. Looking at the two giants drinking at the top of the palace, many people felt a sense of heroism in their hearts. Lin Ling can really drink. Feng Moyang happily looked at Lin Ling previously. She was very worried. Don't worry about him. It's best if he drinks to death. At this time, Qing Zhu walked over and looked at Feng Moyang with a smile. You are Lin Ling's first wife. It seems that you two are very compatible. Feng Moyang's face immediately turned red. She knew that Qing Zhu was Lin Ling's senior sister, but her senior sister had already acknowledged her. This made her feel very surprised. We have met before. I am Anyuer. At this time, Anyuer also walked over with Xianxia and the others, and greeted with a smile. We have indeed met before. She knew that these were all Lin Ling's women, and now that Lin Ling had admitted his identity in front of them, they would probably be very unhappy. Feng Moyang nodded with a smile. She felt a little awkward towards Anyuer and the others. She knew that they were all Lin Ling's women, and now that Lin Ling had admitted his identity in front of them, they would probably be very unhappy. Little sister Feng, don't think too much. Lin Ling was able to find you, we don't even have time to be happy. Seeing Feng Moyang's embarrassed appearance, Anyuer immediately explained. Why? Feng Moyang could not help but frown. Anyuer and Xianxia looked at each other and explained, because you are actually Lin Ling's first wife, and also his childhood sweetheart. Your name is Yu. You have been with Lin Ling for many years, and you have been through ups and downs together. If it weren't for the accident in the holy city of the sea, you wouldn't have died, and you wouldn't have been reincarnated into the chaotic world. Feng Moyang's face changed slightly. This was the first time she had heard of this. She couldn't help but look at Lin Ling, who was drinking, and her mood became even more complicated. Did she already know that man? She was his wife, however, why didn't she have any recollection of these memories? However, when she looked at Lin Ling's heroic manner of drinking, for some reason, she didn't feel any unfamiliarity in her heart. Instead, she felt that everything was natural. In fact, you also have a sense of familiarity with Lin Ling, don't you? Seeing that Feng Moyang didn't speak, and Yue also knew that it was difficult for her to accept. Feng Moyang nodded. At first, she thought that she had a good impression of Lin Ling because Lin Ling pretended to marry her and helped her deceive her pursuers. However, when she thought about it later, she realized that this wasn't the biggest reason at all. Because she was asked to fake marriage with a man who didn't give her a good impression and didn't let her believe him. How could she agree? Later, she chased to the Dao Tower and wanted to apologize to Lin Ling. If it was someone else, would she really come? I don't know what the feeling of familiarity is, but when I'm with Lin Ling, I feel very relaxed. Moreover, although we haven't seen each other much, I don't know why, but I don't feel any awkwardness with him. It's as if we have known each other for a long time. Feng Moyang whispered to herself. That's right. And Yue smiled faintly. Your clan, or the expert behind you, sealed your memories. After all, Lin Ling can actually sense the people who died back then. When he sensed you, he found that you were in the primal chaos realm. However, when he went to the primal chaos realm, he lost his senses again. Later, he sensed your aura in the Dao Tower. At that time, you also came to the Dao Tower. Unfortunately, the expert behind you is too strong. He sealed everything that you used to have, causing Lin Ling to be unable to sense you even when he was face to face with you. Hearing this, Feng Moyang instantly thought of her mother. Although she didn't know whether Yue was right or not, she really wanted to know the real answer in her heart. Don't worry, Lin Ling will definitely have a way. When the time comes, you will know who you are and where you came from. And Yue comforted as she held Feng Moyang's hand. Feng Moyang nodded. Strangely, she and Yue had not seen each other much, but when Yue held her hand, she didn't feel the slightest bit of unfamiliarity. That feeling was as if Yue was her elder sister. Come, drink again, drink again. At this moment, a large number of cheers came from all around. Everyone was watching the two giants compete in drinking. Rumble. Lin Ling was already drunk to the point of dizziness. Hot blood rushed to his brain, but his body was constantly rumbling. His bones, blood vessels, and meridians were all emitting firecracker-like sounds. Brother Juchuan, again. Sensing the drastic changes in his body, as if he was only one threshold away from rushing into a new realm, Lin Ling suddenly shouted. You lunatic! Juchuan transformed into a tall and sturdy giant. His silver hair fluttered, but he didn't have the domineering aura of a giant. His face was full of a bitter smile. He obviously knew that he was about to reach his limit. After all, he didn't know how much Yellowstone wine he had drunk with Lin Ling. Come. Juchuan threw caution to the wind and roared. A wine jug floated over and landed in Lin Ling and Juchuan's hands. Then, they threw their heads back and drank fiercely. This is the first time I've seen someone who dares to compete in drinking with Dad. Zhu Shan's face was full of admiration. He knew that there weren't many drunkards like Lin Ling in the entire giant god race. Boom! Lin Ling gulped down a large mouthful of Yellowstone wine. Suddenly, a rumbling sound came from within his body as if the Big Bang had occurred. 8 stars appeared on Lin Ling's forehead, shining brightly as an ancient aura emanated from his body. Pengu's true body. Juchuan sensed the domineering aura on Lin Ling's body and was scared silly. The giant god race was Pengu's descendant. Pengu. Zhu Shan and the other gods of the giant god race all trembled, their eyes filled with strong worship. Awesome. Lin Ling didn't know what they were thinking. When he sensed that a large seal had broken through in his body, he drank all of the wine jug in his hand. No wonder, no wonder. Juchuan muttered to himself after recovering from his shock. He now knew why Lin Ling could drink so much. Then, he wanted to say something, but the wine jug in his hand suddenly fell to the ground, and his entire body collapsed like a mountain. Senior Juchuan. Seeing this scene, everyone shouted in unison, their faces full of worry. It's fine, my dad is just drunk. He hasn't been drunk for many years. Zhu Shan interrupted everyone with a wry smile. In the entire 6th floor, only Lin Ling could make his dad drunk. Then, he looked at Lin Ling with starry eyes. Lin Ling was still drinking. That kind of wind was just like Panga's in the past. It had the power to split heaven and earth. Perfect supreme. As for Lin Ling, as he saw Juchuan fall to the ground, he raised his head to the sky and roared, as if he were venting the injustice in his heart. He picked up the wine jug and poured it into his mouth once more. Like a cow drinking water, he gulped it down. He can still drink. Seeing Lin Ling's tyrannical appearance, everyone shuddered once more. This was especially true for the leaders of the various divine races, including the 3 associations and 9 temples. They were all thoroughly convinced that Lin Ling could become the strongest overlord of the 6th level. However, when Lin Ling drank 3 more jugs of Yellowstone wine, he also calmed down and remained motionless. He was like a giant, like a great sword that was stabbed into the earth, piercing straight into the clouds. Lin Ling is finally drunk. Seeing this, many people let out a light breath. This great leader Lin Ling was finally drunk. If this continued, they even suspected that Lin Ling would never get drunk. Alright, let's not disturb them, Jeshan said to everyone. He knew that once Lin Ling and his father were drunk, who knew when they would wake up, but what was certain was that these 2 people would wake up faster than ordinary people. After all, their bodies were far too formidable. They were both at the peak of the universe. The various leaders left one after another, chatting as they walked. As they recalled the wine competition, they felt that it was no less than a world-shaking battle. Lin Ling will be fine, right? Let's go back and wait for him. And Yuer pulled on Feng Moyang's hand and left the palace, returning to the 18 Dragon Mountains. The palace that had been bustling with noise and excitement gradually quieted down. Only the 2 giants remained. One had fallen and the other was standing, as motionless as a stone statue, and the matter of this wine competition would probably spread throughout the 6th level before long, becoming a legend. The giant god race's Yellowstone wine was a legend. This was the god of wine. Anyone who dared to drink this wine would naturally arouse the curiosity of countless gods. Another year passed. At this time, the 2 giants at the top of the mountain, Juchuan, who was lying down, moved slightly. Then, with a rumbling sound, his body continued to recover, returning to its original size. I haven't been so drunk in a long time. If it weren't for the fact that I had important matters to attend to, I would probably still be drunk. Juchuan sat on the ground, shaking his heavy head, a bitter smile on his face. Not only was his head heavy, but it was also somewhat painful. The Yellowstone wine's effects had yet to dissipate. Lin Ling drank even more than me. I'm still drunk for some time. Juchuan looked at the giant like Lin Ling and sighed inwardly. He had never imagined that Lin Ling would actually possess the true body of a Pangu. Such a divine body was one of a kind in the entire universe. This also meant that Lin Ling was also a descendant of the Panga race, their giant god race actually also had the bloodline of the Panga race. However, they were not directly related to the Panga race. Instead, they were servants of the Panga race. When the Panga race had created the world, their giant god race had been born. For their entire lives, they had been led by the Panga race and served him. However, in the great war that followed, the entire Panga race had died in battle, causing the giant god race to be exiled. Now that Juchuan saw a descendant of the Panga race again, he would be lying if he said he wasn't excited. I must immediately report this matter to Chief Yu, Juchuan muttered to himself. The giant god race didn't have many gods left on the 6th level, and they weren't very strong. There were even more powerhouses left on the later levels. Ka. At this moment, a gust of wind blew, and Lin Ling slowly opened his eyes. He woke up so quickly. Juchuan was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. He knew that Lin Ling had drunk more than him, but he hadn't expected that Lin Ling would wake up faster than him. At this moment, Lin Ling opened his eyes slightly. First of all, he sensed a powerful force gushing out from his body. This was the strength of his fleshy body, and this strength was estimated to have reached the level of 200 trillion. This was a very terrifying increase. It must be known that Lin Ling's power of deity was only 15 trillion. Even with his innate talent fusion, it was only 3 million, and his fleshy body strength had already caught up with his power of deity. In addition, his fleshy body strength had always been more formidable than his power of deity. This meant that even though his current total strength seemed to be at 500 trillion, in reality, it had exceeded that, and right now, He only had the strength of an early-stage deity universe giant god, but his combat power was so strong that it was comparable to a late-stage deity universe giant god. Excluding those gods with great backgrounds, such as the 9 great universe stars and the world willpower, ordinary late-stage deity universe giant gods were probably no match for him. This Yellowstone wine is indeed powerful. Lin Ling was secretly shocked. If not for his body being unable to bear it, he would have wanted to use the Yellowstone wine to increase his fleshy body strength. Senior Ju Chuan, you're awake. Suddenly, Lin Ling stared at the old man on the ground. Soon after, his figure shrunk. Ju Chuan greets the great god. Seeing that Lin Ling had woken up, Ju Chuan smiled excitedly. Then he knelt on one knee and bowed to Lin Ling. Senior Ju Chuan, this is... Lin Ling was shocked. He wasn't familiar with Ju Chuan and had only met him twice. Although his impression of him was quite good, there was no need for Ju Chuan to kneel to him. Could it be that this old man was convinced that he had defeated Ju Chuan in drinking? Lin Ling, there's something you don't know. The god who is Pangu's true body is actually the master of our giant god clan. Ju Chuan was still kneeling as he said excitedly, our giant god clan was actually created by the great god, Pangu. We also have the bloodline of Pangu in our bodies, but it's not the orthodox bloodline. Ever since we were created, we knew that we would serve the Pangu clan for the rest of our lives. We would not hesitate to go through a mountain of blades or plunge into a sea of fire for them. Hearing this, Lin Ling felt somewhat awkward. He wasn't an orthodox member of the Pangu clan. He had obtained this Pangu's true body in the netherworld, snatched from the hands of a red-haired man. Now, that red-haired man was probably looking for him. Thinking of that red-haired man, Lin Ling inwardly shivered. Back then, that red-haired man had been like a demon to Lin Ling, like the sky, like hell. He was an enemy that Lin Ling simply couldn't resist. So many years had passed. He didn't know how that red-haired man was doing, but Lin Ling was sure that he was still looking for him. However, my strength has greatly increased. I'm 10 times or even 100 times stronger than before. Even if he finds me, he might not be able to kill me. Lin Ling inwardly muttered to himself. He said that the red-haired man might not be able to kill him, not whether Lin Ling could kill the red-haired man. This meant that even though Lin Ling's strength had greatly increased, he still didn't have much confidence in facing the red-haired man. Actually, I'm not a descendant of the Pangu clan. I was just lucky enough to obtain their bodies. Lin Ling explained to Ju Chuan. He didn't want to hide anything from Ju Chuan. Great God, to our giant god clan, no matter what your origin is, as long as you possess the Pangu's true body, you are our great god and also our master. Ju Chuan said, still kneeling. Lin Ling couldn't help but smile bitterly. Senior Ju Chuan, you should just call me Lin Ling. Get up first. Yes, great god, no, Lin Ling. Ju Chuan said respectfully, as if whatever Lin Ling said was the law. When he saw Ju Chuan stand up, Lin Ling felt extremely helpless. He had only been drinking wine, yet he had become the master of the giant god clan. This change was too fast. Senior Ju Chuan, is your giant god clan staying on the 6th floor? Lin Ling gestured for Ju Chuan to sit down and asked. Our giant god clan's powerhouses are mostly in the second half. It's said that the battle there is intense, and a large number of the universe's strongest powerhouses have gathered there. Ju Chuan said solemnly, now, these universe rulers have gathered in the second half of the Dao Tower to fight for the tower. After all, the Chaos Realm is about to be destroyed, and the Dao Tower and Dao Realm will be the new Chaos Realm. After a pause, he continued, a personal universe can never compare to these most ancient universes, unless it's a god of creation who can create a universe no weaker than the Chaos Realm. Therefore, the gazes of the rulers still fall on the peak of the Dao Pagoda. In that case, the battle on the 7th level should be very intense. Lin Ling said solemnly. Ju Chuan nodded. From the 7th level onwards, there are already rulers. The path from the 7th level to the 8th level is all sealed by powerful gods. It's very difficult. Thank you. Lin Ling frowned slightly. He could imagine how terrifying the 7th level was. Experts from all over would gather. There were powerhouses from the Chaos Realm, Lin Ling's former enemies, such as the 3 divine gates of White Mountain, the red-haired man from the underworld, the 9 universe stars, and so on. If you want to go to the 7th level, you must be careful. Zhu Chuan continued, if you encounter the giant god clan on the 7th level, just reveal Pangu's body, and the giant god clan will definitely help you. Lin Chen nodded, chatted a little more, and left. After leaving the palace's teleportation array, Lin Ling appeared in the outside world and flew toward the 18 Dragon Mountains. Not long after, he returned to his territory. Lin Ling, you're back. Everyone was extremely happy to see Lin Ling. They didn't expect Lin Ling to wake up so quickly. In their impression, other gods would be drunk for thousands of years after drinking Yellowstone wine. Lin Ling chatted with his friends for a while and then saw a familiar figure. It was Feng Moyang. Feng Moyang was looking at Lin Ling with a smile. Although she hadn't met Lin Ling many times, for some reason, she didn't sense any unfamiliarity or awkwardness from Lin Ling. Lin Ling, you're back. Feng Moyang laughed. Seeing this, the others took their leave one after another, leaving space for Feng Moyang and Lin Ling. Lin Ling, you haven't seen Yu for many years. Make good use of this opportunity. And Yue and the others even winked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling smiled bitterly. Why did it seem like he had just met Feng Moyang and was pursuing her? He shook his head and walked towards Feng Moyang. On the contrary, Feng Moyang was much more magnanimous than Lin Ling. He strode forward and raised his head to look straight at Lin Ling. Lin Ling's words to her in the giant god clan's palace were words that Feng Moyang would never forget for the rest of her life. Husband and wife are birds in the same forest, but when disaster strikes, they fly separately. This is a saying from our predecessors. However, we have experienced so many storms in our lives, faced so many life and death situations, and faced so many disasters, but we have never flown separately. So why would we care about the opinions of ordinary people? I once promised you that in the future, I would hold your hand and roam the universe. I still remember this promise to this day. This was Lin Ling's promise, but Feng Moyang believed that for this promise, Lin Ling would never change his mind. Lin Ling, they said that I am Yu. Is that true? Feng Moyang looked up at Lin Ling. Lin Ling nodded. I am certain that you are Yu. Then do you like Yu, or do you like Feng Moyang? Feng Moyang asked. Lin Ling was immediately embarrassed. This question was too difficult to answer. After all, from the bottom of his heart, he definitely liked Yu more. Without Yu, he, Lin Ling, would never have been together with Feng Moyang. Hee, I am just teasing you. Feng Moyang suddenly smiled, I knew it. You like Yu a lot. This shows that you're not a fickle person. Otherwise, I would definitely look down on you. However, I like you, but I'm not used to you liking Yu and not me. So, I want to find my lost memories. I can help you. Lin Ling's eyes lit up. However, according to your previous guess, my memories were sealed by my mother. If you want to break the seal, she will definitely know and stop you. Feng Moyang said worriedly. Your mother should be Lady Nuwa. However, what does this have to do with me? I am just helping my wife to find her memories. That is all. Lin Ling said solemnly. Even if she stops me, as long as you agree, I will not shirk my duty. Thank you. Feng Moyang said gratefully. If you want to break the seal, you must block Lady Nuwa's senses as much as possible. Let's go to my Lin Ling universe. Lin Ling said again and then brought Feng Moyang into the Lin Ling universe. After all, in the Lin Ling universe, Lin Ling's strength can be displayed to the peak. Coupled with the universe's obstruction, Lady Nuwa might not be able to find out what Feng Moyang is doing. After returning to the Lin Ling universe, Lin Ling also informed Old Ancestor Extreme Flame and the others that he found Yu. Everyone ran over happily and then looked at Feng Moyang in shock. Yu, you are back. Old Ancestor Extreme Flame and the others' eyes were moist. Yu disappeared for thousands of years and now, she is finally back. To them, Yu has been with them for so many years and is already their child. Grandfather. Feng Moyang looked at Old Ancestor Extreme Flame and the others awkwardly. After all, she doesn't know any of them. However, she can feel the excitement of old ancestor Extreme Flame and the others. This made her even more eager to break the seal. Grandfather, mother, you can go back first. Yu Yu's memories have not returned yet. I am planning to break the seal for her. Lin Ling smiled. In fact, a part of Yu Yu's memories is hidden in his body. It was collected before reincarnation. However, if he wants to integrate these memories into Feng Moyang's body, he must break the seal. Alright, we won't disturb you anymore. Old Ancestor Extreme Flame and the others reluctantly left. Lin Ling, let's begin. Feng Moyang looked at Lin Ling with a trace of expectation. Alright. Lin Ling nodded and waved his right hand. Fellow Taoist, thank you for your trouble. The void trembled slightly. Then, Lin Ling in long robes walked out and looked at Lin Ling with a smile. Congratulations, fellow Taoist Lin Ling. They are all Lin Ling's avatars. With just a thought from Lin Ling, they know what Lin Ling wants to do. In fact, after so many years of cultivation, their strength is already incomparably powerful. However, they want to protect the Lin Ling universe, so they rarely leave. In addition, after leaving, their strength will weaken. Then, they sat down cross-legged in the sky and waved their hands, setting up powerful laws to strengthen the universe and prevent Lady Nuwa from easily discovering this place. After setting up a line of defense, Lin Ling said to Yu Yu, I have set up an endless defense here. If your mother wants to find this place, it will take a lot of time. When she finally finds out, she will be blocked by the universe. During this time, she should be able to break the seal for you. Equal sign. Perfect Supreme. Lin Ling, I believe in you. Yu Yu heavily nodded her head. Lin Ling's hands moved slightly and a ray of light floated out from his body. This ray of light was Yu Yu's memories before she was reincarnated. However, it wasn't complete and a part of it was hidden in Feng Moyang's body. These two memories needed to fuse together before Feng Moyang could become Yu Yu again. Controlling this wisp of memory, Lin Ling carefully wrapped it with divinity, soul force, and universe force. After all, this wisp of memory was very fragile. If it were to suffer a heavy blow, it might turn into ashes. This formless energy quietly entered Feng Moyang's body and then flowed through his limbs, bones, and internal organs. Lin Ling immediately noticed that after the ray of light entered, Feng Moyang's body clearly changed. Although this change was very weak, it was still noticed by Lin Ling. This meant that Feng Moyang was catering to that wisp of memory. Feng Moyang is indeed Yu Yu. Lin Ling was even more certain. He moved forward with that wisp of memory, searching for the seal within Feng Moyang's body. Gradually, Lin Ling finally sensed the seal within Feng Moyang's soul. The seal was blue in color and had a large number of complicated runes on its surface. At this moment, it was motionless and extremely mysterious. Lin Ling didn't dare to cause too much of a commotion. After all, this was Feng Moyang's body. If he wasn't careful, Feng Moyang would be heavily injured. He gradually approached the seal and then mobilized divinity, soul force, universe force, and world will force to attack the seal. Pong! The moment he touched the seal, the blue light suddenly flourished and an ancient majestic aura bloomed. It was extremely terrifying. Bang! There was a rumbling sound. Feng Moyang's body seemed to have turned into a universe as a powerful force protected her. The blue seal awakened and turned into a tall ancestral snake. The snake raised its head high and looked down on Lin Ling's power. Who is it? A clear voice sounded at the same time, mixed with a thick majestic aura. What a powerful force! Lin Ling was shocked. He could sense that this power was different from all the powers he had encountered in the Dao Pagoda. It was more like the power of the Chaos Realm. This was the power of the Hegemon Nuwa. However, what made Lin Ling let out a sigh of relief was that after this power awakened, the first thing it did was to protect Feng Moyang. This meant that even if a great battle broke out in Feng Moyang's body, it would not affect Feng Moyang. Lin Ling. Lin Ling's soul responded. He was Yu Yu's husband, so he had to admit it openly. You're Lin Ling. Surprisingly, Nuwa actually knew Lin Ling. You finally found her. But let me tell you, she's my child. No one can take her away. Although you are the host body of the world will and have an illustrious reputation in the Dao Pagoda, this is not the reason you can take her away. Even if your master, Patriarch Bodhi, was here, he still wouldn't have the qualifications. For the sake of your master, I'll spare you this time. Now, scram. The woman's voice was cold and dignified. What made Lin Ling shocked was that this was only a seal, but it gave Lin Ling a feeling of worship, as if he was looking at the ancestor of all life in the universe. According to legend, the Hegemon Nuwa had once mended the heavens and created all life in the universe when it was first formed. It could be said that she was also a creation god. However, what she created was not the universe, but all life. From this point of view, she was still weaker than the creation god. Is the power of a ruler so strong? No, impossible. She should be in existence above the rulers. Lin Ling's thoughts raced. This was the first time he had fought against such a powerful ancient god. Lin Ling's current cultivation realm was at the early stage of the deity realm, but he was sure that he could fight against a late-stage deity realm universe giant. If the deity's body and origin were ordinary, Lin Ling could even defeat the other party. Therefore, although Lin Ling had never seen the power of a ruler, he could vaguely guess a thing or two. Nuwa's power had definitely surpassed that of a ruler. I'm sorry, but Lin Ling, can't do it. Lin Ling put away his thoughts and said firmly, I don't care if you are Nuwa or a creation god. Yu is my wife, so no one can take her away. After saying that, Lin Ling activated all his power and blasted it toward the blue ancestral serpent. You are very bold, but do you think you can fight against me with your strength? The blue ancestral serpent seemed to be enraged, and it burned like a flame. However, when Lin Ling's power came crashing down, the blue ancestral serpent was clearly affected. It then exclaimed, You actually control so much power. She could clearly sense that Lin Ling had powerful soul energy, deity energy, universe energy, and world will energy. Soul energy and world will energy, especially, were unique existences in the current universe. After all, most gods only controlled deity energy and universe energy. I won't let you have your way. The blue ancestral serpent was blocking the impact of Lin Ling's 4 powers, but Lin Ling could sense that the ancestral serpent couldn't block them at all. After all, this was just a seal. However, Lin Ling had to be careful of the power that came from outside Lin Ling's universe. Sure enough, a voice sounded in Lin Ling's soul, fellow Taoist, outside the universe. There are several more powerful forces that are now attacking Lin Ling's universe. Fellow Taoist, we can't hold on any longer. That force is about to enter Lin Ling's universe. Fellow Taoist, that force rushed into the universe and is rushing here quickly. The voice came from Lin Ling's doppelganger, which made Lin Ling's expression change drastically. Nuwa's strength was terrifying. One had to know that he was on the 6th level, while Nuwa was in the primal chaos realm. However, Nuwa was able to rush into the 6th level with a powerful force and find him in the vast 6th level. Mobilize the laws of the universe and block her with all your strength. Lin Ling's soul transmitted a message. This was Lin Ling's universe, and it was Lin Ling's territory. He didn't believe that an outsider could escape the control of a universe god. Unfortunately, Lin Ling was in for an accident this time. Although Lin Ling was the god of creation in Lin Ling's universe, Nuwa's strength was too strong. She had the power to ignore a large number of laws. At this moment, a large number of figures were seated cross-legged in the outside world, and they were utilizing the laws to resist a dense mist that was like the glow of a sunset. The mist seemed to be profound, yet it contained an extremely formidable force, and any laws had an extremely small effect on it. Lin Ling, Nuwa is here. How much longer do you need on your side? At this moment, a familiar voice was heard. It was Xianxia. At least 3 incense sticks time. Lin Ling said anxiously. Okay, release us. We will try our best to block for you for 3 incense sticks time. Xianxia said solemnly. Lin Ling was now in control of 4 square prisons, which imprisoned countless gods after the creation of the universe. Among these gods, there must be some super strong existences. If they joined forces, they should be able to hold on for 3 incense sticks time for Lin Ling. Get out. In the outside world, Lin Ling stretched out his hand, and the 4 square prisons floated out. Then, countless rays of light shot out and turned into ancient gods. Smiley face, Nuwa is here. Countless gods appeared in the Lin Ling universe. They looked at the sunset in the distance solemnly, and their auras were both strong and weak. Although they were gods who had survived the great tribulation of the world's will, and most of them were very powerful, they were extremely afraid of Nuwa. After all, Nuwa was extremely famous in their era. Square prison. A cold voice floated out. It was Nuwa's voice. With her knowledge, she instantly recognized the origins of these gods. What surprised her was that the 4 square prisons were actually obtained by Lin Ling. This Lin Ling was quite amazing. Lady Nuwa. The voices of the gods were somewhat solemn, including Guangqingzi's. Nuwa. Among them, the Monkey King did not dare to be too arrogant. After all, his original body was actually the divine sky-mending stone in Nuwa's hand. It could be said that most of the gods present were related to Nuwa, as if they were her people and descendants. How dare you stop me, get out of my way. The sunset emitted anger and majesty, making the gods make way for her. The will in the hearts of the gods was shaken, and they did not dare to stop Nuwa. Everyone, Lin Ling is the lord above you. His orders are equally important to you. At this time, Lin Ling's clones in the distance shouted in unison, reminding the gods. The expressions of the gods changed, and hesitation appeared in their hearts. Yes, we are sinners who have been imprisoned in the square prison for tens of billions of years. The only one who can return our freedom is the prison lord. At this time, Guangqingzi also shouted, Lady Nuwa has been kind to us, but now we belong to the square prison, the god of creation. When his voice faded away, the eyes of the gods gradually became firm. Nuwa was the oldest god in the universe and had created all the creatures in the universe. However, there was an even older god who had created the entire universe, and this person was the god of creation. The square prison was created by the god of creation, which meant that the god behind them was the god of creation. From this point of view, they should listen to Lin Ling. How dare you? Nuwa's voice was filled with anger when she sensed everyone's intentions. Moreover, she also sensed that Lin Ling had reached a critical moment in breaking the seal. Then let's see how you lot are going to stop me. The sunset glow surged, blotting out the sky and engulfing the deities. Stop her. Guangqingzi roared and led the gods to attack Nuwa. They were powerful and numerous, so the power they could unleash was extremely terrifying. Most importantly, there were quite a few sovereigns amongst them. However, the most terrifying thing was that the sunset glow seemed to be able to ignore the power of gods and the power of the universe. Ah! Many gods roared, life force. They sensed that their bodies were withering, and their life force was continuously disappearing. I can create all life in the universe, and I can also destroy all life in the universe. Nuwa's cold voice drifted out. It was so ruthless and so decisive. In the face of such a powerful force, the gods simply couldn't resist Nuwa's means. What appeared here is only a trace of Lord Nuwa's will, but a trace of her will is already so strong. If Lord Nuwa's true body is here, who in the universe can stop her? Guangqingzi could also sense that his life force was disappearing, and his body was becoming extremely weak. However, when he thought of the mission Lin Ling had entrusted to him, he gritted his teeth and endured it. Everyone, form a huge whirlpool. Someone shouted, causing the eyes of all the gods to light up. Guangqingzi looked in the direction of the voice and realized that it was the mysterious green-robed Taoist who had spoken. However, he was right. The strongest thing in the square prison was still that huge ancient whirlpool. Lin Ling. Guangqingzi also roared and asked Lin Ling to help. At this moment, Lin Ling was rapidly breaking the seal, but the power left in Feng Moyang's body was also very tenacious and repeatedly injured Lin Ling. After hearing Guangqingzi's suggestion, he immediately controlled the 4-square prison to rotate. Rumble. In Lin Ling's universe, the 4 floating stone tablets slowly moved, and their speed became faster and faster, gradually forming a huge whirlpool. At the edge of the whirlpool, the various gods were assisting. It has to be said that after the huge whirlpool was formed, it formed a powerful force that resisted Nuwa's life force. The seemingly beautiful but ruthless sunset was actually sucked into the huge whirlpool after encountering it. Lin Ling, don't think that this little trick can stop me. Nuwa's voice became a little more sinister. To her, Feng Moyang was her child and the child she doted on the most. She could not allow others to take her away. One must know that for a god of creation like Nuwa, after experiencing so many years, she was already used to seeing birth, old age, sickness, and death. To her, all living things were ants. Even if her disciple died in front of her, she would not be moved. However, if it was her children, it would be different. In the entire vast universe, they were the only things that could move her. If you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. Including Lin Ling and countless other gods, to Nuwa, they were just a speck of dust. An even more powerful force came through the void, like the supreme power of the universe, sweeping in all directions. Nuwa once again mobilized a portion of her strength to Lin Ling's universe. The first to be affected was the huge whirlpool in the square prison. This huge whirlpool actually began to slowly stop. The second to be affected was Lin Ling. From Feng Moyang's seal, a vast force was reflected back. With Lin Ling's current strength, it was simply impossible for him to resist. What a powerful strength! Lin Ling was shocked. He could feel that his soul force had been destroyed. One must know that this was only a portion of Nuwa's power that reached Lin Ling's universe from the primal chaos realm. Yet, this was already difficult for Lin Ling to resist. If Nuwa's main body came, she would probably only need to move her eyebrows to turn Lin Ling into ashes. I don't believe it. At the crucial moment, Lin Ling's soul force also reflected a stubborn will. He, Lin Ling, came from ancient Yen sect. He had already experienced countless twists and turns in his life. He was also the only martial artist in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, and even in that world, who had survived the Great Calamity. Now, although he had met the powerful Nuwa, Lin Ling's firm will that had been cultivated all this time was also supporting him. He and Yu were separated by life and death. It was not easy for them to reunite. How could he give up now? If he fell here, Lin Ling would never forgive himself for the rest of his life. His soul power, which had been extinguished, was once again ignited, as if a seed was sprouting. In the outside world, the square prison that was gradually becoming motionless suddenly started to rotate again. However, the speed was not as fast as it was at the beginning. With just you. Nuwa's disdainful voice resounded amidst the rolling sunset. She could sense that the seal in Feng Moyang's body was just a hair's breadth away from being undone. However, this tiny bit was like a vast ocean to Lin Ling. It was impossible for him to succeed. Although Lin Ling's soul power had reignited from the ashes, it was as simple as a thought for her to destroy that soul power again. Lin Ling's soul force carries all kinds of power as it continues to attack the seal within Feng Moyang's body. Now that seal is on the verge of collapse, just a little bit more. I will definitely succeed. Lin Ling's soul force is filled with concentration. He can already see a ray of light. Feng Moyang is sitting cross-legged. Although she can't sense the changes in the outside world, she can still sense Lin Ling's persistence. Lin Ling, you can definitely do it. Feng Moyang mutters in her heart. Moreover, she has already sensed the arrival of her mother. Regarding this, her heart is extremely complicated. Nuwa is very good to her and is also her most respected mother. However, she also wants to know her lost memories. Why are you helping this man? At this time, a gentle voice arrives. Feng Moyang can clearly hear that this is Nuwa's voice. Mother! Feng Moyang calls out in her heart. However, she is unable to answer Nuwa's question. Stop him. Don't let him succeed. I believe that you have been deceived by him. Mother, I believe him. Feng Moyang finally replied, his thoughts carrying a hint of firmness. He is the world will's host body. How can you believe his words? I am your mother. Nuwa's voice is filled with anger and majesty. Although Nuwa has always cared for Feng Moyang, she has always been very strict with her children. Mother, you have grown up. You have already started to not listen to mother's words. You have disappointed me. I order you to immediately stop him. Nuwa furiously says. Feng Moyang would not stop Lin Ling at all. However, Nuwa was her mother after all. She had raised her since she was young. Feng Moyang had always followed Nuwa when she was young. She knew that Nuwa was really good to her, but she was a little strict and did not allow her children to make any mistakes. I can't do it. Feng Moyang finally resolves her thoughts. This is also the first time she has rebelled against Nuwa since young. Nuwa is clearly not used to this and is even more furious. He is only helping me recover my lost memories. I also want to know those memories. So, forgive your daughter for being unfilial. Even if he is really helping you recover your memories, those are your memories from your previous lives. These memories no longer belong to you. The you in this life is the real you. I know. However, if I don't have the chance to know my past memories, I will not be reluctant. But if I have this chance, I want to know what I did in my previous life and who I am. Yang, if you insist on going your own way, don't call me mother from now on. Mother. Under Nuwa's final threat, Feng Moyang remained firm in her decision. However, when she thought of Nuwa's words, she still felt extremely sad. Lin Ling, what have you done to my daughter? Nuwa was furious. Once again, she gathered a powerful force and attacked the Lin Ling universe. Rumble. Under the impact of the wave-like sunset glow, the prison that had just started spinning was completely frozen. Stop her. Guangqingzi and the rest's faces changed. They frantically tried to block the life force of the sun. However, this time Nuwa is clearly angry. She ignored them and turned into a wave, sending them all flying. Her power is too strong. So strong that it is beyond everyone's imagination. After this power sent Guangqingzi and the rest flying, it swept through all of Lin Ling's avatars and finally rushed into Lin Ling's body. At this moment, the seal has reached the most critical moment. However, Lin Ling instantly felt a powerful force rushing in. This force is so fierce that it is beyond his imagination, causing him to be unable to fight back. Lin Ling. A majestic voice resounds in Lin Ling's soul. Nuwa. Lin Ling roars, knowing that a great disaster is about to befall him. How? Can my daughter be touched by a small god like you? Even if you are the host of the world will, in my eyes, you are still an ant. Nuwa's voice is like the might of the heavens, wanting to erase Lin Ling. However, just as Lin Ling thought that death is inevitable, a kind voice suddenly resounds in Lin Ling's mind. Child. A warm feeling surges through his body, especially his soul force. Lin Ling feels the most comfortable. It has to be known that Nuwa's constant attacks have caused his soul force to be severely damaged. This is also the first time in his life that Lin Ling's soul force has been damaged. However, after that kind voice resounds, his soul force continues to recover. Then, Lin Ling sees a massive Bodhi ancient tree appear in his mind. The Bodhi ancient tree gently swayed, sprinkling down sparkling light. Master. Lin Ling instantly knows who is helping him. Patriarch Bodhi. Nuwa also noticed that Lin Ling is being protected. She is furious because she was so close to killing Lin Ling and rescuing her daughter. Patriarch Bodhi, your disciple wants to take my daughter away. As his master, not only did you not discipline him, you even condone him. How should you punish yourself? Nuwa yells at Patriarch Bodhi. Nuwa, my disciple and your daughter are fated by the heavens. Outsiders should not interfere in their matters. Fate is fate. Let the universe decide everything. In your dreams. Nuwa's voice is sharp. However, Patriarch Bodhi does not explain anything to her. He only protects Lin Ling with his supreme strength. At the same time, Lin Ling uses this opportunity to break the seal. Nuwa's energy is chaotic, but there is nothing she can do. After a few more attempts, she finally gives up. Lin Ling, this matter is not over. Sooner or later, I will bring my daughter back. After threatening Lin Ling, Nuwa's energy begins to retreat. Within Lin Ling universe, the roiling sunset glow recedes like a receding tide. She left. Seeing Nuwa leave, Guangqingzi and the other gods felt as though they had just survived a calamity. The originally turbulent Lin Ling universe also began to regain its tranquility. It is hard to imagine that if this continues, the entire universe will collapse. Success. Within Feng Moyang's body, Lin Ling can clearly sense that the seal on Feng Moyang has disappeared. He hurriedly withdrew his soul force. Lin Ling, Nuwa will not let this matter rest. You had better leave the 6th floor immediately. Patriarch Bodhi's benevolent voice comes, carrying a hint of a smile. Thank you, Master. No need to thank me. After you became my disciple, I have not helped you much. This time, it can be considered that I have fulfilled my responsibility as a master. You should also quickly go to the 7th floor. The closer you are to the peak of the Dao Tower, the weaker Nuwa's power becomes. Unless she can personally come to the Dao Tower. Master, will she come to the Dao Tower? The primal chaos realm is already collapsing. At that time, the 8 gods of the primal chaos realm will enter the Dao Tower. At that time, I fear that the universe will be filled with a reign of terror. Alright, Master is leaving. Take care of yourself. Thank you, Master. After chatting with Patriarch Bodhi for a while, Lin Ling stood up. He discovered that not only was his soul force not injured, it had actually improved. Then, he looked at Feng Moyang expectantly. He did not know if the Feng Moyang who opened her eyes again will be Yu or Feng Moyang. Feng Moyang sat cross-legged as her long eyelashes fluttered. Lin Ling looked at her expectantly. Suddenly, he saw Feng Moyang slowly open her eyes. Yu. Lin Ling softly called out. Feng Moyang's eyes gradually opened as a familiar light flickered in her eyes. She suddenly stared at the man in front of her as her expression drastically changed and gradually revealed a smile. Brother Ling. She softly called out. That voice was very familiar, as if he had not heard it for several centuries. Yu. Lin Ling's entire body trembled. He knew that Yu had returned. His eyes instantly moistened as he walked towards Yu step by step. Brother Ling. Feng Moyang also stood up and walked towards Lin Ling step by step. Although her appearance had changed, her temperament was exactly the same as Yu. I finally found you. Feng Moyang's pace was very slow at the beginning but gradually sped up. She suddenly pounced towards Lin Ling and hugged Lin Ling. That's right, you finally found me. Lin Ling tightly hugged Yu in his embrace as if he wanted to melt her into his body. Ever since the battle at Ocean's Sacred City, Lin Ling's family and friends had all died. It was Lin Ling who went on a killing spree in the underworld and found the souls of his family and friends one by one and brought them back. The only one missing was Yu. After Lin Ling returned from the underworld, he traveled all over the world to the Chaos Realm, but he did not find Yu. What he did not expect was that after he entered the Chaos Realm, the first person he saw was Yu. It was just that he missed her and brushed past Yu. Now that he thought about it, it was as if it was destined by the underworld. The two of them hugged like this for a very long time. The feelings between them could be traced back to the distant era. There was no need to say anything to each other. Time passed quietly. Lin Ling suddenly smiled and said, "Let's go and see Grandpa and the others." As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step forward. It was as if he was moving through the void. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in another part of the sky. Congratulations, fellow Taoist. All of Lin Ling's doppelgangers cupped their hands towards Lin Ling, feeling happy for Lin Ling. They were all Lin Ling's doppelgangers, so they could sense Lin Ling's excitement at this moment. Lin Ling, congratulations. Master Guanqing and the others were also laughing loudly. Thank you, everyone. Lin Ling nodded at everyone and waved his right hand. The square prison took Guanqingzi and the others back. His avatars also left one after another to stabilize the Lin Ling universe. Previously, when Lady Nuwa wreaked havoc here, Lin Ling universe almost collapsed. Fortunately, Patriarch Bodhi appeared at the critical moment and blocked Lady Nuwa's attack for Lin Ling. Now, under the efforts of his doppelgangers, Lin Ling universe was also rapidly recovering. Lin Ling naturally had no time to care about Lin Ling universe. He took another step and appeared in front of Patriarch Extreme Flame and the others. At this moment, all of Lin Ling's relatives were gathered together. When Lin Ling and Yu appeared, everyone trembled with excitement. Yu, you're back. Patriarch Extreme Flame and Amon Yenshin were the first to rush out and then held Yu's hand. They could not help but tear up. Yu was Lin Ling's first woman and also his first wife. Everyone knew this. Everyone come back. Lin Ling shouted into the void again. When Yu and the others heard the news, they all used their Dao to return to the heavenly plane and ran back happily. Yu. Figures appeared one after another. And Yu and the rest looked at Yu excitedly. Although Yu's appearance did not change, her temperament had changed. Especially the way she looked at them had changed. Now, Yu could be considered a combination of Yu and Feng Moyang. Sister Gu. Yu looked at the familiar faces and cried and laughed. Then, she rushed over and hugged everyone. You're finally back. And Yuer and the others were very happy and cherished everything that had not come easy. Lin Ling looked at the reunion of his family and felt a sense of pride in his heart. He fought outside, fought against gods from all sides, and repeatedly walked between life and death. The belief that supported him to live and fight was these family members. It's rare for you to come back. Everyone, stay at home. For a few more days. Ancestor Taiyan said to everyone. In the following days, Lin Ling did not leave the Lin Ling universe. Instead, he accompanied Yu and Yuer and the others. The days passed peacefully and happily. At some point, Lin Ling even thought of living like this for the rest of his life. After all, he had been fighting for too long. From an unknown warrior to the top giant god of the universe, he was tired and wanted to live a simple and happy life. Of course, Lin Ling knew that this was only a temporary thought. He now had too many enemies. If he stopped fighting, then there would be a great calamity waiting for them. The best-case scenario was that all of them would die, and the worst-case scenario was unpredictable. Therefore, Lin Ling could not stop. Several days later, Lin Ling took Yu and the others on a journey back to the 6th floor of the Dao Pagoda. Lin Ling, you're back. The Yellow Emperor, Lei Gong, and the others happily welcomed Lin Ling during this time. Did anything happen on the 6th floor of the Dao Pagoda? Lin Ling asked. Although a large number of gods entered the 6th floor of the Dao Pagoda, overall, everything went smoothly. The Yellow Emperor smiled and said, I guess that most of the top gods are on the 7th floor. However, Senior Zhuchuan told me last time that the grand mist cloud that leads to the 7th floor has appeared at the top of the 18 Dragon Mountains and is slowly flowing down. We are not sure when it will arrive, so we can only wait. We must leave the 6th floor as soon as possible. Lin Ling knew that after Nuwa's failure, she would definitely call for experts to come to the 6th floor. They could not stay on the 6th floor for long. The path from the 6th floor to the 7th floor would take a long time to appear. Therefore, as long as they entered the 7th floor, those experts would not be able to catch up to them in a short time. Tomorrow, we will set off to the place where the grand mist cloud will appear. Lin Ling said solemnly. The Yellow Emperor and the others could see that Lin Ling really wanted to leave immediately. They also guessed the reason and nodded their heads. Moreover, Lin Ling also told them that they would all go to the 7th floor together, so as to avoid any friends who stayed behind and encountered trouble. Everyone was shocked by Lin Ling's suggestion because no one was sure that the Grand Mist Cloud would be able to take everyone away. Everyone left the 18 Dragon Mountains and called for Zhuchuan. Zhuchuan had been walking around the peak of the 18 Dragon Mountains and was also observing the Grand Mist Cloud. Therefore, he could roughly guess where the Grand Mist Cloud would appear. Lord Lin Ling, I estimate that the Grand Mist Cloud that will teleport you to the 7th floor will appear within 3 days. Moreover, it will only last for a short period of time, about 2 hours before it disappears. Zhuchuan was very polite to Lin Ling, and it could even be said that he was respectful. The main thing was that Lin Ling had Pangu's real body and was the master they had to serve. Thank you, Senior Zhuchuan. Lin Ling nodded and then looked at everyone present. There were a lot of people. The Wunfeng race, the Sun God race and so on were all present. This was especially true for the 12-winged Sun God and the others. After all, they had been here for too long. They had always wanted to enter the 7th floor but they had never been able to find a way to teleport. Smiley face, everyone had stayed on the 6th floor for far too long. Everyone wanted to enter the 7th floor and explore the ultimate secret of the Dao Pagoda. However, no one knew the path to the 7th floor. If Zhuchuan hadn't announced it, they would probably have to wait aimlessly. Since it's within 3 days, we'll wait here for 3 days. Lin Ling looked at everyone and said. It's only 3 days. We'll wait here. Everyone nodded, their expressions full of excitement. Next, everyone rested on the spot. Looking carefully, there were many people and countless powerhouses. In addition, the people of the Giant God clan also arrived one after another. As new members of the giant god clan had arrived on the 5th floor, the giant god clan gods on the 6th floor could also leave. Lord Lin Ling, if you enter the 7th floor, we'll go with you. We'll bring you to the giant god clan on the 7th floor. They'll definitely help you. Zhu Chuan sat down beside Lin Ling and said with a smile. Lin Ling had many enemies now, but the one he had to worry about the most was Nuwa, so he didn't refuse Zhu Chuan's help. Thank you for your help, brother Zhu Chuan. You're welcome. Zhu Chuan shook his head. Lin Ling had Pangu's true body and was the master of the giant god clan in the most ancient era. Brother Ling, we're about to enter the 7th floor, and we're getting closer and closer to the 9th floor. Once we reach the 9th floor, no one in the entire universe can threaten us. At that time, we'll live a peaceful life and ignore everything. Yu Yu looked at Lin Ling and said. After her memories returned, she knew how many ups and downs she had gone through with Lin Ling. Now, she yearned for those peaceful days. Yu Yu, I promise you that when the time comes, I'll live a simple life with Grandpa and the others. Lin Ling nodded. He didn't expect that a simple and peaceful life would sometimes be an extravagant hope for him. Time passed quietly, and the first day passed uneventfully. Unfortunately, they didn't see the arrival of the Hongmeng cloud. Early in the morning of the second day, a large number of people appeared. Since everyone is gathered here, could it be that something is going to happen? An extremely beautiful woman asked. Behind her was a familiar face. It was none other than young Master Heaven Hater. Young Master Heaven Hater had come here out of curiosity. But, he immediately discovered a familiar face. It was Lin Ling. Soon after, he also noticed Feng Moyang. At this moment, Feng Moyang was leaning on Lin Ling, which made him extremely jealous. Heaven-hating young master. The beautiful woman's expression changed. She knew that the heaven-hater young master hated Lin Ling the most. She didn't expect that Lin Ling would also be here. So it's young Master Hentian. The Yellow Emperor and the others also recognized young Master Heaven Hater and couldn't help but smile. Heaven-hating prince, do you want to know what's going to happen here? Lin Ling looked at young Master Heaven Hater with a faint smile on his face. Young Master Heaven Hater clenched his teeth. He was extremely displeased with Lin Ling. If he had the chance, he would definitely defeat Lin Ling and trample Lin Ling under his feet. However, he knew that it was impossible here because the gods here were all Lin Ling's people. I don't want to know, and I'm not interested in knowing. Lin Ling, I know what you mean. You want me to beg you, right? However, you're overthinking it. I, young Master Heaven Hater, will beg the heavens and the earth, but I will never beg you. I will never compromise with you. Young Master Heaven Hater said coldly. He was a prideful person and an alien of the universe. He couldn't lower his head and compromise with Lin Ling. To him, this was a humiliation. Up to you. Lin Ling smiled faintly. He didn't expect young Master Heaven Hater to be so extreme. In fact, if the Hongmeng cloud had appeared and young Master Heaven Hater wanted to enter, Lin Ling wouldn't have bothered. After all, Lin Ling wasn't the only one who could enter the 7th level. However, he didn't expect young Master Heaven Hater to be so prideful. He would rather miss the opportunity than lower his head. However, I can tell you that we are here to wait for the path to the 7th level. Lin Ling pondered for a moment and said directly. Young Master Heaven Hater's expression changed. In fact, he had already guessed this before. After all, the strongest experts of the 6th level were gathered here. Unless there was an absolute treasure, how could it attract them? And a treasure that could move all the experts, could it be the path to the 7th level? However, he had only guessed at that time. That was why he had sent someone to ask. If the Hongmeng cloud had appeared, you wouldn't have used this opportunity to enter the 7th level? Lin Chen asked with a smile. He wanted to see if this young Master Heaven Hater was really so prideful. Young Master Heaven Hater's expression changed slightly. How could he not want to enter the 7th level? However, if he said he wanted to, wouldn't that mean he owed Lin Ling a favor? That would be the same as compromising with Lin Ling and begging for Lin Ling's help. What a joke. Who do you think I am? If I want to enter the 7th level, I don't need anyone to remind me. If I don't enter this time, I will enter again next time. What's the big deal? young Master Heaven Hater said proudly. You really have a backbone. However, you have to know that the next appearance of the Hongmeng cloud might take 100 years, 1,000 years, or even 100 million years. Moreover, you can't guarantee that you will be able to wait for the Hongmeng cloud every time. Maybe at some point, the Hongmeng cloud will appear and you will just brush past it. Lin Ling said with a smile. Young Master Heaven Hater opened his mouth wide. His previous bold words were undoubtedly shaken. Young Master Heaven Hater, he's right. The beauties behind young Master Heaven Hater immediately persuaded him. I thought you had a backbone. Aren't you the same? The Yellow Emperor and the others sneered and looked at young Master Heaven Hater mockingly. In their opinion, this young Master Heaven Hater was obviously inferior to Lin Ling, but he refused to admit defeat. He wanted to save face and suffer. Moreover, young Master Heaven Hater wanted to pursue Feng Moyang, but he didn't know that Feng Moyang was Yu and had many years of feelings for Lin Ling. You guys don't need to say any more. I won't beg him. Young Master Heaven Hater suddenly looked at Feng Moyang and angrily shouted. After saying that, he flicked his sleeves and left. Young Master. The beauties following him anxiously shouted and then chased after him. They sighed in their hearts. Although Lin Ling had snatched Feng Moyang, he had also said the way to enter the 7th level. Why was young Master Heaven Hater so arrogant? Now, the opportunity had appeared with great difficulty, but he had missed it because of his face. The next time he wanted to enter the 7th level, who knows how many years he would have to wait. This person really wants to save face. Seeing young Master Heaven Hater disappear, Lin Ling shook his head and smiled. He actually didn't have much hatred for young Master Heaven Hater. After all, no matter how bright and famous the latter was, he was still below Lin Ling. Moreover, Yu had returned, so young Master Heaven Hater couldn't be considered an enemy. Of course, if young Master Heaven Hater was stubborn and insisted on snatching Yu back, Lin Ling wouldn't be polite to him. That aura. While thinking, Lin Ling's face suddenly changed. After thinking for a while, his heart finally became serious. He knew that a great enemy had arrived at the 6th level. He's here. Lin Ling could sense the faint aura. The aura was extremely ancient and it was like a pair of eyes looking at the entire world. Moreover, the pangareel body in his body was also restless as if it was being summoned by something. Senior Zhu Chuan, how long will it take for the Hongmeng cloud to arrive? Lin Ling asked Zhu Chuan immediately. 1 more day. However, I'm not too sure. Anyway, it's either today or tomorrow. It definitely won't be later than tomorrow. Zhu Chuan replied. When he saw Lin Ling's grave expression, he quickly asked, did something happen? There's some trouble. Lin Ling nodded. He was still trying to sense the mysterious aura. When the rest of the people saw Lin Ling's expression, they felt a little worried. With Lin Ling's current strength, he could do whatever he wanted on the 6th level. Moreover, there were so many of them. Lin Ling should not be so serious. Unless his strength was beyond everyone's imagination. Lin Ling did not reply to the rest of the people. He was still trying to sense the aura. Suddenly, he heard a familiar voice. I know you're here. I've finally found you. The voice was cold and deep, but it made Lin Ling's forehead break out in cold sweat. He could sense that the owner of the voice was even stronger than before. He reckoned that even the strong cultivators in the square prison might not be a match for him. This person was the red-haired man that he had met in the underworld. Back then, Lin Ling had snatched the pangareel body from him. At that time, he was lucky. However, he knew that the red-haired man had been looking for him. Now, the red-haired man had finally caught up with him. If he fell into the red-haired man's hands, Lin Ling knew that he would not end well. Everyone, hide your aura. At the thought of this, Lin Ling quickly shouted. Brother Ling, what's wrong? Yu asked worriedly when she saw Lin Ling's anxious voice. A powerful enemy is here. He's looking for me on the 6th level. Lin Ling said solemnly. Could it be that Mother's men are here? Yu's expression changed instantly. No, it's a mysterious expert from the underworld. This person isn't the god of the underworld, nor is he the great god who guards the underworld. He's an unknown ancient god. Even the god of the underworld can't control him. Lin Ling said solemnly. Everyone's expression changed. Was troublesome. The underworld. Ju Chuan frowned and suddenly guessed, could it be the disaster taboo? Who's the underworld? Lin Ling asked. I've only heard the legends of calamity from the older generation of the giant god clan. As for where they came from, I'm not too sure. All I know is that this person has an undying body. Even after death, he can be resurrected in the underworld. No one in the three realms can control him. It is said that when the universe was first created, he was formed by a cosmic calamity. Even the creator god of the universe was helpless against him. Ju Chuan said solemnly, I don't know if the red-haired man you mentioned is Hua Ji or not, but if you're talking about the underworld's unusual creatures, Hua Ji is definitely one of them. Immortal body? Is there really such a god? The Yellow Emperor could not help but ask. In fact, he already knew the answer. To mortals, these gods were immortal and indestructible, but that was only relative. The hell of mortals couldn't control their life and death, but the underworld could. Moreover, the underworld didn't imprison the souls of mortals, so mortals didn't know about it. Since the underworld was not afraid of the underworld, it was clear that the underworld was powerful. During the great calamity of the world's will, the divine altar had collapsed and the immortals had fallen. Who could escape the curse of immortality? Even the great gods of the universe would not dare to say that they were immortal. Even the legendary creator of the universe could fall. Otherwise, how could the world's will sweep through the universe? Immortality does exist, but we don't know if the red-haired man is the underworld god. Ju Chuan sighed. Let's do as the Lord says. Hide your auras as much as possible. Don't let the red-haired man discover you. Hearing this, everyone nodded and completely concealed their auras. Fortunately, the 6th level was very big, especially for gods who had just come to the 6th level. It was impossible to explore the entire 6th level in a short time. This bought Lin Ling and the others some time. I hope the Hongmeng cloud will come soon. Lin Ling muttered to himself. He held Yu Yu's hand and sat down cross-legged. Yu Yu could sense that Lin Ling's palms were sweaty. She had not seen Lin Ling so nervous in a long time. Even when he was fighting against Nuwa, Lin Ling had not shown such an attitude. On the other side, a large number of demons were moving forward. They were following a red-haired man. This man was very thin and weak. His red hair was like a sea urchin. There were many strange green tattoos on his body. These tattoos had the symbol of a sun as the center and extended in all directions like tree roots. Master, have you found him? A 5-meter-tall demon with a crocodile head asked in a low voice. I'm sure he's on this level. He's also found me and is hiding now. The red-haired man licked his lips and smiled evilly. Ever since this person stole my Pengu's real body, I was forced out of the netherworld and had to travel all over the world. But in the end, I found you here. This time, don't even think about escaping. Master, after so many years, we've finally found him. The other demons cheered and continued to move forward to search for Lin Ling. They were very fast and spread across the 6th level like a plague. All the gods they met along the way were intimidated by their aura and fled far away. The slower ones were killed immediately. Master, I found him. He's over there. After an unknown period of time, a slippery, earthworm-like fiendish demon rushed out from the ground. This group of demons was indeed terrifyingly powerful. The 6th level was so big, but they could still find Lin Ling in such a short time. Have you found him? The red-haired man stuck out his tongue and let out a strange, androgynous voice. He led the group of demons in the direction of Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling and the others had been waiting for an entire night. But early the next morning, large amounts of Hongmeng clouds finally arrived on the mountain. Everyone was overjoyed. Hurry! Lin Ling looked at the Hongmeng clouds rolling down the Dragon Mountain like fog and shouted in his heart. But at this moment, his expression changed. The Pengu's real body had obviously sensed something. Oh no, the red-haired man is here. This shout made everyone panic. Ju Chuan hurriedly said, let's go. We'll go to the Hongmeng clouds. Let's hope we're not too late. Lin Ling nodded and led the group in the direction of the Hongmeng clouds. But just as they reached the Hongmeng clouds, the demonic aura in front of them shot up into the sky. The aura was terrifying. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. He could sense that this aura was very familiar. It was the group of demons from the underworld back then. Then, he looked around and indeed, he saw a familiar figure among the demons. The red-haired man. At the same time, the red-haired man saw Lin Ling and laughed heartily. However, he had just arrived at the 6th level and didn't seem to know the use of the Hongmeng clouds. Ha ha ha, kid, I've finally found you. The red-haired man laughed loudly, calling for all the demons to stop in their tracks. The battle formation on his side was extremely terrifying. Demons of all sizes gathered together, waving their arms in the air. Their aura was monstrous, they were very strong, like the most ancient group of demons in the world. Even though they were far away, the Yellow Emperor and the others still felt a sense of fear. Where did these demons come from? Lei Gong said solemnly. He had lived for several centuries and had seen all kinds of demons. Sometimes, demons were just ants to him. However, this was the first time he had seen such ancient demons. They came from the underworld. However, they don't seem to have discovered the Hongmeng cloud. Let's stall for time as much as possible. Lin Ling secretly reminded everyone. He was not surprised by the strength of these demons. After all, when he had explored the underworld, he knew that these demons came from the bottom of the underworld. Everyone nodded. This red-haired man probably hadn't been in the Dao Pagoda for long and was unfamiliar with many things. Naturally, he didn't know about the Hongmeng cloud. Kid, where's my thing? The red-haired man shouted again. He was also secretly probing for Lin Ling's aura. Strangely, when he had just arrived on the 6th floor, he could still sense Pengu's true body. Now, the feeling was very weak. Senior, Pengu's true body is still with me. However, don't act recklessly. Otherwise, I will destroy Pengu's true body. Lin Ling revealed a panicked expression. Then destroy it. Destroy it for me to see. The red-haired man laughed disdainfully. He knew that Pengu's true body would not be destroyed so easily. However, he could also see that Lin Ling was clearly panicking. Even though Lin Ling had many experts on his side, the red-haired man knew that these experts were still not enough to deal with him. Senior, don't you want to know what star level Pengu's true body is at? Lin Ling stole a glance at the Hongmeng cloud. Seeing that it was getting closer and closer, he could only continue to stall for time. Could it be that you've improved Pengu's true body? Sure enough, when he mentioned Pengu, the red-haired man's eyes lit up and his face was filled with curiosity. He knew that if he wanted to upgrade Pengu's true body, the treasures required would definitely be special. Ordinary treasures would not be able to do so. Of course, in addition to this, he was also very curious about the mystique Lin Ling cultivated. After all, in the past, he had tried to refine Pengu's true body for many years, but he still hadn't succeeded. However, that brat had managed to do it the moment he came and successfully obtained Pengu's true body. This meant that the brat cultivated a mystique. It was definitely left behind by the Pengu clan. Right now, Pengu's true body is at the level of 8 stars. Lin Ling said indifferently. The red-haired man's face lit up with excitement. Senior, if you want to obtain the 8-star Pengu's true body, it probably won't be easy. Lin Ling said again. Hee, how about this? If you tell me the mystique you cultivate, I can spare your life. The red-haired man stated his purpose. It was indeed difficult for him to refine the 8-star Pengu's true body. He definitely needed the corresponding cultivation technique of the Pengu clan. I cultivate the Pengu attack. After cultivating it to the extreme, I can temporarily transform into Pengu's true body. It's because of this that I refined Pengu's true body. Lin Ling nodded and continued to tempt the red-haired man. However, I've already upgraded Pengu's true body to the level of 8 stars. If I let you take it back just like that, I feel like I'm still at a disadvantage. Are you bargaining with me? The red-haired man narrowed his eyes. I wouldn't dare. It's just that I've handed over the Pengu clan's mystique and handed over the Pengu's true body to you. I should more or less get something in return. Lin Ling hurriedly smiled and said, Senior, you're an ancient ruler. You won't be so stingy. Don't haggle with me. Humph, no one has ever stolen a treasure from me. You're the first. With this crime, I can kill you 1,000 times over. You still want the treasure? The red-haired man snorted. When the crowd saw Lin Ling haggling like this, they secretly wiped the sweat off Lin Ling's forehead. If he angered that mysterious expert and the other party came to kill them, they would not be able to stop him, especially when the Hongmeng cloud was right in front of him. Couldn't Lin Ling say something nice to stall for time? Senior, it's not easy for me either. If you're not willing to do anything, then I'll give up my life and die with the mystique. Lin Ling gritted his teeth as if he was going to throw caution to the wind. He knew that this red-haired man wasn't stupid. If he went along with everything, the other party would become suspicious and haggle instead. This would give people a more realistic feeling. Moreover, haggling was perfect for stalling for time, and the truth was indeed so. The red-haired man was actually a bit suspicious. Lin Ling and such a large group of people were gathered there, but they didn't run or fight. They just stood there. This was too strange. After all, Lin Ling alone knew that he couldn't run, but why didn't the others run? This matter had nothing to do with them. However, Lin Ling's mystique and the 8-star Panga true body had indeed moved the red-haired man's heart. Fine, I'll give you a cosmic core. It can raise your cultivation by 2 major realms. The red-haired man pondered for a moment and nodded. However, you must hand over the Panga race's mystique. Hearing this, the Yellow Emperor and the others were secretly shocked. They didn't expect Lin Ling to have made the right bet. This red-haired man didn't attack. Cosmic core. Lin Ling's eyes lit up. He pretended to be excited and rubbed his hands. Senior, can you give it to me now? Kid, don't you know the rules? The red-haired man frowned. Wasn't this kind of transaction a one-time transaction? I'm afraid that you'll kill me if I tell you the mystique. Why don't you give me the cosmic core now? I'll memorize the mystique and put it on the ground. Then, I'll leave immediately. Lin Ling said with a smile, showing that he was very afraid of the red-haired man. However, he wasn't wrong in thinking this way. One had to be careful when dealing with experts. Anyone would be like this. Okay. The red-haired man pondered for a moment and nodded. He didn't plan to trade with Lin Ling at all. As long as he got the mystique, Lin Ling would be dead for sure. In this place, Lin Ling wouldn't be able to escape no matter how powerful his mystique was. Moreover, he was afraid that if he forced Lin Ling to commit suicide, he would lose more than he gained. After all, he could kill Lin Ling and seize the Panga's true body, but he wouldn't get the mystique. A star-like stone appeared in his hand. The red-haired man admired it for a while and then reluctantly pushed the treasure to Lin Ling. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. He was just stalling for time. He didn't expect to get such a pleasant surprise. There was no reason to reject a gift from someone else. He suppressed his excitement and waited for the stone to float over. Then, he picked it up and looked at it carefully. This stone was about the size of a thumb and was as bright as a star. Although it wasn't big, there was a strong power suppressed inside. It was as if he was holding the universe. The heart of the universe is formed from an immature universe when the universe was first created. This is a universe created by heaven and earth, not a universe cultivated by gods. Its power is beyond your imagination. The red-haired man said proudly. He stared at the heart of the universe in Lin Ling's hand with reluctance in his eyes. He had obtained this heart of the universe after 3,000 years of waiting in the netherworld. How could he give it away so easily? Although he was giving it to Lin Ling so generously, in his opinion, it was just for Lin Ling to play with. The heart of the universe. The Yellow Emperor and the others looked envious. This was the first time they had heard of such a treasure. However, this thing was formed from an immature universe. This was enough to show how precious the heart of the universe was. Now, the Panga strike should be passed to me. The red-haired man said indifferently. Lin Ling excitedly put away the heart of the universe, then took out a spirit stone and slowly chanted in his heart. Only then did he throw the engraved Panga strike to the red-haired man. Of course, when he chanted, he deliberately slowed down a lot. He could already see the Hongmeng cloud around them. After the red-haired man received it, he gave it a rough look. Seeing that it was indeed a mystical cultivation technique, he finally relaxed. It's time to hand over the Panga's true body. the red-haired man said again. This time, he didn't hide his ambition and revealed his killing intent. The best way to get the Panga's true body is to kill you. You want to kill me? Lin Ling looked in front of him and saw that the Hongmeng cloud was less than 10 meters away. It would probably bring them to the 7th level soon. Of course. Didn't you say that you would give me the Panga clan's cultivation technique and the Panga's true body? You've already given me the cultivation technique, but you haven't given me the Panga's true body, so I must kill you. The red-haired man laughed loudly, causing the surrounding demons to laugh as well. They seemed to be mocking Lin Ling's ignorance for daring to make a deal with an almighty like the red-haired man. Are you going to say that I lied to you? Humph. You entered the netherworld and stole my Panga's true body. I haven't settled that debt with you yet. Killing you and obtaining your cultivation technique are just interest. The red-haired man's laughter became louder and louder. When he thought about how Yi Han had stolen Panga's true body, he was extremely unhappy. But now, this unhappiness had completely dissipated. Ha ha ha. However, the red-haired man, Lin Yellow Emperor and the others, Calm and the other people. As expected, the red-haired man's face sank. He didn't like being interrupted when he was doing something, and he didn't like being mocked even more. The red-haired man said in a low voice. Lin Ling shook his head and laughed. Sorry, what I gave you is actually a fake cultivation technique. If you cultivate it, don't talk about Panga's true body. You might even self-destruct. You dare lie to me. The red-haired man took out the spirit stone and studied it carefully. He cultivated the beginning and immediately felt that something was wrong. He angrily smashed the spirit stone. You're not lying to me too. Lin Ling retorted. The red-haired man's expression changed. Finally, he revealed a ferocious expression. Forget it. I'll kill you. I have my own ways to obtain your cultivation technique. It's just that this path is a bit risky. But you forced me. Sorry, it's a bit late to kill me now. Lin Ling still smiled calmly. He could feel his body beginning to disintegrate. This was a sign of going to the next level. However, the red-haired man and the others were not familiar with the Dao Pagoda. They still hadn't reacted. They looked at each other and laughed again. Too late, with the red-haired man's strength, how could it be too late to kill these people? The red-haired man wanted to say something, but his expression changed instantly. In his eyes, Lin Ling's body began to disperse, turning into golden powder. It wasn't just Lin Ling. The densely packed people around him were the same. Then, they all dissipated into the mist. My lord, look. All the fiendish demons started yelling when they saw the scene. They all saw that Lin Ling and the others had disappeared. Moreover, there was a large amount of mist around Lin Ling and the others. In fact, they had seen this mist a long time ago. However, they came from the underworld and were fearless. Naturally, they didn't care about the mist. But they didn't expect that the mist would take Lin Ling and the others and disappear. Where do you think you're going? The red-haired man shouted angrily. A large amount of red clouds shot out from his body and quickly drowned Lin Ling. But it was too late. The red-haired man didn't sense anything. It was as if Lin Ling and the others had never appeared. Their auras had vanished. What's going on? The red-haired man was also stunned. At this moment, he also saw several figures rushing into the mist and gradually disappearing. If Lin Ling and the others were still here, they would definitely realize that these people were young Master Heaven Hater. While Lin Ling and the others were leaving, they had also rushed into the 7th level. Although this was like following Lin Ling's footsteps, it was extremely embarrassing. But at this time, they had to do it no matter how embarrassing it was. When he felt his body disintegrate and was about to dissipate with the wind, young Master Heaven Hater finally relaxed. He suddenly looked at the red-haired man and said, Sir, you have been tricked. This is the Hongmeng cloud. It can bring people into the 7th level. Lin Ling and the others have gone to the 7th level. Moreover, the Hongmeng cloud at the 6th level has already disappeared. You can't catch up to them. After he said this, young Master Heaven Hater and the others also disappeared. The red-haired man was still in a daze, but he heard young Master Heaven Hater's words clearly. Lin Ling and the others had left. they had gone to the 7th level. In other words, Lin Ling and the others had been quietly waiting there. It wasn't that they had nowhere to run, but that they had been waiting for the Hongmeng cloud. No wonder Lin Ling had spoken so much nonsense before. It turned out that he had been stalling for time. You dare to trick me? After thinking it through, the red-haired man roared. Then, he was stunned. His eyes darted around as he thought of a key point. His cosmic exquisite heart. I will kill you. Now, the red-haired man finally realized that he had suffered a great loss. On the other side, endless golden dust drifted in the void. It gradually condensed, turning into figures. Lin Ling opened his eyes. This feeling of being transmitted through the Tao Pagoda was still marvelous to him. As he opened his eyes, everything appeared in front of him. What shocked Lin Ling was that the 7th level was completely different from what he had seen before. This place was like an immortal paradise. The blue sky and white clouds, the high mountains and flowing water, the chirping of birds and the fragrance of flowers, all of this proved that this place was not like the crueler 7th level. One had to know that the Tao Pagoda had 9 levels. So far, no one had reached the 9th level. Therefore, the 7th level was the penultimate level. All kinds of great gods in the universe were gathered there, and the competition was extremely fierce. Therefore, shouldn't the 7th level be filled with billowing smoke and darkness? Everyone stood on the ground and looked around in disbelief. The 7th floor was quiet and serene, unlike the second half of the Tao Pagoda where competition was fierce. Everyone, disperse. Lin Ling shouted to the crowd. With such a large group of people gathered, it was easy to become the focus of attention, especially when they were not clear about the situation on the 7th floor. It was better to be careful. In Lin Ling's opinion, the 7th floor was definitely filled with countless powerhouses. There were the 9 great stars of the universe, the host body of the world's will, the 3 great god gates of White Mountain, the 12 god races, and so on. Moreover, many powerhouses had come from the primal chaos boundary. The 8 great god generations definitely had their own orthodoxies here. In such a world filled with powerhouses, it was better to keep a low profile at the beginning. Lord Lin Ling, we'll leave first. If there's anything, we can contact each other through the sound transmission talisman. Lord Lin Ling, we'll take our leave. The crowd dispersed one after another, forming a small group of a dozen people. Lin Ling brought along Yu, Lei Gong, Qing Zhu, elder brother Ju Chuan, and the others. The 7th floor is very, very big, and there should be many powerhouses gathered here. But why didn't they go to the 8th floor? There must be some secret behind this. Elder brother Ju Chuan said. If it's the 8th floor, it should be the battlefield of the various rulers, and the 7th floor is the battlefield of the strongest powerhouses below the rulers. It's just that we don't know what kind of strength the powerhouses here have. Lin Ling nodded. Although he was an initial stage universe giant god, his combat power was so strong that he was not afraid of late stage universe giant gods. Especially if he used the square prison, he estimated that he could fight against rulers. But Lin Ling still knew that with his strength, he could only be considered average on the 7th floor. Big brother Ling, it seems very quiet here. Yu looked around. Although the surroundings were not as cruel as she had imagined, this tranquility gave people a strange feeling. Xiao. Suddenly, a meteor streaked across the sky. Even under the blue sky, this ray of light was still dazzling. Hong. The meteor smashed into the ground, causing the earth to tremble. Originally, Lin Ling had wanted to follow Ju Chuan to search for the giant god tribe, but he was frightened by the sudden arrival of this meteor. They could all sense that this meteor was clearly not ordinary. The speed at which it fell carried with it the power of the universe. Let's go take a look. Lei Gong suggested. Everyone's interest was also piqued. Thinking that there were so many people here, even if an accident happened, they probably wouldn't be able to handle it. After that, everyone flew toward the place where the meteor had landed. After a while, they stood on a hill and looked down at the front. They saw a huge hole in the ground where the meteor had exploded. A large amount of dense fog filled the hole. When they looked carefully, they saw a strange jade rui lying in the big hole. This jade scepter was about as thick as an adult's arm, and it emitted a mysterious aura. It seemed like the aura of the universe, but it also seemed like the power of the gods. From the looks of it, this treasure seems to be a divine artifact. Furthermore, it's a mid-level divine artifact. Zhu Chuan shouted in shock after sensing it for a moment. Lin Ling and the others immediately revealed strange expressions. They should have just arrived at the 7th level and then encountered a rare divine artifact. One had to know that divine artifacts were extremely rare. Among them, only Lin Ling had the Quafu Sunchasur boots and Xinggui Yi's Donghuang bell. Of course, these two divine artifacts were both chaotic grade, and were of a higher grade than divine artifacts. Hehe, looks like our luck is pretty good. Daoist Master of Many Treasures had controlled a large number of treasures in the past. Now that he saw a divine artifact, he couldn't help but be moved. He floated over, wanting to bring out the Jade Scepter. However, when his power of the gods landed on the Jade Scepter, it was like a stone sinking into the sea. It didn't move at all. What's going on? Does this divine artifact already have an artifact spirit? Daoist Master of Many Treasures frowned. Generally speaking, most divine artifacts had artifact spirits, but there were also differences in strength. Individual artifact spirits could devour their masters and were extremely powerful. Of course, most divine artifacts only had ordinary spirituality and weren't very terrifying. However, the Jade Scepter in front of them was somewhat different. It could resist, and was obviously extraordinary. Daoist Master of Many Treasures, be careful. Lin Ling couldn't help but remind him. Don't worry. Daoist Master of Many Treasures had played with treasures his entire life, so how could he let them ride on his head? He activated the world will and formed a ray of light that enveloped the Jade Scepter. Daoist Master of Many Treasures' world will had just stepped into the immemorial grade, and it was the power of devouring. One had to know that the world will's 3 grades were the universe grade and the immemorial grade. It was already very powerful to be able to reach the immemorial grade. After all, even Lin Ling's world will was only at the immemorial grade, so it was naturally stronger than Daoist Master of Many Treasures. A gourd appeared in Daoist Master of Many Treasures' hand and swallowed the Jade Scepter. As long as he swallowed it, Daoist Master of Many Treasures was confident that he could control it. Above the hole, the Jade Scepter began to sway, but it didn't absorb Daoist Master of Many Treasures' world will. Boom! Suddenly, an explosion resounded, and a dazzling light bloomed. A powerful impact sent Daoist Master of Many Treasures flying. Daoist Master of Many Treasures! Everyone shouted in unison. Daoist Master of Many Treasures flew back in a sorry state and said solemnly, something's wrong. This Jade Scepter seems to be a person. Why can't I control it? Everyone felt that it was very strange, and then they stared in front of them. They saw the light gradually converging, and then a figure soared into the sky with an extremely fierce aura. It was a pure white eagle that was as huge as a mountain. Its sharp claws were aimed at Daoist Master of Many Treasures, and with a sweep of its wings, a gale exploded. The most unbelievable thing was that the eagle's eyes were coldly staring at everyone, giving them a crazy and bloodthirsty feeling. What's going on? Everyone's expression changed greatly. They were all gods who had seen a lot of things, so they weren't surprised by the eagle. What shocked them was that the Jade Scepter, which was clearly a divine artifact, had suddenly turned into a demonic beast. This is a divine beast. Zhu Chuan suddenly said solemnly, moreover, this divine beast has already heard the great Tao. Senior Zhu Chuan, what is hearing the great Tao? Yu Yu immediately asked. Hearing the great Tao means that this divine artifact once heard the great God of the universe talk about the great Tao of the universe, and it comprehended its own Tao, which is why it can transform into a spirit. Daoist Master of Many Treasures knew some things. In that case, it is no longer a divine artifact, but a divine beast, and it is very likely that it will transform into a human in the future. Yu Yu finally reacted. Everyone, be careful. At this time, Lei Gong suddenly shouted. The white-feathered eagle in the sky let out a fierce cry and swept down with a fierce gale. Although this eagle was formed by the Jade Scepter, its strength wasn't weak, and its sharp claws contained a large amount of divine power, which could ignore a large number of attacks. Dodge. Originally, Lei Gong and the others still wanted to attack, but they sensed the eagle's strength and dodged. Bang! The eagle swept across the sky, forming a gale that was like a cosmic hurricane, causing Lei Gong and the others to be smashed into the distance in a sorry state. However, Lei Gong and the others were existences who had experienced hundreds of battles, and just as they stabilized themselves, they used powerful techniques to counterattack. Rumble. Innumerable divine power transformed into a powerful attack that attacked the white eagle in the sky. The eagle let out a deafening screech. Enuer and the rest were weaker and were immediately affected. They quickly used their divine energy to protect themselves. Boom. Boom. The eagle was like an island as it flew over their heads. Its speed was so fast that it made them feel like a gust of wind was blowing past them. When the divine energy landed on the eagle, it only managed to knock off a large number of feathers and didn't cause much damage to the eagle. This strange thing is really powerful, Lei Gong said solemnly. This eagle is transformed from a jade scepter and is already a divine beast. Moreover, it has the ability to absorb the power of divinity. Unless the power of divinity far surpasses it, the power of divinity's attacks will only become stronger and stronger. I personally suggest that we use another type of attack. Xianxia was from the Chaos realm and had seen many things. However, her expression was somewhat solemn. After all, there were also such divine artifacts in the chaotic realm, but they were very rare. However, once there was a divine artifact in the chaotic realm, there would definitely be a calamity on that side. Let me do it. Saint Guy floated up and controlled the Donghuang bell. He then used the opportunity when the eagle was flying over to suppress it. Boom. As expected, Saint Guy's Donghuang bell was very effective. It smashed the eagle to the ground like a mountain. The Donghuang bell was a chaos divine artifact, so it was naturally of a higher grade than the jade rui. Yaya. The eagle that was pressed down on the ground continued to struggle, letting out a sharp cry that was deafening to the ears. However, it gradually calmed down and eventually, the screech disappeared. Saint Guy recalled the Donghuang bell and saw that the ferocious eagle was nowhere to be seen. All that was left was a broken jade rui. This jade rui is probably useless now. Even if it was repaired, the materials needed would be extremely rare. Qingzhu walked over and checked the jade rui. Why did the jade rui turn into a divine beast all of a sudden? Lei Gong frowned. He felt that the seventh floor was very strange. Could it be that all the divine artifacts on the seventh floor will turn into divine beasts? Long Yang guessed. Everyone's expression changed slightly. If that was the case, then the seventh floor would be terrifying. After all, this was the seventh floor. There would definitely be a lot of divine weapons. If they all transformed into such terrifying divine beasts, then this floor would definitely be much more dangerous than the sixth floor. Everything will be clear once we find the god of the seventh floor, Lin Ling suggested. Everyone nodded and continued forward. Sure enough, not long after, they encountered another divine artifact that had transformed into a divine beast. This time, the divine artifact was an ancient cauldron. The cauldron had transformed into a huge divine turtle. This divine turtle was obviously much stronger than the eagle from before. Even if everyone worked together, they couldn't gain an advantage over it. In the end, Lin Ling had to unleash the power of his physical body to kill the divine turtle. After 2 battles, Lin Ling and the others also knew that this kind of god beast was not afraid of the power of God. Unless the power of God could surpass the god beast by a lot, not only would it not be able to kill it, it would also make the god beast grow stronger day by day. The best way was to use the divine artifact to fight it. The second best was to use other powers, such as the power of the physical body or the power of the world's will. Damn, it's just a beast. It actually wants us to use the power of the world's will. Lei Gong and the others were extremely unhappy. The power of the world's will was their trump card, but they had to use it against a small monster. This was too degrading. This is nothing. What's worrying is how many of these divine beasts there are on the 7th floor. If the entire 7th floor is filled with them, then we'll be in trouble. Lin Ling frowned and reminded them solemnly. Everyone's expression changed. If they encountered a single divine beast, they could easily kill it if they worked together, but what if there were a large number of them? Just thinking about it was terrifying. Junior brother, immediately find the god of the 7th floor and ask them to find out. Qingzhi reminded. The gods of the giant god clan on the 7th floor are mostly gathered in a place called Moon Creek Floating Island. Juchuan looked at Lin Ling and said. He knew that everyone's top priority was to find the giant god clan, and the giant god clan had always been mysterious. Even on the 6th floor, they were an extremely mysterious existence, let alone on the 7th floor. Let's find a place with people first, Lin Ling suggested. As soon as he arrived, he used his soul power to investigate. However, he discovered that the 7th floor was vast and boundless. His soul power, which could envelop the entire universe, could not sense the end of it. Fate. Therefore, in this situation, finding people was the most important. Everyone quickened their pace and advanced along the fairyland-like 7th floor. Rumble. At this time, another earth-shattering aura appeared in the distance. Then, they saw a divine beast that was thousands of miles tall and looked like an island slowly advancing. This divine beast's origin could not be discerned at all. One could only see that its body was like an island, but its limbs were like that of a giant elephant. Every step it took shook the world. As for its head and other parts, they were hidden in the clouds, so they could not be seen at all. What kind of divine beast is this? It's too big. Everyone was shocked. They could even see that there were a large number of divine beasts living on that island-like body. Let's go around it. Lin Ling led the group and took a detour. No one knew how strong those demonic beasts from before were. If they were to clash, it would be extremely disadvantageous for Lin Ling's group. After advancing for a long time, Lin Ling's group encountered several waves of divine beasts. But this time, they did not want to waste time, so they stealthily avoided them. Sir, wait. Not long after, they finally met several gods. On the surface, these gods did not seem to be members of the deity race. Instead, they seemed to be loose cultivators. We are gods who have just arrived on the 7th floor. We would like to ask what happened here and why there are so many divine beasts. Green Bamboo represented Lin Ling's group to ask the questions. Her attitude was extremely polite. And these gods were all at the late-stage cosmos giant god level. They looked at Lin Ling's group strangely because they could see that Lin Ling's group did not even have the strength of a late-stage cosmos giant god. With such strength, they were not qualified to come to the 7th floor. Of course, there was another possibility, and that was that these people had some background. The 7th floor is also known as the floor of the gods. Here, not only are there gods from the various superpowers of the universe, there are also countless divine beasts. These divine beasts are transformed from deity weapons. And these deity weapons have an ancient origin. According to legend, they have existed since the beginning of the universe. After hearing the great Tao, they transformed into divine beasts and went against us gods. You guys are considered lucky that you did not encounter any powerful divine beasts. Otherwise, you guys would have been completely annihilated. Sweeping a glance at Lin Ling's group, these gods said, if you want to survive, it's best to go to places with holy light. Those places are places where divine beasts do not dare to approach. They are also places where gods gather. If you want to know something, it'll be easy to pursue it there. Thank you, everyone. Green Bamboo hurriedly expressed her gratitude. No need to thank us. The direction is south from here. It's just that this road is bumpy. Whether you can reach there will depend on your luck. The leading god with a fluttering white beard said. Lin Ling's group bade farewell and then headed south. After the god's reminder, they finally understood how terrifying the floor of the gods was. They didn't encounter any danger along the way. Not long after, light shot into the sky ahead. It was extremely dazzling. Before they even got close, everyone felt very comfortable. The light was like the sun, giving them a warm feeling. Lord Lin Ling, that should be Holy Light City. Juchuan was delighted as he hurriedly said to Lin Ling. He hoped to meet people from the giant god clan in Holy Light City. Moreover, the giant god clan members that appeared on the 7th level were all at the level of a great leader. They were also sovereigns. If they could meet them, it would mean that they had returned to the giant god clan's main camp. Everyone, let's speed up. Lin Ling nodded with a smile. They could rest after entering Holy Light City. After all, they had been hurrying along ever since they came to the 7th level and hadn't rested at all. It's best if we can buy a map of the 7th level. Lei Gong also smiled. Everyone quickened their pace and rushed toward Holy Light City. Then, they discovered that this so-called Holy Light City was under a divine mountain. The divine mountain emitted a gentle light that formed a holy light that blocked the approach of divine beasts. Moreover, Lin Chen and the others saw with their own eyes a divine beast approaching the divine mountain. However, after being illuminated by the holy light, it actually turned into a divine weapon and was beaten back to its original form. This shocked Lin Ling and the others. If they could control the holy light, then they wouldn't have to fear those divine beasts on the 7th level. Of course, this was just wishful thinking. If the holy light was so easy to obtain, why would the gods here need to hide in Holy Light City? Holy Light City didn't have walls. A large number of gods approached from all directions and then entered. Although divine beasts are everywhere on the 7th level, and there's even a terrifying divine beast tide, if there's a way to kill 1 or 2 divine beasts, the harvest is still pretty good. The one on the altar, from what you've said, you should have gotten a pretty good divine weapon, right? Haha, I did, but it's a pity that it's a little damaged. The gods of the path were whispering to each other. It seemed that if one was strong enough on the 7th level, they could still get a pretty good harvest and use it to become stronger. This was probably also a characteristic of the 7th level. However, the divine beast tide still shocked Lin Ling and the others. If they were to encounter a divine beast tide, they would probably die here. With a heavy heart, Lin Ling and the rest entered Holy Light City. Soon after, they realized that this divine city was not much different from an ordinary city. There were restaurants, markets, and many other things. There were even a large number of cultivation grounds. It seemed that even gods were transformed from humans, and there were humans as well. Moreover, the city was peaceful, which made Lin Ling and the others feel a lot more at ease. Let's look for a map or something first. The Pantheon has been in the 7th level for so long. They should have explored most of it by now. Lin Ling suggested. Then, he had everyone split up to search. Not long after, someone was selling maps in a place that specialized in selling treasures. Lin Ling and the others hurried over. After asking around, they found out that the 7th level was very, very big. There was a map on the surface, and there were also secret maps. The maps on the surface were known to everyone, but the secret maps had to be explored by humans. Generally speaking, those who had secret maps would not easily hand over their maps to others. Even if the other party wanted it, they would have to exchange it with something. It should be your first time coming to the 7th level, right? At the stall, a bearded man with a late-stage deity realm cosmos giant god laughed. He could see that there were many middle-stage deity realm cosmos giant gods in Lin Ling's group. This kind of strength was rare on the 7th level. That's right. Your Excellency's map, how much are you selling it for? Lin Ling smiled faintly. Even though his background had been seen through, he was not afraid. After all, he could not act recklessly in Holy Light City. Secondly, although this group of people had low realms, each of them was an existence that could fight against 100. It was not difficult for them to fight against a late-stage deity realm cosmos giant god. Seeing that you are interested in buying, I'll give you a reminder. First, go to the market and buy a clear map. Buy a few more as backup. Then, buy a secret map. This way, you won't be wasting your money. That bearded man was easy to talk to. It was rare for Lin Chen to meet such an enthusiastic person. He could not help but ask a few more questions. It seems that the map is the most important thing on the 7th level. I wonder why everyone is chasing after a map. Hehe, if you want cultivation treasures, you can find them in the Dower Quidal Celestial Tablet. Even though they are a little expensive, they are still useful. If you want cheap treasures, you can go to the market in Holy Light City to kill deity beasts. At that time, you can have whatever you want. But if you want to go from the 7th level to the 8th level, it won't be easy. The bearded man laughed. You are saying that the path to the 8th level is very secretive and hidden in some corner of the 7th level. Only after collecting all the maps of the 7th level will we know the path to the 8th level? Lin Ling's eyes brightened. That's right. The bearded man nodded. According to legend, no more than 100 people have reached the 8th level from the 7th level, and they are all existences of the ancient juggernaut. For example, the strongest leaders of the 12 divine clans, the leader of the 8 great gods of the primal chaos realm, and the powerhouses left on the 7th level are all the strongest under the juggernaut, but they still have not found the key. This shows how difficult it is to reach the 8th level. Thank you for the reminder. Lin Ling and the others suddenly understood. After all, everyone who rushed into the Dao Tower was rushing to the top of the Dao Tower. They wanted to become a god that controlled the entire universe. Therefore, maps were extremely important. Right, have you seen anyone from the Giant God clan here? Juchuan hurriedly asked. Sorry, the Giant God clan has always been mysterious. They are as mysterious as the Divine Ox clan and the universe's #1 Toad clan, so I have never seen them. However, I am certain that they are on the 7th level, just hidden somewhere. After all, the 7th level is far too big. The bearded man shook his head. Then I wonder what you want. Lin Ling was secretly regretful that he did not get the information he wanted, but he still smiled. What treasures do you have? The bearded man asked. Lin Ling and the others immediately took out the treasures they did not want and let the bearded man choose. I want this. If you agree, I will give you my dark map. The bearded man stared at a mushroom on Longyang's body and suddenly smiled. This was the Empress Dowager mushroom that Longyang had obtained on the 5th level. It was absolutely helpful to certain gods, but it was useless to Longyang, so she had kept it all this time. Okay. Longyang nodded at once. They exchanged the money and the goods. Next, everyone went to buy the bright maps. Each of them bought 3 copies, and then they overlapped the bearded man's dark map with one of the bright maps. A certain area on the map that was dark suddenly lit up. With the power of God, they could see the mountains, rivers, and other things in that area. It's only such a small area. Lei Gong saw that most of the map was dark and could not help but feel helpless. Who knew how long it would take to explore the entire map? Previously, that God said that apart from the leaders of the major god clans, the second person is on the 7th level. This means that we have many acquaintances on the 7th level, such as the great god of Spirit Nation and Ning Qingxin. Lin Ling suddenly said with some anticipation. That's right, there's also big sister Qingxin. Yu Yu also smiled. She had also thought of Ning Qingxin. And Yuer also smiled. Besides, the 12-winged young god and the others should have found their own god clan. They've been here for so long, so you can ask them if there's anything you don't understand. Everyone nodded. Lin Ling recalled that he had just arrived at Holy Light City, so he decided to rest here for the time being. He led everyone around Holy Light City, wanting to familiarize himself with the 7th level. On the 7th level, other than obtaining the map, we also have to face the divine beasts transformed from divine weapons. There are strong and weak divine beasts, and the powerful ones have the strength of a divine universe giant god. If we encounter them, we'll have a slim chance of survival. So the 7th level is the hardest to traverse. It had to be said that Holy Light City had indeed obtained good information. Apart from the map and the divine beasts, Lin Ling also knew that the god clan on the 7th level was extremely crazy. They often fought in order to enrich their maps. After all, the various god clans and major forces were spread out in every corner of the 7th level. Unless the other party traded maps with them, they wouldn't allow others to easily walk through their territory and explore the depths. This was also the reason why it was difficult to complete the maps. Lin Ling, the gods gathered on the 7th level are all extremely powerful. It seems that we have to make long-term plans here. Lei Gong whispered to Lin Ling. Lin Ling nodded. Let's find a restaurant to rest first. After a while, Lin Ling and the others were sitting in a restaurant. Juchuan looked regretful as he drank and said, "It's a pity that we can't find the giant god clan. Otherwise, we'd have a place to stay now." Senior Juchuan, don't worry. We'll find them sooner or later. Yu Yu comforted him. While they were resting, a white-haired man at one of the tables in the restaurant glanced indifferently at Lin Ling and the others, then suddenly left. After walking out of the restaurant, a fly appeared in the man's hand, and he flipped the fly. Lin Ling has come to the 7th floor. Decaying gods, surround and kill him. However, even after Lin Ling and the others had eaten their fill, they still did not leave Saint Light City, causing the white-haired man to become somewhat anxious. Decaying smoke, are Lin Ling and the others still in Saint Light City? They're still here. They seem to have just arrived at Saint Light City and are curious about everything here. That's why they haven't left yet. Think of a way to make them leave Vatican City. Lin Ling and the others had just arrived here, and they didn't know where to go if they left. Of course, they wouldn't leave casually. Just as they were about to find an inn to rest, someone suddenly came to pay them a visit. It was a woman as beautiful as a fairy. "Excuse me, are you looking for the Giant God clan?" The woman looked at Senior Juchuan and smiled. "Yes. Do you know where the Giant God race is?" Senior Juchuan was shocked and quickly nodded. "I know, because I owe the Giant God clan a debt of gratitude. Then, I sensed the aura of the Giant God clan on you, which is why I asked." The woman introduced herself. "My name is Fairy Hai Yao. If you want to find the Giant God tribe, please follow me." "Okay." Juchuan was extremely excited at the thought of seeing his clan. "Lin Ling, I'm afraid something's wrong." Saint Guy frowned and whispered to Lin Ling. Lin Ling also nodded, feeling that everything was too coincidental. He secretly transmitted his voice to Juchuan. "Big brother Juchuan, this woman is a little strange. We'd better be careful." At this moment, Juchuan was chatting with the woman. The woman was indeed very familiar with the Giant God clan. She knew exactly who was in the clan. Juchuan trusted her even more. "Lin Ling, I'm sure she knows the Giant God clan because they have always been mysterious. However, she's very familiar with their members. Senior Juchuan, you should know that we have a lot of enemies now. I'm afraid that this woman is sent by our enemies. If she tries to lure us into a trap, we will all be wiped out. So, you must be sure," Lin Ling said telepathically. Juchuan pondered for a moment, then glanced at Fairy Hai Yao and nodded heavily. "I'm sure." "Okay, then we'll follow you," Lin Ling said to Lei Gong and the others. "Lin Ling, thank you." Juchuan's face was full of gratitude. "I haven't seen my clan in a long time, and I really want to see them. However, I'm sure that Fairy Hai Yao knows the Giant God clan." After saying that, Juchuan said a few more words to Fairy Hai Yao. "Okay, I'll take you to see the Giant God clan now. They're not far from here." Fairy Hai Yao smiled and then led Lin Ling and the others out of Holy Light City. "Lin Ling, since Senior Juchuan is so sure, then it must be fine. We're probably overthinking it." Yu Yu and Yuer and the others believed in Juchuan. "I hope so." Lin Ling still felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't pinpoint what it was. Of course, people like Qing Zhu, Lei Gong, and Xingyi also felt the same way. "Everyone, just be careful. Even if something happens, with our strength, we should be safe and sound." Taoist Master of Many Treasures comforted them. Everyone continued forward. Juchuan and Fairy Hai Yao chatted and laughed. It seemed that they were quickly getting familiar with each other. Fairy Hai Yao kept talking about the Giant God clan, which made Juchuan believe her even more. The others followed behind but didn't find anything wrong. They also gradually believed in Fairy Hai Yao. Only Lin Ling and Qing Zhu still felt that something was wrong. They looked into the distance and could sense that the aura in the distance was somewhat fishy and gloomy. "Fairy Hai Yao, how long more do we have to walk? Do we need to pass through that place in front?" Lin Ling suddenly asked. "No, it's just in front." Fairy Hai Yao turned around and smiled. "Everyone, be careful," Lin Ling suddenly shouted. Without waiting for Fairy Hai Yao to say anything, he shouted, "Let's go back to Holy Light City immediately." "Your Excellency Lin Ling, what's the meaning of this?" Fairy Hai Yao frowned. "I brought you to see the Giant God clan out of kindness, but you're going back halfway. You should know that I wasted a lot of time for you. Can you afford to pay for that time?" However, everyone ignored her and followed Lin Chen toward Holy Light City. "Lin Ling, you're not putting the Giant God clan in your eyes." Fairy Hai Yao was furious. "Lin Ling, what's going on?" Juchuan didn't know what was going on. "It's the rotten race. I can sense the aura of the rotten race ahead. Regardless of whether we've wronged Fairy Hai Yao or not, safety is the priority." Let's return to Holy Light City first, Lin Ling said. Okay, we'll listen to you. Juchuan could only nod. Lin Ling, where are you going? At that moment, dark clouds surged from behind. Upon closer inspection, they were all formed by insects. The experts of the rotten race had arrived. The person in the lead wore a stinking cloak and held a huge pool of decay in his hand. He was the fastest and came from afar. The rotten god. Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. In the past, he had seen the rotten god's avatar, so he recognized the rotten god's appearance. No way, the rotten god has personally come. How far is Holy Light City? Can we make it back in time? Everyone knew that a great calamity had arrived. The rotten god was the strongest leader of the rotten race. With their strength, how could they be a match for him? It was possible that they would all be wiped out. It's all me, it's all me. Juchuan pounded his chest and screamed in pain. He knew that if he hadn't trusted Fairy Hai Yao and tried his best to protect them, they wouldn't be in danger. Brother Juchuan, let's not worry about this for now. Returning to Holy Light City is the most important thing. Lin Ling looked back and saw that the rotten race gods were getting closer and closer. Everyone, follow me. Lin Ling shouted and sped up. Fortunately, they weren't too far from Holy Light City. There was still a chance of survival. Juchuan, you're the one who killed them. Ha ha ha, you're the sinner among them. Suddenly, a loud laugh rang out. Fairy Hai Yao was holding a mirror and putting on makeup. She smiled cunningly and said, "How do you think I know the giant god race? That's because several of our god clans joined forces to suppress the giant god clan. This war has been going on for several years now, so I know exactly who your giant god clan has." Oh, that's right, your giant god clan has suffered heavy losses. You're all hiding in the 7th level, not daring to show yourselves. So it's you. Juchuan was so angry that he almost couldn't breathe. The guilt in his heart grew even stronger. Brother Juchuan, don't be fooled. There will be plenty of opportunities for revenge in the future. Let's return to Holy Light City immediately. Lin Ling shouted at Juchuan angrily. He knew that Fairy Hai Yao was deliberately angering Juchuan so that he would lose his mind and be caught. Lin Ling, something's wrong. With the rotten race god's strength, it would be easy for him to catch up to us. But now, he's only closing the distance. Qingzhu looked at the roiling clouds behind them and suddenly frowned. You're right. Lin Ling's eyes lit up. He guessed, unless, this isn't the real rotten race god. No, he should be the real rotten race god. But I heard that the rotten race god has many clones. Maybe this is just one of them. Qingzhu guessed. Lin Ling immediately recalled the scene he had seen with the rotten race god. At that time, he had also encountered a clone of the rotten race god. Even the Yellow Emperor, who had just broken through, could defeat him. However, it was clear that this was definitely a clone. It was just that it was stronger than the one he had seen last time. Lin Ling, you still want to leave? Seeing Lin Ling's group getting closer and closer to Saint Light City, the rock god suddenly waved his hands and used a powerful divine ability. Everyone, be careful. Lin Ling sensed a mysterious wave of energy coming and immediately warned him. Rumble. At the same time, the ground produced a huge suction force. Then, the ground sank and a huge pit appeared. The soil was churning, and a smelly liquid was oozing out. Upon closer inspection, the stinky liquid contained bones, other miscellaneous items, and even a large number of corpses. Rotting pond. In the past, when Lin Ling clashed with the decay god avatar, he was also pulled in by this pool of decay. He knew that as long as he was submerged in this pool of decay, no matter how strong he was, it was useless. Lord Lin Ling, it's the pool of decay. Shungi also shouted. In the past, he had also encountered this kind of rotten pond and knew how terrifying it was. Charge out. Everyone mobilized their god essence and urged out their universe power, but they still couldn't escape the pulling force of the pool of decay. At the same time, the gods of the rot race arrived. They surrounded the pool of decay, and their bodies suddenly dissolved into a smelly river water that poured into the pool of decay. In the end, only the rot god and Fairy Hai Yao were left standing there. Fairy Hai Yao was clearly not a member of the rot race. At this moment, she looked at Lin Ling's group with disdain. You want to fight the rat race with just you? You really don't know life from death. Fairy Hai Yao coldly said, not just you, even if the giant god race meets the rat race, they can only take a detour. With that, she stared at Lin Ling. You are Lin Ling, a little god who fought from the end of the Dao Tower to the peak. I thought you were strong, but you were suppressed to this extent as soon as you arrived. How disappointing. The 7th level is the battlefield of the universe's strongest gods. Little brat. You are still too inexperienced. The voice reached the pool of decay, and everyone was furious. If Fairy Hai Yao hadn't deceived them, they wouldn't have ended up like this. Lin Ling and the others were angry, but they also found it strange. After all, they didn't have much enmity with Fairy Hai Yao. Why would she hate them so much? You will have retribution. Zhu Chuan gritted his teeth and stared at Fairy Hai Yao, his eyes red with anger. When Zhu Chuan was on the 6th level, he lived in seclusion with the giant god race. He was aloof from worldly affairs, so he didn't think about the dangers of the world. Brother Zhu Chuan, ignore him. Lin Ling shouted at Zhu Chuan. Then, he and the others resisted the suction of the earth with all their strength. Lin Ling, the sky has been sealed. Lei Gong wanted to rush out of the sky, but there was a powerful force blocking them from approaching. And above the earth, the fierce suction pulled everyone in. The most terrifying thing was that the rotten liquid was constantly rising. Block it with all your strength. This pool of decay is not invincible. There is a limit to its strength. Lin Ling shouted. His talent fused, and he used all his strength to prevent himself from being pulled in by the suction. Lin Ling, this can't go on. We have to break this pool of decay. Qing Zhu sensed the pool of decay and couldn't help but say solemnly. How about this? Everyone, gather all our strength to break into the pool of decay. Life and death will depend on this. Lin Ling only pondered for a moment before making a decision. Everyone present was very strong. They could block the suction of the pool of decay, but this was only delaying time. A day, a month, or a year later, they would still die. It was better to gather all their strength to break into the pool of decay. Of course, if they failed, they would die without a doubt. All right, we'll do as you say. Everyone knew this, but they would rather die in battle than be trapped in the pool of decay for a year. Seeing that everyone had agreed, Lin Ling was the first to use all his strength. His powerful divine power, physical strength, universe power, and world will all blasted into the pool of decay below. Under Lin Ling's powerful strength, the smelly pond water that was constantly floating up actually started to sink. In the past, Lin Ling had fought against the pool of decay, so he knew the weakness of the pool of decay. This Lin Ling is much stronger than before. At the edge of the pool of decay, the decay god avatar narrowed his eyes. Thinking of Lin Ling's strength in the past, and then thinking of Lin Ling's current strength, he was still very surprised. But his lips curled into a disdainful smile. Because the current Lin Ling still couldn't break his pool of decay. Everyone, use all your strength. At this time, Lei Gong and the others' attacks also arrived. They all used the world will's power. Rumble. The gradually sinking pool of decay, under everyone's joint efforts, sank into the ground. Here's our chance. Everyone was overjoyed, but Lin Ling frowned. He knew that the pool of decay wasn't so simple. Sure enough, the decaying liquid that should have disappeared began to rise again under the decay god's sneer. Although it wasn't as fast as before, if this continued, it would sooner or later drown everyone. It seems that my strength is still not enough. Lin Ling narrowed his eyes and opened the square prison. Everyone, let's work harder. The decaying water is rising again. Lei Gong and the rest roared as they activated their autonomous force and bombarded the ground. Eastern Emperor Bell. Saint Guy activated his powerful Chaos Divine artifact. As for Qing Zhu, she transformed into a giant ape and smashed the decaying pond with her huge arms, causing the decaying pond's water to soar into the sky before falling back down like rain. Outside the decaying pond, Fairy Hai Yao's expression changed. She was afraid that these people would rush out of the decaying pond and chase after her. Originally, she didn't think much of Lin Ling and the rest, but after seeing them attack the decaying pond together, she knew how terrifying their power was. She didn't dare to underestimate Lin Ling and the rest. Lord Decaying God. Fairy Haiyao immediately looked at the decaying god beside her, but she found that he was indifferent. The black face under the hat revealed a disdainful smile. All of this meant that the decaying god wasn't afraid of them at all. As expected, although Lei Gong and the rest were attacking the decaying pond, they were only suppressing the stench of the decaying pond. The water was still rising slowly, and if this continued, Lei Gong and the rest would be submerged. At this moment, Lin Ling was about to release the square prison, but he glanced at the decaying god at the edge of the decaying pond, then at Lei Gong and the rest who were still working hard, and made a decision in his heart. He knew that if he released the square prison, the decaying pond wouldn't be able to withstand it and would be destroyed in an instant. However, Lin Ling didn't want to reveal his trump card too quickly and attract the decaying god's attention. After all, the square prison was a matter of great importance. If Lin Ling revealed it, who knew how many great gods on the 7th floor would be watching him? Especially since he was new to the 7th floor, he had to be more cautious. How long can you guys last? Lin Ling looked at Lei Gong and the rest. Lin Ling, what are you planning to do? Taoist Master of Many Treasures immediately asked. He knew that Lin Ling had gone through many life and death situations. With his experience, insight, and unique vision, he must have thought of something. I need you guys to help me hold on for a while. I want to break through. Lin Ling said. He had 8 dantians in his body, and with the cosmos exquisite heart from the red-haired man on the 6th floor, he could use it to break through. Break through, here. Taoist Master of Many Treasures' eyes widened. This doesn't seem to be a good place. Breakthrough? Lei Gong and the others were also shocked. This was the most critical moment. Lin Ling's combat strength was comparable to half of their combined strength. If Lin Ling withdrew his power, how could they withstand it? Junior brother, are you confident you can break through? Green Bamboo asked. Lin Ling was currently an initial stage deity realm cosmos giant god. After reaching this realm, it was extremely difficult for him to break through. Have you forgotten that the red-haired man gave me a universe core on the 6th level? Everyone understood, but they still felt that Lin Ling was a bit impulsive. Only Qingzhu pondered for a while before nodding with a smile. Junior brother, go ahead and break through. We can hold on until you succeed. She then looked at everyone and said, don't forget that Lin Ling's fighting power has always been very strong. Once he breaks through, his overall power will increase tenfold. At that time, he might be able to break through the pool of decay by himself. Everyone's eyes lit up, and they nodded in unison. I'll have to trouble everyone. There was no time to lose. Lin Ling hurriedly sat down cross-legged, held the heart of the universe, and quickly refined it. Outside the pool of decay, the god of decay sensed that the resistance had weakened. He was startled, but when he saw Lin Ling cultivating, he was shocked. This Lin Ling is actually cultivating. The god of decay frowned. Generally speaking, shouldn't it be safer to resist the pool of decay? After all, breaking through wasn't something that could be done in a day or two. It was even possible for the breakthrough to fail. Even if one was lucky enough to succeed, the pool of decay would have flooded up by then. Hee, a broken pot is about to break. I find it funny. This Lin Ling thinks that after breaking through, he has the power to resist the pool of decay? Fairy Haiyao laughed with disdain. She wasn't familiar with Lin Ling, so she didn't think that his power would increase by leaps and bounds after breaking through a realm. Don't worry about them. Without Lin Ling's help, they'll die even faster. The god of decay shook his head. He wasn't in a hurry, knowing that this would be a long battle. After all, he could see that other than Lin Ling, there were several other gods in the pool of decay who were quite strong. In terms of overall strength, the majority of these people could fight against a deity-level late-stage cosmos giant god, or even defeat him. Hold on. Without Lin Ling's suppression, the surface of the pool of decay rose even faster. Lei Gong and the others clenched their teeth and held on, but Green Bamboo exploded with an even stronger power, making up for the gap between Lin Ling and himself. At the same time, Yu also urged the power of her true body. A snake tail appeared behind her, and as it danced, a wave of heavenly power suppressed down. Hong. The pool of decay continued to explode, and the speed of its rise slowed down. Lin Ling seemed to be breaking through, but he was actually paying attention to everyone. If there was any danger, he would definitely release his final trump card, the Four Corners Prison. Fortunately, it seemed that everyone could still hold on. The exquisite heart of the universe in his hand gradually disappeared and appeared in his dantian. The terrifying thing was that this exquisite heart of the universe was like the birth of a universe. Streams of ancient power enveloped the 8 dantians, providing them with an endless supply of spiritual energy. This spiritual energy was the ancient spiritual energy from the beginning of the universe. The density of this spiritual energy made Lin Ling feel that it wouldn't be difficult to open the 9th dantian. With this thought, Lin Ling couldn't help but feel a little excited because he had always wanted to open the 9th dantian, but he just couldn't find a suitable breakthrough treasure. And now, the exquisite heart of the universe seemed to have enough spiritual energy to support it. Should he open it? In a short time, Lin Ling thought about a lot of things, but he finally gave up. If it was any other place, Lin Ling wouldn't recommend trying, but if he tried here, everyone would be drowned in the pool of decay. Moreover, he had an intuition that the exquisite heart of the universe wasn't enough to open the 9th dantian. Full force breakthrough. Lin Ling finally made the decision to pour all the spiritual energy of the exquisite heart of the universe into the 8 dantians. Hong hong hong. The 8 dantians roared, and all of them were transforming. Realm-swallowing beast, supreme nether wind dragon, human king's flame, thunder-locked true body, heavenly dragon bone, demon hell body, Vajra Bodhi, eternal killing world. In fact, many of these talents had reached their limits, and only a few of them were godly existences. This was also the reason why Lin Ling's breakthrough was so difficult. However, the exquisite heart of the universe was still a rare universe that hadn't matured. The spiritual energy it contained could be said to be as much as an ancient universe. Even if Lin Ling's talent was ordinary, under the dense and endless spiritual energy, his 8 dantians were still transforming. One of the dantians began to explode, as if the universe had reached its limit. But soon, it was reborn. After the rebirth, it finally stepped into the middle stage of the god-level universe giant god. Next was the 2nd dantian, the 3rd dantian. Continuous booming sounds resounded in Lin Ling's dantian. The heart of the universe was indeed a universe that hadn't matured yet. The spiritual energy it contained was beyond imagination. As his dantians broke through one by one, Lin Ling's godly energy was also increasing crazily. Originally, Lin Ling's deity energy was 1,500,000, but as each of his dantians broke through, his deity energy increased as well. Gradually, his deity energy reached 2 million, then 3 million, and when all 8 of his dantians broke through to the middle stage deity realm universe giant god realm, his total deity energy reached 4 million. This godly energy had greatly exceeded that of a late-stage deity realm universe giant god. It could be said that even if Lin Ling didn't use his innate talent fusion, ordinary late-stage deity realm universe giant gods wouldn't be his match just by relying on his own strength. And once he used his innate talent fusion and all his trump cards, he might even dare to fight against a ruler. He was indeed worthy of having 8 dantians. After breaking through, his strength had increased by 8 times. But breaking through was too difficult. If not for the heart of the universe and relying on ordinary universe treasures, it would be impossible. Lin Ling was inwardly shocked. He then began to stabilize his realm and quietly exited his cultivation state. And while his breakthrough seemed fast, the truth was that it took a long time. In the pool of decay, Thunder God and the others were all exhausted, taking turns to restore themselves. They used the power of divinity and the power of the world's will, but they still couldn't stop the rising of the pool of decay. The ones who became the main force supporting everyone were Qingzhu, Yuyu, and Xingyi. Qingzhu's strength had always been a mystery. The more critical the moment, the more power she could erupt. For example, her current strength was already unparalleled among the late-stage deity realm universe giant gods. And Yuyu might be reincarnated, but her origin was extraordinary. She had the mysterious godly body of the Nuwa clan. As for Xingyi, his Eastern Emperor Bel was constantly growing. After reaching the 7th level, it was as though it had shed the mortal world, and its power had greatly increased. If not for the 3 of them, the pool of decay would have already flooded up. People could erupt their potential under pressure. Qingzhu and the others were like this now. And there was another person who suddenly arrived. It was Bai Yuxing. He had obviously reached the 7th level faster than Lin Ling and the others, and just happened to be in the vicinity. When he saw that Lin Ling and the others were in trouble, he immediately went to help. He was the reincarnation of a descendant, and the one following him was Chang'e. Both of them had powerful backgrounds, and with their full support, they were able to buy time for Qing Zhu and the others. It was the god of decay. Bai Yuxing looked at the mysterious man on the other side of the rotten pool. He could guess who he was, but he didn't attack the rotten god. He knew that he was no match for the rotten god, so he attacked the rotten pool, hoping to buy time for Qing Zhu and the others. Gulialu. However, even with so many people working together, the water in the pool was still rising, and gradually, it reached their calves. Moreover, everyone had already flown to the highest point, leaving less and less space for them. Lin Ling, hurry up. As Qing Zhu continued to attack, she also looked at Lin Ling, who was among the crowd. This Lin Ling was truly courageous. He was about to die, yet he still dared to break through. The rotten god at the edge of the rotten pool sneered. After sensing for a moment, he finally mobilized more power. This was because he still had many clones in other places, and his main body was on the 8th level. Some of these clones were fighting and needed power to support themselves, but some of the clones' battles had already ended, so he could transfer power. Lin Ling, our grudges should end. Moreover, there are so many world wills here. I'm very curious to see what will happen to me after I devour their power. The rotten god's eyes were filled with anticipation. Right now, everyone's attention was on the Dao Tower. They had forgotten the terror of the world will's great calamity and the mysterious world wills. However, the rotten god didn't forget. He had a feeling that in this battle for the Dao Tower, the world wills would rise like a new force. Fortunately, he could now obtain a large amount of world wills at once. Especially Lin Ling. He always felt that Lin Ling was hiding the secret of a myth, which made him extremely curious. Gulialu. After the rotten god mobilized the power of the other clones, the pool's water rose even faster. The rotten god still had power. Qing Zhu's expression changed greatly. She had thought that the rotten god had reached his limit, so she was confident that he could last longer. Senior sister Qing Zhu and the others were in danger. Bai Yuxing's hands moved crazily, constantly shooting out descendant arrows. When they landed on the surface of the rotten pool, they were blocked by a thin film. Of course, although they were blocked, they also consumed the power of the rotten pool, indirectly helping Lin Ling and the others. Qing Zhu, let us help you. At the same time, Lei Gong and the others didn't have time to recover. They all urged the world will's power to suppress the rotten pool below. With the addition of everyone's power, the rotten pool was undoubtedly affected. However, the pool's water still rose, but the speed was much slower. Lei Gong and the others all stared below. Seeing that the pool's water was still rising, their expressions became extremely solemn. They couldn't let the pool rise. The water rose, everyone put in more effort to suppress the pool's water. Daoist myriad treasures roared. But at this moment, everyone discovered that the slowly rising pool's water suddenly stopped moving, remaining motionless at a limit. Success? Lei Gong and the others were shocked, and they all laughed excitedly. Could it be that the rotten god's power had reached its limit? Longyang laughed. Qing Zhu frowned and shook her head. No, I don't think the rotten god's power has weakened much. Everyone, look, the pool's water is falling. Shengyi suddenly roared, and the pool's water was sinking. This time everyone was shocked, because this was the first time they saw the pool's water sinking. Similarly, the rotten god was also shocked. According to his guess, the pool's water shouldn't be sinking. His eyes suddenly swept around, and then he stared at a figure, and his pupils shrank. Lin Ling, Lin Ling. At the same time, Fairy Hai Yao beside him also screamed, Lin Ling? This gaze gradually made Qing Zhu and the others react. They looked back and found that there was a person standing behind them, urging a powerful divine power to attack the rotten pool below. Brother Ling. Lord Lin Ling. Everyone shouted excitedly. They had finally waited for Lin Ling to succeed in his breakthrough. Moreover, was it Lin Ling who caused the pool's water to sink? If that was the case, then Lin Ling's strength had increased by too much this time around. Thank you for your trouble. Lin Ling smiled at everyone. After the talent fusion, the divine power, physical power, universe power, and the worlds will all burst out, bombarding the pool below. Boom! With a violent explosion, the pool's water quickly evaporated and sank at a speed visible to the naked eye. In your dreams. Outside the rotten pool, the rotten god roared angrily. He didn't expect Lin Ling to succeed in his breakthrough, and after the breakthrough, his strength had increased tenfold, as if he had become a different person. He mobilized all his power and bombarded the rotten pool, determined not to let Lin Ling and the others escape. Rotten god, you've used your 3 axes, now it's my turn. Lin Ling sneered and looked calm. Although the one in front of him was the powerful rotten god, after all, it was just a clone. He was confident that he could break through the encirclement. Come down for me. Lin Ling fused his innate talents, and his godly power continued to climb. After reaching 4 million, it came crashing down like an avalanche. Bang bang bang. The decaying pond water, which was originally dropping, was now dropping even more crazily. Lin Ling, don't even think about escaping. The rot god was enraged. He channeled all of his power into the decaying pond, wanting to refine Lin Ling and the rest. He was a little anxious because he was so close. In the end, Lin Ling succeeded in breaking through and became so powerful after breaking through. Fairy Haiyao was also anxious. If Lin Ling and the rest were to escape, she had a feeling that Lin Ling would definitely find her for revenge. Insignificant skill. Lin Ling snorted in disdain. He could feel that this rot god avatar was not as strong as he thought. He channeled his physical body's power and attacked the decaying pond again. With this new power, the decaying pond water sank again. The expressions of Green Bamboo and the others changed greatly. They felt that after Lin Ling's breakthrough, his strength had actually surpassed all of them combined. It could be said that the current Lin Ling could be considered an invincible existence among the giant gods of the universe. Still not enough, again. Lin Ling roared again and channeled his universe power to attack the decaying pond. His Lin Ling universe was the universe power of the 4 worlds. After entering the decaying pond, it caused the pond water to sink again. Again. Lin Ling also added his world's will power, and his world's will power was at the ancient level. Rumble rumble. The decaying pond water dropped at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lei Gong and the rest were ecstatic. Ever since they were trapped, this was the first time they saw the pond water drop so crazily. It seemed that they had a chance to escape. Next to the decaying pond, the rot god's expression became even more unsightly. Rot god, I'll go first. Fairy Haiyao saw that the situation was not right and immediately ran away. The rot god ignored her and didn't try to run away. He just stared at Lin Ling. He knew that if he could use the power of his 3 avatars, he could still suppress Lin Ling. However, the other 3 doppelgangers were also in battle and could not mobilize their strength at all. He could only swallow the consequences of his actions and watch as Lin Ling broke free. Rumble. The pool of decay began to tremble violently. Qing Zhu and the others saw this and helped Lin Ling, directing the remaining energy towards the pool of decay. Boom. With a violent explosion, the pool of decay finally exploded. A mysterious power dissipated and the ground returned to normal. Then, Lin Ling and the others quickly shot out. Finally out. Sensing that the air was filled with ancient spiritual energy and no longer had a fishy smell, everyone felt as if they had just survived a calamity. Thinking back to the previous scene, they still felt guilty. If Lin Ling hadn't successfully broken through, perhaps they would have died here. Damn, that bitch Fairy Haiyao ran away. Lei Gong looked around and angrily cursed. If Fairy Haiyao hadn't tricked Lei Gong, they wouldn't have encountered such danger. She can't escape. Zhu Chuan coldly said. Fairy Haiyao wanted him to believe her and gave him a jade pendant from the giant god clan. Hahowever, this jade pendant had always been with Fairy Haiyao, so it still had her aura. If he used this aura, he would be able to sense which direction Fairy Haiyao was fleeing in. Of course, there was a time limit. Once this aura weakened, Fairy Haiyao would eventually escape from everyone's sight. Rot god. Lin Ling stood in the air with his clothes flapping. He took a step forward and walked towards the rock god. This was not the first time he had met the rock god. They could be considered old rivals. He knew that the rock god wanted nothing more than to kill Lin Ling. At the same time, Lin Ling also wanted nothing more than to kill the rock god. On the path to the peak of the Dao Pagoda, one of them had to die. The rock god was indeed worthy of being called the strongest god of the rock race. Even though he was no match, he didn't run. Perhaps his pride and identity didn't allow him to escape. At worst, he would just destroy one of his avatars. Lin Ling, oh Lin Ling, your wings are becoming more and more mature. That year when we parted, you were just an early cosmos giant god, but now, you're already a ruler. You've made me have a whole new level of respect for you. The rock god said indifferently with a smile on his face. You're worthy of being the host of a world's will. However, there are many heroes on the 7th floor. You can't hold your ground with your current strength. Sooner or later, we'll have to fight again. At that time, I'll mobilize even more power to bring you to justice. Hee, the next time we meet, I won't be the same person. Lin Ling said with a smile. He had some respect for this great enemy. You're right. The god of decay nodded. Then I will kill you before you grow up. Maybe not you, because I have many enemies. The Silver Moon race, the Myriad Oceanic race, the 9 Conch race, Dipankara Buddha, and the 9 stars of the universe. Lin Ling said. You're right. The 7th floor is the pinnacle of the battlefield. Whether you can survive against these rulers is unknown, but I still believe that you'll die at my hands. I'll definitely obtain your world's will. The rock god's eyes burned with passion. In his heart, he had already accepted Lin Ling as a ruler, someone as famous as Dipankara Buddha and the others. Until we meet again. The rock god's body began to rot. He didn't wait for Lin Ling to attack and chose to commit suicide. After all, he was a proud man. Even if his avatar died, he couldn't die at the hands of an enemy. You want to die? In your dreams. Shungi's face was filled with anger. He didn't want to let the rock god off so easily, but Lin Ling stopped him. After all, it was only an avatar, not the main body. It didn't matter who killed it. Ha ha ha. The rock god was quite bold. His avatar rotted away, laughing non-stop. Lin Ling and the others watched as the rock god turned into nothingness. Everyone let out a sigh of relief. They didn't expect to win the battle against the rock god again. This was the second time. Let's go find Fairy Haiyao. Lin Ling looked into the distance. They didn't know where to go, so they might as well deal with Fairy Haiyao first. But there are many divine beasts on the 7th floor. It won't be good if we run into them. Qingzhu suggested. Don't worry. That woman is very cunning. She definitely knows the safest path. We shouldn't run into any divine beasts if we follow her. Lin Ling was confident. Fairy Haiyao had come to the 7th floor earlier than them and explored a larger area. She definitely knew how to avoid danger. And with Fairy Haiyao's help, not only could they explore the map, they could also kill Fairy Haiyao. That's right. We can't miss this opportunity. If we miss this chance, the aura of the jade pendant left behind by Fairy Haiyao will dissipate, and we won't be able to find her again. Juchuan was undoubtedly the most excited. After all, if it weren't for his guarantee, Lin Ling and the others wouldn't have been in danger. Then let's chase. Seeing that everyone wanted revenge, Lin Ling immediately took the jade pendant from Juchuan's hand. After sensing it, he flew in a certain direction. They've caught up. Fairy Haiyao was running in front, but she could sense that someone was spying on her jade pendant. She guessed that Lin Ling and the others had caught up. This scared her so much that her face turned pale. She suddenly felt regret in her heart. Right now, she only hoped to stall for time. Once the aura of the jade pendant dissipated, Lin Ling wouldn't be able to find her. Fairy Haiyao was very fast, but the map in her hand was limited, so she didn't dare to explore some dark places. Suddenly, her eyes lit up as a huge ancient city appeared in front of her. There were 3 majestic statues in the city, towering into the clouds and faintly discernible. The land tablet of the 3 gods. Fairy Haiyao was delighted. She quickly flew down and rushed toward the entrance of the huge city. This huge city was actually located in a valley-like place. It was surrounded by towering mountains that reached into the clouds. This city had been built for hundreds of years. It was said that the first gods to arrive in the seventh layer occupied it, and the most famous of them were the three gods. These three gods were ancient gods of the universe and had never experienced the great calamity of the world's will. They had many connections in the seventh layer, and many gods and rulers gave them face. Fairy Haiyao was fortunate enough to know one of them called the sheep god. Of course, the reason was that the sheep god had always been eyeing her beauty. It was just that Fairy Haiyao didn't like him. This time, she would definitely be taken advantage of if she asked for his help. Who is it? Just as Fairy Haiyao approached the entrance of the valley, a god stopped her and sized her up. I'm Fairy Haiyao. I know the sheep god and hope to enter the city. Fairy Haiyao said hurriedly. She looked back and could sense Lin Ling and the others' auras approaching. You know the sheep god? The god guarding the entrance wanted to take advantage of her, but after knowing Fairy Haiyao's background, he didn't dare to. Then you can go in. One of them, a thin-faced god, nodded. Great god, there are people chasing me. Don't let them in, they want to kill me. Fairy Haiyao said to the thin-faced god. How dare you touch the guest of the sheep god? Go in, those people won't be able to enter the city. The thin-faced god patted his chest and said, maybe we can catch them for you. If that's the case, then I'll have to thank you, great gods. Fairy Haiyao was delighted and then entered the city. She had a cold smile on her face. Lin Ling and the others were just newcomers and didn't know about her connections on the 7th level. Before, she could ask the rotten god for help, and now she could ask the three deities for help. Let's see how Lin Ling and the others will fight with me. After entering the city, Fairy Haiyao immediately contacted the goat deity. Oh, it's Fairy Haiyao. What a beauty. Come to the arena of gods in the city. This old man is right here. Hearing Fairy Haiyao's voice transmission, the goat god seems to be very happy. Fairy Haiyao was a little surprised. Based on her understanding of the sheep god, he should have come to greet her personally. Why was he hiding in the arena of gods? Could it be that the arena of gods had something more important than her? Hee, my great beauty, don't think too much. The main thing is that I've met an enemy. Now that I'm trapped in the arena of gods, everything will be fine as long as I get rid of her. The goat god's voice came again. Alright, I'll be right there. Fairy Haiyao didn't think too much about it and quickly ran towards the Colosseum of Gods. The Colosseum of Gods was very famous in the area. Through battles between gods, one could obtain each other's maps, so many gods liked to come here. Not long after, Lin Ling and the others also arrived. They all frowned as they looked at the city surrounded by huge mountains. This Fairy Haiyao is indeed cunning. Seeing that she can't escape, she immediately hid in a crowded place. Juchuan cursed angrily. They were confident that they could capture Fairy Haiyao after another incense stick's worth of time, but a huge city blocked their way halfway. Let's go in. Lin Ling frowned slightly and led everyone into the city. Wait. The gods at the city gate had already locked onto Lin Ling and the others. When they saw them approaching, they secretly sneered and stopped Lin Ling and the others. Do you have an entry token? The emaciated god said indifferently. That, we don't have one. Lei Gong glanced at Lin Ling and then said. Then hand over your map and we'll let you in. The skinny god continued. What kind of rule is this? Why do we have to hand it over when others don't? Lei Gong felt that something was wrong. After they saw Fairy Haiyao enter, a few other gods also entered, but they didn't have to hand over anything at all. There are others. They come here often, so naturally, they don't have to hand it over. You're newcomers, so newcomers have to follow the rules. The thin god said indifferently. Is that so? Then we won't go in. Let's go. Lin Ling sneered and led Lei Gong and the others away. This time, the gods guarding the city gate couldn't react. Weren't these people chasing after Fairy Haiyao? Why did they leave just like that? Previously, they thought that Lin Ling and the others would definitely enter the city, so they solved the problem. Who knew that Lin Ling and the others didn't follow their plan at all? Wait. The thin god shouted again. You can't just leave like this. you still have to hand over the map. Sir, we have to hand over the map even if we don't enter the city. What kind of rule is this? Lin Ling slowly turned around with a mocking look on his face. This. The Thin God was speechless. He said unyieldingly, in the three-god city area, all gods have to follow our rules. Otherwise, you're challenging the three gods. Your Excellency, you should know that we're here for that woman, and she's begging you for help. So you're purposely looking for trouble. Lin Ling wasn't an idiot. He had already guessed what was going on. What woman? Don't change the topic. Are you going to hand it over or not? The Thin God's eyes flashed as he continued unyieldingly. Fine, I'll hand it over. Lin Ling pondered for a moment, then suddenly nodded. He walked toward the Thin God and took out his map. The gods guarding the gate didn't expect Lin Ling to be so cooperative. As expected of a newcomer, he was too easily frightened. However, they had already promised Fairy Hai Yao, so even if Lin Ling handed over the map, they wouldn't let Lin Ling and the others go. You're smart. The Thin God walked forward, wanting to take Lin Ling's map. After all, the most valuable thing on the 7th floor was a map. Perhaps these newcomers' maps contained places they hadn't been to before. Lin Ling handed over the map. However, the moment the Thin God touched the map, Lin Ling instantly launched an attack. His godly energy and fleshly body erupted as he grabbed the god's neck. These gods guarding the gate were all deity-level late-stage universe giant gods. To the current Lin Ling, this level of strength wasn't enough. What are you doing? The other's expressions changed drastically. Looking for trouble? I'd like to see how long you can protect her. Lin Ling said coldly. He exerted strength in his hand and crushed the god's neck. These people clearly didn't intend to let Lin Ling and the others go. Since that was the case, they might as well strike first. After the god was killed, his corpse transformed into a thin gray rabbit. It seemed to be his godly body. This made Lin Ling and the others a little surprised. How dare you kill Lord Shanbei? Staring at the rabbit in Lin Ling's hand, the gods at the gate were enraged and attacked Lin Ling's group. Lin Ling turned back and nodded at Lei Gong and the rest. These people were just ordinary late-stage universe giant gods. Lei Gong and the rest could deal with them. Lin Ling then looked at the jade pendant in his hand. The aura within the jade pendant was dissipating, but it was pointing at the city. This meant that Fairy Hai Yao was still in the city. Lin Ling immediately rushed in the direction of Fairy Hai Yao. Hong. Sheng Guai stood by Lin Ling's side, protecting him. Whenever a god appeared, Sheng Guai would summon the Eastern Emperor Bell and smash it down. With a boom, several late-stage deity realm cosmos giant gods were suppressed and turned into beasts like wild boars and weasels. This three-god city was extremely strange. The gods seemed to be transformed from animals. Looking at Lei Gong and the rest, ordinary universe giant gods were no match for them when they used the world willpower. The world willpower. These people are the hosts of the world willpower. Many people were watching from afar. When they saw the strength of Lei Gong and the rest, many had their own guesses. Of course, Lin Ling and the rest were not famous on the 7th floor. Only a small portion of people could guess their origins. The world willpower, could it be because of Lin Ling? It should be. He looks very young and is definitely not Dipangkar Buddha god. He actually commanded so many hosts of the world willpower. Many people squinted their eyes and were shocked. The gods in this city are so strange. I remember a legend. In the ancient primordial era, there was a mountain full of wild beasts. Later on, a powerful god passed by this mountain and planted the seeds of cultivation. These wild beasts gradually heard of the great Tao and finally transformed into humans. Right, that mountain seems to be called Three Gods Mountain. Zhu Chuan suddenly exclaimed. No wonder they are all animals. If that's the case, this city should be called Three God City. Lin Ling nodded. It should be. And the god who planted the seeds of great Tao seems to be the strongest ruler of the 8 great deity generations. Zhu Chuan said. The 8 great god generations are the strongest gods in the universe, second only to the creation god. They have yet to enter the Tao Tower, or else the Tao Tower will stir up a storm of blood. Lin Ling could not help but sigh. The closer he got to the end of the Dao Tower, the more powerhouses appeared. With his current strength, he estimated that he could barely walk around the 7th floor. How dare you kill people in 3 Divine City? A large number of gods rushed over from the front. They were all dressed in Taoist robes and had beards. They gave off the feeling of immortals. Where is Fairy Hai Yao? Lin Ling asked indifferently. What Fairy Hai Yao? I think you're just trying to find an excuse to make trouble. What fairy are you talking about? The middle-aged man at the front had a mustache, but his mouth was pointed and his cheeks were like those of a monkey, making him look a bit comical. Moreover, although he denied it, Lin Ling saw that his eyes were flickering. Obviously, he knew Fairy Hai Yao. It seemed that 3 Divine City and Fairy Hai Yao had a certain friendship. Otherwise, how could they protect her like this? Then, he recalled how those deities had stopped him and the others at the main door. Realization dawned on Lin Ling. It seemed that if he wanted to kill Fairy Hai Yao, he would have to break into 3 Divine City. Kneel down and admit your mistake. The middle-aged man shouted again. If you can take one of my punches, I, Lin Ling, will kneel down and admit my mistake. Lin Ling did not intend to talk nonsense. He fused his innate talent, and his figure appeared in front of the bearded middle-aged man. He punched out. This seemingly simple punch was actually mixed with the powerful power of the gods and the power of the fleshly body. The overall strength was already in the quadrillion level. It must be known that an ordinary early god-level universe giant god only had 1 quadrillion godly energy, 2 quadrillion godly energy in the middle stage, 3 quadrillion godly energy in the late stage, and 4 quadrillion godly energy in the peak stage. And Lin Ling alone had 1 quadrillion godly energy. He had already reached the god-level universe giant god level. Not good. Your Excellency, stop. The bearded middle-aged man was full of disdain at first, but after sensing Lin Ling's godly energy, his expression changed. How was this a god-level universe giant god? This was simply the strength of a ruler. Hong. Lin Chen did not hold back. With one punch, he destroyed the bearded middle-aged man completely. He died without even transforming back into his true body. Even the few people beside the bearded middle-aged man were implicated and killed with one punch. Such powerful strength. The remaining people's pupils shrank. They did not dare to block Lin Ling anymore. They ran towards the depths, and when they panicked, they ran on all fours like wild beasts. Obviously, although they had transformed into humans, they still retained some of the characteristics of wild beasts. It was just that they had heard of the great Daos of the 8 great gods. After entering the great Daos, their strength was much stronger than many demonic beasts who had transformed into humans. That's Lin Ling. Who would have thought that Lin Ling would also come to the 7th floor? Among the crowd, someone narrowed his eyes. It was a god from the Silvermoon clan. The Silvermoon clan had a deep hatred for Lin Ling. Now that Lin Ling had come to the 7th floor, they were naturally restless. Lin Ling has finally come. Similarly, the Buddha god from the 3 godly gates of White Mountain was also in 3 God City. After seeing this scene, he clenched his fists and his eyes flashed. Lin Ling was the #1 enemy of Dipungkur Buddha god. Now that he had appeared on the 7th floor, the 3 godly gates of White Mountain, Burning Heart, and Lamp Heart would definitely go all out to capture Lin Ling. This was especially so when the Buddha god saw that there were several world-will hosts following Lin Ling. This made him realize that this was no small matter. 3 God City was in chaos. Gods from all sides were watching. In fact, in this ancient city, there were many gods that were not weaker than Lin Ling. However, they were not from 3 God City and were only here to participate in the arena of gods. Therefore, they did not interfere in this matter. Of course, they also knew that the 3 gods were not weak since they were able to survive for so long on the 7th floor. Moreover, they had many connections and backings. This Lin Ling wanted to cause havoc in 3 God City, but it would not be so simple. Lin Ling. Lei Gong and the rest followed Lin Ling and saw strange gazes from the people in the city. We will leave after killing Fairy Hai Yao. Lin Ling naturally knew that if they swaggered into 3 God City like this, it would be easy for them to be surrounded and attacked. However, he was still confident that they would be able to escape unscathed before stronger gods arrived. As for the three gods, Lin Ling had investigated them before. They were indeed strong, but if Lin Ling used the square prison, these three gods would not be enough to deal with. At the center of the city, there was a huge martial stage. This was the arena of gods. To be honest, the three gods had only opened the arena of gods here to provide a venue. The real deciding factor was the gods fighting in the arena. Among them, the winner would obtain the loser's map. That was why so many gods had come here. There were many such arena of gods on the 7th floor. After all, the powerful gods who provided the venue could obtain 1% of the map. What's going on? At this moment, three old men were sitting at the edge of the arena. They were looking behind them because of the commotion. The three of them were different. One had a black face and was tall and sturdy. One had a long face and was thin and slender. The last one had a triangular face and a goat-like beard. They're here. Fairy Haiyao guessed what was going on. She was so scared that her whole body trembled as if she had seen a demon. Who are you? How dare you barge into Three God City? The black-faced elder suddenly stood up and roared like a tiger. His roar attracted the attention of all the gods in Three God City. Some were gloating, some were sneering, and some were confused. Three God City was so famous. Why did these people dare to barge in? Weren't they going to the tiger's den even though they knew there was a tiger there? We're here for her. Senior, if you hand her over, we'll leave immediately. Lin Ling looked at Fairy Haiyao indifferently. Her? The skinny elder with the goatee couldn't help but laugh. Do you know who she is? How dare you take her? Then I'll offend you. Lin Ling knew that these people wouldn't let her go, so he didn't plan on wasting time. He attacked directly. He exploded with all his strength and used Pengu's true body. Talent fusion, coupled with the power of the world's will, he blasted the ground. You're asking for death. The three old men did not expect Lin Ling to dare to make a move here, but when they saw that Lin Ling's strength was not weak, they all dodged. Lin Ling, on the other hand, had transformed into a giant that could split the heavens and earth apart. He smashed his fist into the ground, causing countless gods to be implicated. On the other hand, Fairy Haiyao wasn't affected, mainly because Lin Ling planned to leave her to Big Brother Ju Chuan. This guy is crazy. Fairy Haiyao's eyes widened. Suddenly, a large hand grabbed her neck and flew her toward Ju Chuan. It was Lin Ling. Save me, goat god. Fairy Haiyao shouted. She didn't expect that even though she hid in Three God City, these newcomers still dared to barge in. Weren't they afraid of being surrounded by the gods? Let her go, or I'll kill you. The elder called Goat God shouted angrily. His body suddenly enlarged, and a white whip appeared in his hand. Divine lightning gathered in it, and he slashed it at Lin Ling. Big Brother Ju Chuan, kill her. Lin Ling felt the powerful force behind him. He immediately threw Fairy Haiyao aside and turned back. He gathered all his strength and punched at the divine lightning. Hong! A powerful force exploded. It was as if the universe was being destroyed. More than half of Three God City was overturned. Countless buildings and streets were tumbling in the sky. Pung pung pung. At the same time, Lin Ling, who had transformed into the Pengu giant, couldn't withstand the impact of the divine lightning. He staggered backward, and with every step he took back, a god would be killed by the divine lightning. One had to know that the gods who appeared in Three God City were all deity-level universe giant gods, yet none of them could resist the godly thunder on Lin Ling's body. From this, one could see how terrifying the goat god's godly thunder was. This type of divine lightning was called the three-wood divine lightning. After the goat god was enlightened into the Tao, he learned it from a fusang tree on the divine mountain. With this divine lightning, the goat god was invincible. He's not dead. Goat god was shocked. His three-wood divine lightning contained 1 quadrillion units of godly energy. Who among the godly cosmos gods could withstand it? Break for me! Lin Ling finally stopped and roared at the sky. It was as if Pengu was splitting the heavens and earth. He was extraordinarily brave. Hong long long. The divine lightning around Zhongyu was blasted out in all directions and landed on the gods. Many gods were killed, and when the divine lightning landed on the ground, it blasted huge holes in the ground. After reaching the middle stage of the godly cosmos god realm, Lin Ling's battle power had increased exponentially. After his innate talent fusion, his total strength was also 1 quadrillion units. After all, his godly energy was originally 4 quadrillion. His innate talent fusion had increased it to 8 quadrillion, and his fleshly body strength was 2 million. It could be said that Lin Ling was now an invincible existence among the godly cosmos gods. So ferocious. Seeing the giant's roar shatter the triplewood divine lightning, all the gods in Three Gods City were shocked. They were filled with curiosity towards this god who had suddenly appeared. What kind of god was this? Wasn't he too strong? Lin Ling. Lei Gong and the others clenched their fists in excitement when they saw Lin Ling unscathed after taking a blow from one of the three gods. No wonder Lin Ling dared to bring them into Three Gods City. It turned out that Lin Ling's strength was no longer the same as before. Fairy Hai Yao. Zhu Chuan had already caught Fairy Hai Yao. His eyes were filled with murderous intent as he looked at her. He believed that he had no enmity with Fairy Hai Yao, but this woman had deceived him. In order to help the rotten god, she dared to lie to them and almost caused them to be wiped out. This was also the reason why Zhu Chuan trusted Fairy Hai Yao. Therefore, if Fairy Hai Yao didn't die, he wouldn't have the face to see Lin Ling and the others. Brother Zhu Chuan, this is a misunderstanding. Fairy Hai Yao was really panicking. The god of decay couldn't stop Lin Ling, and the three gods couldn't stop Lin Ling either. She had kicked an iron plate. A misunderstanding. Zhu Chuan's body suddenly grew larger and transformed into a god of the giant god clan. He held Fairy Hai Yao in his hand and looked majestic. It's really a misunderstanding. Fairy Hai Yao was so scared that she cried. Her heart was filled with regret. If she knew that this group of people was so terrifying, she wouldn't have provoked them. However, at that time, she thought that these people were just newcomers. Who knew that they were so powerful? I was wrong. Brother Zhu Chuan, please take into account that I'm young and let me live. Fairy Hai Yao cried and begged for mercy. If I let you live, I won't be able to explain it to them. Zhu Chuan's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Great Goat God, save me. Fairy Hai Yao finally knew that Lin Ling and the others were determined to kill her. Now, she could only rely on the three gods. You let her go. The huge goat god let out a fierce roar. He had long been moved by Fairy Hai Yao's beauty. This great beauty had delivered herself to him with great difficulty, but in the end, she was surrounded and killed by these strong enemies. If Fairy Hai Yao died in front of him, what dignity would his Three God City have left? Brother Zhu Chuan, settle the grudge between you and her. At this time, Lin Ling suddenly shouted. Fairy Hai Yao, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for provoking the wrong person. Zhu Chuan's hand suddenly clenched. His giant arm had great strength and directly crushed Fairy Hai Yao into a meat paste, turning her into an azure jellyfish. Zhu Chuan waved his arm and the crushed jellyfish was thrown out. Then, Zhu Chuan struck out with his palm. Rumble. This palm strike contained the sun, moon, and stars. It used the most ancient power to destroy the azure jellyfish. At this point, Fairy Hai Yao finally fell. After Lin Ling and the others escaped, she fled all the way to Three Gods City. She thought that with the protection of the three gods, she would be safe. In the end, she still couldn't escape death. You're all dead. The three gods' faces darkened. They really killed her, and in front of them. How could these people let them leave alive? Lin Ling. At this time, a familiar voice floated over. In the crowd, a woman floated up and looked at Lin Ling in surprise. Ning Qingxin. After seeing the woman, Lin Ling couldn't help but be stunned. He was extremely surprised. Lin Ling, why are you guys here? Ning Qingxin looked at Lin Ling in surprise. She had felt that Lin Ling looked familiar before, but after Lin Ling attacked, she realized that it was Lin Ling. She didn't expect that Lin Ling would also come to the 7th level and even have a conflict with the three gods. We just arrived at the 7th level. Lin Ling couldn't help but smile. Ning Qingxin was one of the 9 stars of the universe and had saved Lin Ling a few times in the past. They were friends who had risked their lives for each other. So you just arrived. I thought you had been here for a long time. Ning Qingxin smiled and looked at Lin Ling from head to toe. She couldn't help but be shocked. After not seeing him for so many years, this guy's strength had increased by quite a lot. Ning Qingxin. Yu Yu and An Yuer also knew Ning Qingxin and greeted her with smiles. You guys are here too. Ning Qingxin looked at Yu Yu and the others, then flew to Yu Yu and the others and hugged them. Ning Qingxin, why are you in Three God City? Lin Ling asked with a smile. I was at the Arena of Gods. I was just about to finish off my opponent when you brought people in and interrupted our battle. Ning Qingxin replied. She glanced at Lei Gong, Qing Zhu, and the others. When she realized that everyone was here, she was even happier. Are you guys done talking? Everyone in the city was looking at Lin Ling, but Lin Ling was catching up with someone else. This made the Three Gods furious. They killed their way into Three God City and did whatever they wanted. Now, they even dared to ignore them. These people were dead meat. I forgot. There are still those three old ghosts. Lin Ling then looked at the three gods and said lightly, Three gods, right? This is between me and Fairy Haiyao. Now that Fairy Haiyao is dead, Three God City has nothing to do with it. Let's mind our own business. Do you think that's possible? The goat god narrowed his eyes filled with killing intent. Speaking of Fairy Haiyao, the anger in his heart intensified. After all, this was equivalent to killing his lover. Whoever kills him, I'll give my map to him. In a fit of anger, the sheep god tossed out a huge temptation. A commotion broke out among the gods and the surroundings. The sheep god was an extremely ancient god, one of the first few gods of the seventh floor. His map must have recorded more than half of the seventh floor. On the seventh floor, the god's goal was the map. Even if they didn't use it themselves, they could still use it to trade, and it would be worth a lot. This youth's strength is unfathomable. He was able to withstand one move from the sheep god, but he's only a middle-stage deity cosmos giant god. He must have borrowed the power of a treasure, and this treasure can't be used many times. This is an opportunity. If I can get the sheep god's map, why should I risk my life in the arena of gods? There were bound to be fierce men when there was a great reward. In a short period of time, each of the gods had their own ulterior motives. They were even afraid that others would steal the credit if they were too slow. You dare to cause a ruckus in Three God City and interrupt our arena of gods? How dare you? Hand over your life. A god who was confident in his strength rushed out. His powerful deity energy transformed into a huge net that suppressed Lin Ling. He was a late-stage deity cosmos giant god, and he was even stronger than ordinary gods, so he had some confidence in himself. You overestimate yourself. Lin Ling's target was Fairy Haiyao. Now that Fairy Haiyao had been killed, he had no intention of causing trouble if the three gods let it go. But if the three gods didn't intend to let him go, he wouldn't be merciful either. Scram! Lin Ling roared angrily and threw a punch forward. Although he hadn't been on the seventh floor for long, he wasn't familiar with the place at first, so he had some scruples in his actions. But this scruples wouldn't last long. After all, this didn't match Lin Ling's temperament. He didn't rely on luck to reach the seventh floor from the first floor of the Dao Pagoda. Hong! His fist was like a meteor, shattering the huge net formed by deity energy. His fist didn't stop as it met the god's attack head-on. His deity energy has reached 1 quadrillion, or even more. The god's expression changed greatly. His deity energy had reached 8 quadrillion, but Lin Ling had easily broken his divine ability. This meant something. You're courting death. He roared and activated the universe. His universe was the universe of 4 realms. In addition to his divine power, his strength was now stronger than before. His universe had 9 stars, and the 9 stars were aligned to form a powerful primal energy. Hong! But Lin Ling's fist arrived. It was like Panga splitting open the heavens. Splitting the earth, breaking all universes. Pung pung pung. Under countless gazes, the god's universe was shattered. The 9 stars exploded continuously and turned into fine powder. Lin Ling's fist was like a comet as it reached his chest. The next moment, the god stopped moving. He lowered his head and looked at his chest. He could feel his vitality dissipating. How dare you kill my junior brother? A white-haired old man suddenly rushed up, transformed into a divine crane, and arrogantly charged at Lin Ling. Along with his speed, his deity energy also increased crazily, reaching 1 quadrillion. Although this god's cultivation was also at the late stage of the deity realm, his deity energy was so terrifying that it had reached the ruler level. Another one courting death. Lin Ling's fleshly body and deity energy combined. It seemed to be 1 quadrillion, but in reality, it had already exceeded that. Furthermore, he stretched out his palm, and the power of faith condensed to form a sword of faith. Die. He slashed out. The power of the world's will and the power of his innate talent combined to form the most ancient power in the universe. Hong hong hong. A deafening sound rang out, and countless gods were sent flying by the impact. When they looked at the white-haired elder again, his head flew up and was severed by a single sword strike. His corpse slowly floated down. Next, the corpse of the first god also slowly floated down. In the blink of an eye, 2 super-powerful deity realm universe giant gods died. Those 2 were experts who participated in the arena of God. Since they dared to participate in this arena, they must be much stronger than ordinary deity realm universe giant gods. But they were actually killed in one move. This person's strength must have reached the ruler level. How terrifying. He's only a middle-stage deity realm universe giant god. People discussed animatedly, and their expressions became more solemn. Because according to this assessment, unless it was a deity realm universe giant god or a top-notch god, it was impossible for them to be a match for this youth. Of course, a ruler could still kill this youth. For a moment, no one dared to act rashly. Even if there were no lack of ruler-level experts present, it was rare for them to remain silent. And Ning Qingxin only realized how much Lin Ling's strength had increased after witnessing Lin Ling's strength explode once again. She suddenly laughed. I believe that Lin Ling's enemies are very regretful that they didn't kill Lin Ling at the beginning of the Dao Pagoda, which led to Lin Ling's growth. She knew that many gods had the opportunity to kill Lin Ling. For example, Rock God, Dipankara Buddha, and the others. But their attention was on the latter half of the Dao Pagoda. They didn't want to waste time at the beginning of the Dao Pagoda to kill Lin Ling. But because of this, they missed the best opportunity. You have some strength, but it's still not enough for this old man. The goat god's figure suddenly grew taller, and a white lightning whip appeared in his hand. Thunder roared. He didn't do anything. He simply slashed down at Lin Ling, and the lightning whip smashed down on Lin Ling like thunder. Ruler? Lin Ling laughed coldly. This was the first time he had fought against a sovereign realm expert. Lin Ling wouldn't have dared to fight him head-on when he had just arrived at the 7th floor. But now, he wanted to see how strong a ruler was. The sword of faith appeared in his hand, and he mobilized all his strength to resist the lightning whip. Lin Ling, do you need my help? Seeing this, Ning Qingxin immediately shouted. I don't need this old goat's help. Lin Ling replied. His words infuriated the goat god. Where did this brat come from? He was too arrogant. Hong, the lightning whip and Lin Ling's sword of faith collided, and a terrifying force swept through Three Gods City. The goat god's lightning was ancient, and his godly body seemed to be of a very high grade. Lin Ling used all his strength, but it was still difficult for him to resist. Of course, to the goat god, this young man was too strong. He was a ruler, but he couldn't kill the other party. One had to know that this was already the second time. The first time, he relied on a treasure to protect his body. But this time it wasn't because of the treasure. Who is this young man? Why does he have such a mysterious and extraordinary strength? He can block my ruler's strength with just a deity realm middle stage cosmos giant god. The goat god's hair danced, and his face was ferocious. What a powerful brat. In the distance, the deer god and the tiger god frowned. They didn't act because they didn't think the young man was a match for the goat god. But now, it seemed that even if the goat god was stronger, he would still need a long time to kill the young man. Goat god, I'll help you. The tiger god suddenly roared. His body became huge, and his head became a tiger's head. He held a huge saber in his hand and strolled toward Lin Ling. He also had the strength of a ruler, and he was the strongest of the three gods. Shameless! Seeing that the tiger deity was helping her, Xianxia also shouted. Colorful lights appeared on her palm. They didn't look big, but they were mixed with a mysterious power. Her figure disappeared on the spot and suddenly appeared in front of the tiger god. Little girl, you're courting death too. The tiger god bellowed in disdain. The giant tiger blade slashed down. This seemingly simple slash was actually mixed with the ancient power of the Great Path. Boom, space continued to collapse, and more than half of the entire Three Gods city was destroyed. However, what shocked everyone was that the seemingly delicate woman was actually able to block the tiger god's attack. These people are so powerful. They can even fight against sovereigns. Although that young man's cultivation level is low, he has a mysterious power. That woman's cultivation level doesn't seem low. That's a sovereign. Voices of discussion continued to float out. Lei Gong and the others heard the voice from afar, and their expressions changed drastically. Xianxia had actually reached the sovereign realm? Big brother, second brother, let me help you. Seeing that the tiger deity and the goat deity were unable to gain any advantage, the deer deity roared. Suddenly, 5 rays of light appeared on his body. They represented the most ancient power of the 5 elements in the universe. The power of the 5 elements transformed into 5 giant pearls that circled around him. Then, the deer deity suddenly raised his hand, and the 5 elements pearls transformed into a necklace that flew towards Lin Ling. In the deer deity's opinion, as long as he killed the young man, the remaining woman was no longer a concern. Let's attack too. Since the other party had shamelessly joined forces, Lei Gong and the others stopped watching the show. They all activated the power of the world's consciousness to fight against the 5 elements pearls. There were many experts among them. Not only did they have the host body of the world's consciousness, but they also had Qing Zhu and Yua's inheritance, Yu, and Xingyi's Donghuang Bell. They actually managed to block the 5 elements pearls. In the sky, the 5 elements pearls, which carried the most ancient power of the universe, collided with the various powers and was actually stopped in mid-air. Such a confrontation shocked the people of Three Gods City once again. No one had expected this group of people to be so powerful. Even the 3 sovereigns of Three Gods City were no match for them. What are you all still looking at? Kill them all. The 3 gods were flustered and exasperated. They then ordered the gods around them to help. After all, they could see that the current situation was only a draw. If others joined in, the balance would definitely tip. Kid, do you think you can stop us with just your people? What a joke. Three God City has been able to survive on the 7th level for so many years. How can we not have some ability? The goat deity sneered when he saw the gods around him getting restless. Kill. At the same time, the other gods charged over. The 3 gods had a lot of connections on the 7th level. Anyone who knew them came to help. On the other hand, the gods of the Colosseum of Gods did not casually interfere. Are you afraid? The goat deity's face was ferocious. How dare you kill Fairy Haiyao? I won't let you leave the city alive. Comparing numbers? Lin Ling suddenly sneered. That's right. I have more people than you. What can you do to me? The goat deity said coldly. Sorry, but I've never been afraid of anyone when it comes to numbers. Lin Ling released the square prison. This was his ultimate trump card. A ray of light shot out from his body and turned into a square stone tablet. Then, a large number of gods rushed out and pounced on the gods around him. What is this? Impossible. How can you have so many experts with you? The goat deity was dumbfounded. He had just said that they would compete in numbers, but this young man had called out numbers that were not inferior to his. If not, I still have more. Lin Ling released another square prison. The total number of people in the 2 prisons instantly exceeded the number of gods invited by the 3 gods. Most importantly, the gods who came out of the square prison were not weak. Oh my, why are there so many gods? Everyone, use your full strength. The gods who wanted to help were also extremely depressed. Lin Ling, I didn't expect you to come to the 7th level. Suddenly, the sky was illuminated by Buddhist light. Then, an old monk with long white eyebrows floated there. He stared at Lin Ling and then at the square prison. There was obvious surprise in his eyes. Seal. He threw out a string of Buddhist prayer beads and used the chaos to envelop Lin Ling. Dipangkar Buddhist God. At this moment, Xianxia and the others saw who it was. They did not expect Dipangkar Buddhist God to suddenly appear at this critical moment. One had to know that this magnate was supposed to be on the 8th level. This bald donkey. Lin Ling's expression changed drastically. If Dipangkar Buddhist God had appeared earlier, he could have taken precautions. Who knew that this despicable Buddhist God would suddenly appear and attack without warning? Now, even if Lin Ling wanted to summon the other 2 square prisons, it was clearly too late. Coupled with the goat deity's obstruction, Lin Ling could only watch as the Buddhist prayer beads enveloped him. A Buddhist chant rang in Lin Ling's mind. Surprisingly, the prayer beads did not cause any substantial damage. Instead, they disappeared into Lin Ling's body. Ba, I have planted a Buddhist seed in your body. In time, you will definitely convert to Buddhism. In the sky, Dipangkar Buddhist God suddenly laughed. The Buddhist voice floated in Lin Ling's mind. He could feel a pure power exploring his body, as if a bandit had invaded. Brother Guangchengzi, brother monkey, help me. Lin Ling shouted, letting Guangchengzi and the others fight the goat god. He then focused on resisting the power in his body. Get lost. Lin Ling activated the world's will power and cut off the mysterious power in his body. As for his sword of faith, there was nothing it couldn't slash. That power was split into 2, but it was like an earthworm, fleeing in all directions before fusing together again. So troublesome. Lin Ling tried to use the Lin Ling universe to seal the power again. However, he still failed. The power was not sealed by the Lin Ling universe. This meant that only the sword of faith could harm it. The power was righteous, and it began to rush toward Lin Ling's soul power. Lin Ling finally knew that he was in trouble. He could not allow the power to invade his soul. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. He quickly placed the sword of faith in front of his soul. When the power approached, he slashed. Fearful of the sword of faith, the power abandoned the soul and wandered around the body again. Finally, it locked onto a dantian and disappeared without a trace. The Buddhist seed disappeared into the realm-swallowing beast's dantian. Could it be that it wants to absorb something from me? Lin Ling was shocked. After carefully sensing it, he couldn't find that power at all. Seal the realm-swallowing beast's dantian. Lin Ling had no choice but to scatter the world's will power around the dantian to prevent any changes. Then, he retreated and watched the fierce battle in Three God City. Why do you have so many strong people? At this moment, the goat god was being suppressed by Guangchengzi and could not fight back. The tiger god was being suppressed by Brother Monkey. The tiger god was being beaten by the giant stick until he screamed. At this moment, they finally knew how terrifying Lin Ling and the others were. They could easily destroy Three God City. Lin Ling, what did you release? Ning Qingxin was also shocked. She had not seen Lin Ling for many years. How did Lin Ling become so mysterious? Looking at the gods in Three God City, they were also being suppressed by the square prison. Everyone was in a panic and did not dare to fight anymore. Lin Ling stood in the sky, his burning eyes staring at Dipangkar Buddha in the sky. Similarly, Dipangkar Buddha God was also looking at Lin Ling. There was an additional coldness in his eyes on his benevolent face. He obviously did not expect Lin Ling to come to the 7th level, and he did not expect Lin Ling's strength to increase so much. Originally, he thought that when he saw Lin Ling again, he would be able to capture Lin Ling alive. However, Lin Ling had released a large number of powerhouses, which made him realize that it was impossible. Is that the square prison? Dipangkar Buddha muttered to himself. Dipangkar Buddha. At this moment, Lin Ling's cold voice floated over. Ba. Dipangkar Buddha put his palms together and shouted, Demon Lin Ling, on behalf of the universe, I will redeem you. You already have a Buddhist seed in your body. When the Buddhist seed grows bigger, you will definitely convert to Buddhism. Lin Ling was furious. This hypocritical old man had used his battle with Goat God to plant a Buddhist seed in his body. He guessed the power of the Buddhist seed. It should be a time bomb. It would grow with time and eventually devour Lin Ling. At that time, Lin Ling would no longer be Lin Ling. He would definitely be controlled by Dipangkar Buddha. Kill him. Lin Ling gave the order to the square prison. Countless gods rushed into the sky and attacked Dipankara Buddha. Dipankara Buddha's eyes searched. He put his palms together and silently chanted Buddhist mantras. He wanted to use karma to infect these gods. He was also the host of the world will and was ranked second. His world will was extremely powerful. However, there were too many gods around, and they were all extremely ancient experts. In addition, Dipankara Buddha did not appear here in his true body. His true body had already reached the 8th level. Under the siege of so many experts, Dipankara Buddha could not resist at all. His body burned like flames. However, he gave Lin Ling an enigmatic smile. It was as if he was saying, "It doesn't matter if my clone dies, but you, Lin Ling, will convert to Buddhism sooner or later." Lin Ling watched Dipankara Buddha disappear. His expression was still ugly. He looked at Three God City again. This place had already been destroyed. All the gods had fled far away. They were all pale with fear. Only the 3 gods were still desperately resisting. They gathered together and roared. Lin Ling walked toward the 3 gods and said coldly, "We wanted to leave before, but you didn't allow us. Now, we won't leave. Your Excellency, we were wrong." The 3 gods finally felt regret, especially the goat god. He did not even dare to look at Yihan. They had stayed on the 7th level for a long time and were very familiar with the various factions. The ones who appeared before them were the people of the White Mountain, Burning Heart, and Burning Heart Divine Gates. They were the 8 great gods of the Chaos Realm. They were not people they could provoke. However, this young man still dared to kill such a huge monster. This showed how terrifying his background was. "You can leave. We won't pursue this matter," the tiger god said nervously. After he finished speaking, he glared at the goat god. It was this guy who had provoked such a powerful enemy for Fairy Haiyao. "You didn't understand what I said, did you? I said that we won't leave. Your 3 God city belongs to me, Lin Ling." Lin Ling said coldly. He had been planted with the Buddha seed, and the 3 gods said that they would not pursue this matter. Did they think Lin Ling was an idiot? "Kill them," Lin Ling ordered. "Your Excellency, please don't. We know all the great gods." The tiger god roared crazily, but the gods in the prison paid no attention to him. They worked together and suppressed the tiger god. When the tiger god died, he immediately turned into a huge yellow tiger. Next was the goat god and the deer god. They were a white goat and a green old deer respectively. "Burn their bodies!" Lin Ling was furious when he saw the 3 beasts. He then searched the corpses and found 3 brocade pouches filled with countless treasures. Map. Lin Ling took out the map of the 3 gods and copied it. Then, he threw the map to Lei Gong and the others. It had to be said that the maps of the 3 gods were very large and detailed. For example, there were divine beasts nearby, treasures, and dangers. Everything was clear at a glance. From now on, 3 God City is Lin Ling's territory. Do you accept it? Lin Ling looked at the gods in the distance and said. "Whatever you say, Your Excellency." Yes, it doesn't matter if it's 3 God City or any other city, as long as there's someone guarding it. We don't have any objections. To them, it did not matter who was the ruler of this area. The main thing was that there was holy light in this area, which could prevent divine beasts from approaching. If there was a Colosseum of gods, they would be able to obtain the map that they wanted. "Let's set up camp here." Lin Ling looked at Yu and the others. They would be chased by divine beasts if they fled outside. It was undoubtedly better to have a home. Yu and the others were very happy. Ever since they entered the 7th level, they were either chased by divine beasts or framed by rotten gods. Now, they finally had a safe place to stay. End of chapter 53-45. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.